As the year was coming to an end, the county was particularly busy. At this time of year, the four countries would allow small-scale trade. In the county, you could see novel and small gadgets from various countries. Shang Ruai came to the shop and was about to leave when she saw a woman in brocade clothes walking in, followed by a group of maids. Miss, please go slowly. The maid behind her reminded, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, the lady she was talking about bumped into someone who had just bought milk tea. Ouch! There was only a scream, and the next moment, the brocade-clothed woman was soaked, and the most important thing was that the milk tea had just been made and was very hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. When Shang Ruai heard the sound and rushed over, the maid behind her was about to roll up her sleeves. Stop! Shang Ruai shouted loudly, and she stepped forward quickly. If you take off your clothes at this time, the skin and flesh on your body will fall off. What? The maids quickly took their hands down. What should we do now? They had never experienced such things before. They were all at a loss for a moment. Go to the backyard. Shang Ruai said loudly. Take the buckets and go outside to get some snow. If there is ice, bring it in as well. Although they didn't know why she wanted these, they didn't dare to neglect it. They took the containers and hurried outside to collect snow. Fortunately, there was a small but not small snow a few days ago. In addition, the weather was cold, and the snow on the road had not melted yet. There were still icicles on the eaves of many shops. The woman in brocade followed Shang Ruai to the backyard. She took out the snow and put it in her robe. What are you doing? She was so cold that she screamed. Do you want to freeze me to death? If you don't want to leave scars on your body, shut up. Shang Ruai's eyes were cold and serious. When she heard that it would leave scars, the woman in brocade was also very scared. Will it leave scars? If you cooperate, maybe not. If you don't, I can't guarantee it. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. Just bear with it. The woman's eyes were red. Please, you must help me. I can't leave scars on my body. I just got engaged. If I leave scars because of this, I will definitely lose this marriage. Shang Ruai kept putting snow into her robe. The woman in brocade clothes was shivering from the cold, and her face was blue and purple. Okay. Shang Ruai nodded. She carefully took off her robe and saw large patches of red on her skin. Fortunately, there was no broken skin. Shang Ruai's heart was slightly relieved. How is it? Will it leave scars? Shang Ruai smiled. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The woman in brocade clothes heard this, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle and applied the spiritual spring water in the bottle on her scalded skin. The skin that was burning just now was instantly cooled. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand and said in amazement, What kind of potion is this? It is so effective. Exclusive secret recipe. What kind of herbs are in it? Shang Ruai couldn't help but laugh. Didn't this girl understand what a secret recipe was? Since it was said to be a secret recipe, it naturally could not be passed on to others. Miss, I am still counting on this potion to make money, so I will not reveal the formula. The brocade-clothed woman thought about it, and her eyes lit up. In this case, why don't you sell this potion to me? Shang Ruai heard this and smiled. Judging from your dress, you should not be from Tianshan. I am the legitimate daughter of the Biling Li family. Biling Li family? She frowned slightly. Biling people? Having dealt with Biling people several times, she had a very bad impression of Biling. Just when she was about to refuse, she heard the woman say, You won't lose if you cooperate with our Li family. Our Li family is a royal merchant, specializing in providing dongju for the Biling royal family. Dongju? The words of refusal turned around in her mouth and finally swallowed. The so-called dongju is the pearl in the previous life. In Shang Ruai's eyes, pearls are not so precious, just a kind of decoration, but in Tianshan, dongju is a symbol of status. Only the royal family and nobles can enjoy it, and then there are wealthy businessmen who are willing to pay a high price to buy the inheritance. If someone uses dongju to make a set of jewelry, I'm afraid they won't even dare to wear it, for fear of being spotted by thieves and taken away. Then, besides paying tribute to the royal family, do you sell it elsewhere? Shang Ruai put away the potion in her hand and handed her a dress. You and I are similar in body shape. If you don't mind, put it on first. She took the dress and her eyes lit up. This is warm satin. Warm satin is extremely precious. Bailing is located in the extreme north, the weather is cold, and more than half of the year is winter. For this reason, they are very fond of warm satin. The Li family is a royal merchant and very wealthy. In previous years, they would purchase warm satin from Tianshan to make clothes. After all, there are not many families who can afford warm satin. Every time she wore warm satin to attend a banquet, the ladies of various families were very envious. But when she went to purchase again this year, she didn't buy even one piece. Unexpectedly, she saw a pattern here today that she had never seen before. This must be the new material this year. She looked at Shang Ruai and blinked. Excuse me, does the milk tea business make a lot of money? Shang Ruai didn't respond for a while. Seeing that she didn't respond, the woman curled her lips and said, a piece of warm satin is worth 1,000 gold coins, and it can't be bought with silver. She pointed to the dress in her hand. Every year, my father would buy a few pieces for me, and he would buy every pattern. I have never seen the pattern of your dress before. It must have been available this year. However, when my father sent someone to buy it this year, it was said that all the warm satin was bought by a guest. They felt very distressed when they bought a few pieces every year. She couldn't imagine how much money it would cost to buy all the warm satin this year. When she first arrived in Tianshan, she heard that milk tea was very popular. When she walked on the street, many people held a cup in their hands. I thought it must be very delicious. Now, seeing that she was giving away such precious warm satin, she guessed that the income from this business must be very considerable. After listening to her explanation, Shang Ruai couldn't help but laugh. Miss Li has seen that I am just a small business and can't make much money. Li Xia didn't believe it and curled her lips. Don't say it if you don't want to. Although I am interested in milk tea, I just drink it on weekdays. But I am very interested in the potion in your hand. Shang Ruai's eyes sparkled. Isn't she interested in the dongju of their Li family? Although the output of dongju is not high, but a small pearl is very valuable. Every year, apart from the tribute to the royal family, there are still some left. Li Xia put on her dress, with a smug look on her face. Our Li family is also considered to have a very high status among the many royal merchants in Bailing. Shang Ruai nodded when she heard it. Since there will be a surplus, where will the remaining dongju be sold? Of course they are made into jewelry. Although those dongju pearls are not big, and some even have flaws on them, they are still sought after by everyone. Do you sell dongju clams? Dongju clams? Li Xia instantly understood her intention and smiled. Of course we sell them, but for the sake of this dress, I kindly remind you not to dream of raising dongju clams by yourself. What do you mean? Dongju clams grow very slowly. Our Li family's ancestors made a living from this, and it has been passed down for hundreds of years before we have today's heritage. Some clams need to be raised for dozens or even hundreds of years before they can produce better dongju. In the early years, some vendors wanted to buy dongju clams and raise them themselves, but they all ended in failure. Li Xia smiled and said, if dongju was so easy to get, it would not be so loved by the royal family. Shang Ruai nodded. Dongju was indeed rare, but in the previous life, dongju had long been turned into jewelry that ordinary people could afford, which showed that there were still ways to increase the yield of dongju. Thinking of the spiritual spring in her own space, if she used the spiritual spring water to cultivate it, there might be unexpected surprises. It doesn't matter. If others can't raise it well, it doesn't mean I can't. I wonder how this clam is sold? Li Xia saw that she insisted, so she stopped persuading her. Since you insist on buying it, come to Huifuan tomorrow, and you can talk to my father about the specific matters. She picked up the porcelain bottle containing the spiritual spring water. How much silver is this medicine and the robe? I'll buy it. Since you want to cooperate with Miss Li, these two things will be your meeting gift. After saying that, Shang Ruai took out another porcelain bottle. Although the pain on the skin has disappeared, the effect of the potion mostly acts on the surface of the skin. This is the Jade Bone Regenerating Pill. After taking it, your skin will be as white as snow and as smooth as cream. I guarantee that your skin will be several times better than it is now. Li Xiaxia's eyes fell on the porcelain bottle. Jade Bone Regenerating Skin. This is what many women dream of. If someone else said it, she would not believe it easily, but after seeing the effect of the potion with her own eyes, she is now very interested in the pills that Shang Ruoyi took out. If the effect is really so good, she can take the pills back to Biling. Based on the influence of their Li family, these pills and potions will definitely be sold out in a short time. If I buy this pill and potion in large quantities, how much silver will it cost? Potion is 5 taels of silver, and pills are 30 taels of silver. Li Xiaxia's eyes lit up. It was so cheap. The burn ointment used by the nobles of Biling all came from a pharmacy called Ren Xian Tang. The pills and ointments were very effective, but the price was extremely high. Only the nobles or the children of wealthy families could afford them. A small jar of ointment cost more than 10 taels of silver, not even half of the volume of this porcelain bottle. Each pill cost at least 5 taels of silver. She looked at the porcelain bottle containing the pills in her hand. There were at least 10 pills in it, and each pill cost only 3 taels of silver. If it could really achieve the effect of jade bone regeneration, how could it be worth only 5 taels of silver per pill? In this way, her pills were really too cheap. Okay, I'll ask my father for permission. If you come tomorrow, let's talk about this pill. She straightened her dress and walked outside. The woman who spilled milk tea on her stood there, not at all embarrassed. Seeing Li Xiaxia coming out, she stepped forward. Miss Li, please forgive me. I didn't know it was you, and I offended you. Are you okay? Li Xiaxia saw who it was, and the smile on her face disappeared. Her tone was slightly deep. It's you? I'm Xiaoling. Nice to meet you, Miss Li. She had a slight smile on her face. A few days ago, our girl said that she wanted to invite all the girls for a boat ride. I didn't expect that Miss Li would also come to Tianshan. Xiaoling looked at what she was wearing and her eyes paused. Zhang Ruru actually wants to invite me on a boat trip? It must be like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken with ulterior motives. She sneered. The man she has been thinking about day and night is finally engaged to me. She hates me so much, but she still wants to invite me on a boat trip? Is she planning to take advantage of the boat trip to throw me into the lake and drown me? Most of the customers who were buying milk tea in the shop were from Tianshan. When they heard her such explicit words, they all looked over. The people of Biling are tough, and most of them speak sharply, regardless of the eyes of the people around them. When Xia Ling heard this, her face was unnatural for a moment. She didn't expect that what her young lady said was guessed. What are you talking about, Miss Li? You and Our Lady are close friends, and Our Lady would never do such things. Xia Ling was sweating profusely. Forget it. Don't talk nonsense with me. So, what if your young lady and I are close friends? You poured scalding milk tea on me today. My dress cost 300 taels. It's not too much to ask you to compensate according to the price. And the injuries on my body. She glanced at Xiaoling. If the shopkeeper wasn't here today, I would have scars on my body. Go back and tell your young lady that although you made the mistake today, I will blame her for it all. Xiaoling's face changed when she heard it. She was about to explain, but Li Xiaxia was not willing to give her another chance to speak. She said hello to Shang Ruoyi and walked out. Xiaoling blushed and hurried away. She had caused a big disaster today. When she returned, the young lady would definitely punish her severely. The next morning, Shang Ruoyi came to Huifu Inn. There were 2 maids standing at the door of the inn. They were the servants who followed Miss Li to the milk tea shop yesterday. Seeing Shang Ruoyi getting off the carriage, she hurried to greet her. Shopkeeper Shang, our young lady has been waiting for a long time. Following the maid to the room on the 3rd floor, Li Xiaxia was still wearing the warm satin from yesterday, which showed that she really liked it very much. Sister Shang, you are finally here. She smiled and walked forward to take her hand. I thought you forgot, and I was thinking of inviting you to your shop. Shang Ruoyi looked at the sky outside and couldn't help laughing. It was only a short time since the day began, and she was so anxious. Li Xia lifted up her sleeves, revealing a piece of white wrist. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. Her skin seemed to be much whiter than yesterday. Sister Shang, my dear sister, I will take as many of these jade bone regenerating pills as you have. I only took one pill last night. She paused slightly. He looked around and said softly, not long after I took it, some black, sticky stuff appeared on my body. After I washed it off, I felt that my skin became much whiter. Lingquan water was added to the Yugu Xingji pills. Lingquan water has the function of washing tendons and marrow, which is different from the effect of external use. Li Xiaxia took it for the first time, and the effect was very obvious. This is your first time using it. If you take it for a long time, the effect will be better. Shang Ruai said softly. I guess it's rare to see a girl as beautiful as Miss Li in Bailing. Li Xiaxia blushed and said with a smile, although he coaxed me, my father often said that I am the most beautiful woman in Bailing. Shang Ruai nodded. Li Xiaxia's appearance is neither delicate nor beautiful, but rather has a bit of heroic spirit. She may not be beautiful enough in the eyes of Tianshan people, but she is a rare beauty in Bailing. Sister Shang, your skin is so good. It's because of this Yugu Xingji pill. Li Xiaxia suddenly leaned closer, looked at Shang Ruai's face, and said enviously, I have grown up and traveled around the 4 countries with my father, but this is the first time I have seen a woman as beautiful as Sister Shang. If Sister's background was better, she was the child of an official instead of a merchant. She would definitely marry a rich man in the future. She sighed and said, since I was sensible, my father has been looking forward to me marrying into a wealthy family one day. I have always had high aspirations since I was a child. However, even if the Li family is quite wealthy, it is difficult for me to marry into a noble family. Now this marriage is still obtained by my father with all his efforts. Thanks to my sister for helping me with my wounds yesterday, otherwise this marriage would have been cancelled. Shang Ruai originally didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs, but when she heard the last part, she actually felt a little familiar. She thought about it. What's the difference between her current situation and that of her mother? The daughter of a wealthy businessman married Shang Mian, who had just entered the officialdom. She thought she had married a perfect husband and spent all her family wealth to pave the way for his official career, but what happened in the end? There wasn't even a decent cenotaph. Marrying such a person, let alone entering the officialdom, what's the point of holding a high position? It's just a short life. Before she could speak, she heard Li Xiaxia continue. Although my fiancé is still a scholar, he is also a scholar after all. Although Bailing is martial, scholar is at least a title. When the time comes, our Li family will make more arrangements and he will eventually enter the officialdom. After she finished speaking, she was stunned for a moment and murmured, Why am I telling you all this? She stood up and was about to take Shang Ruai to her father's room when she heard her say faintly, When the bird is dead, the bough is put away. When the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked. This is such a simple truth. I believe you can understand it without me saying more. If you think he is a good man worthy of trust and want to spend your life with him, you must make yourself stronger. Strong? How strong? She is just a woman. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Miss, the master and the eldest young master have been waiting for a long time. When she came to the next room, she saw Master Li sitting on the main seat and a man sitting on the left, presumably the eldest young master just now. Seeing her coming, Master Li had a smile on his face. Shopkeeper Shang, I have heard of your name for a long time. It's a pleasure to meet you. Master Li is too polite. I am just doing some small business. She said this, but her eyes did not show any flattery or inferiority because the Li family's business was bigger. There was only respect from the younger generation to the elder. The head of the Li family saw all this, and his heart was slightly moved. He originally thought that his daughter just made friends with a woman who wanted to take advantage of their Li family's dongju. Now it seems that he was wrong. I heard from my Xia that shopkeeper Shang wants to buy some dongju clams. Shang Ruai nodded. I heard from Miss Li by chance, so I wanted to raise them and try. Haha, Dongju clams can of course be sold, but we are not responsible for whether they can survive, how long it will take to raise Dongju, and what the quality is like. The head of the Li family smiled. Over the years, many people have bought Dongju clams from him, but no one can raise them. Shang Ruoyi nodded. I wonder how much silver this Dongju clams are? 3 taels of silver per clam. 3 taels. Shang Ruoyi pretended to be embarrassed. I didn't expect this Dongju clams to be so expensive. Humph. A sneer came from the side, and the young master of the Li family said, You think 3 taels of silver are expensive, and you still want to raise clams? He said to Li Xia, I wonder what kind of people you have met. Do you think my father and I are idle? Are you waiting here to do business with your good sisters for dozens or hundreds of taels? In his opinion, Shang Ruoyi is a girl, and at most she can buy 100 clams. If it were in the past, they would not want to care about the business of hundreds of taels of silver, but now it is the end of the year, and there are too many places to use silver. The most important thing is that he lost 30,000 taels in the casino, and lost all the cash on their Li family's account. If he was not the only male in the Li family, his father would probably beat him to death. Li Xia heard him say this and retorted, What about 100 taels? Since childhood, grandfather and father have taught us that we can only achieve great things from small to big, and we should start business from a small age and not give up because it is small. Didn't our Li family start with 3 taels of silver? The head of the Li family nodded. What Xia said makes sense. Besides, if it weren't for shopkeeper Shang, Xia would have scars on her body. Shopkeeper Shang is our Li family's benefactor. If shopkeeper Shang likes it, we are willing to give him 100 as a gift. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Saving people is just a piece of cake. Master Li doesn't have to take it to heart. I wonder how many Dongju clams shopkeeper Shang needs this time? In fact, Master Li didn't take it to heart. After all, she was a woman, and the shop she opened was just a beverage shop. Even if he had some silver, how much could he buy? Now, there is a deficit of tens of thousands of taels of silver on the account. He needs to fill it up as soon as possible, otherwise if the old man in the family knows, he is afraid that he will take away his son's inheritance rights. The young master of the Li family is named Li Quan. He is born to a concubine. He was originally unable to inherit the Li family. Since he is the only male in the family, he was fostered under the name of the main wife. The old master, he has never been happy with his illegitimate grandson. If it weren't for the fact that women could not inherit the Li family, he would have made Li Xia his legitimate granddaughter, the young master of the family. There were also some selfish reasons for letting Li Quan be the young master of the family. Li Quan was born to the woman that the head of the Li family loved the most. When he was young, he wanted to marry her as his principal wife, but her mother's family was ordinary, and the wives of the Li family's principal wives were either from prominent families or wealthy families. Fortunately, the principal wife only gave birth to a girl, so the identity of the young master of the Li family naturally fell on Li Quan. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, I have never raised eastern pearl mussels, so I only need a small amount for the first time.
Li Quan nodded secretly.
He knew it would be like this. How could a mere woman come up with a large amount of silver? 10,000 will be enough.
What?
10,000? Li Quan sat up straight with disbelief in his eyes. Are you serious? It's really 10,000? Of course. Shang Ruoyi looked at him. Master Li, do you think it's too few and don't want to sell it? How could it be too few? 10,000 clams are exactly 30,000 taels, which just makes up for the deficit on the account. He and the head of the Li family looked at each other, and they saw surprise in each other's eyes.
Not a small amount.
The head of the Li family said happily, I wonder when Manager Shang wants to get it? After the new year, I will go to the Li family to get the clams myself. After the new year? The father and son looked at each other, and the head of the Li family whispered, Shopkeeper Shang, can you pay the silver first? Upon hearing this, Li Xia hurriedly said, Dad, our Li family has always been a silver for goods company. How can we let others take the silver first? The head of the Li family looked at her, coughed a few times, and whispered, Xia, you are a woman. You don't have to interfere in the family business.
But
Before she finished speaking, the head of the Li family looked at Shang Ruai with a burning gaze. Shopkeeper Shang, you should know that looking at the four countries, the Dongzhu of my biling Li family is the best. Every year, the best ones will be tribute to the palace for the queens and princesses to wear. There are countless people who want to cooperate with my Li family. If you don't pay the silver first, I'm afraid that these Dongzhu clams will be gone before the new year. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruai nodded seriously. The Li family's Dongzhu is indeed very famous, but just now the head of the Li family said that this business has nothing to do with Miss Li, right? Xia is a woman, so she naturally cannot interfere in the family's business. As soon as the head of the Li family finished speaking, he heard Li Quan next to him sneer. My daughter will get married sooner or later. Only men in the family can really keep the wealth, so the family's business naturally has nothing to do with her. Shang Ruai heard this, smiled, stood up and bowed, saying, in this case, the two of you should just pretend that I have not been here today. After that, she stood up and was about to leave. Seeing her like this, the father and son of the Li family were anxious. Now she is the god of wealth. How could anyone let the god of wealth go in this world? The head of the Li family hurried forward with a smile on his face. Shopkeeper Shang, why are you leaving for no reason? The reason why I want to buy the pearl oysters is because I get along well with Miss Li. If this business has nothing to do with her, I would never want to do it. Shang Ruai looked at Li Xia standing aside. In that case, I'll take my leave. What? She can take out 30,000 taels just because of this. It seems that she doesn't care how much profit the 30,000 taels can bring, which shows that she has a lot of money in her hands. Seeing her leave without any reluctance, the head of the Li family hurriedly chased after her. Shopkeeper Shang, let's talk it out nicely. Let's talk it out nicely. His eyes fell on his daughter. He never expected that his daughter would actually find such a god of wealth for their Li family. He gritted his teeth. In this case, Shopkeeper Shang's affairs will be handed over to Xia. However, she seldom deals with business matters. If there is any inadequacy in the hospitality, please forgive her. Hearing this, Li Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of light. Dad, are you serious? Xia, remember not to neglect her. Yes, Dad. After Shang Ruai left, Li Quan's face was cold. Dad, such a big business is handed over to Xia. There is no other way now. Someone has to make up for the 30,000 taels of silver notes that you are short of. You know that your grandfather is not satisfied with you. If he knows about this, he will definitely punish you severely. The head of the Li family looked at his son and sighed. If it weren't for your mother, you would have kicked you out of the house long ago for causing such a big trouble. Li Quan's face changed, and he smiled embarrassedly. Dad, my son will definitely remember the previous lesson and will not make the same mistake again. Li Xia sent Shang Ruai away. On the way, she thought for a long time, but still couldn't help asking, Sister Shang, why do you have to let me do this business with you? I like you more. Shang Ruai paused on the way to get in the car, looked back at Li Xia who was standing at the door. Some things, if you look carefully, you will see scenery that you have never seen before. The same is true for people. They always have to go through some things to know what they really want. Li Xia looked at the carriage going away and blinked. She always felt that there were other deep meanings in Shang Ruai's words. In the carriage, He Jinghun was sitting on the cushion and handed her the hot water bottle in his hand. It's just some Dongzhu. If you like it, I'll get it for you. Why do you have to come here to buy Dongzhu clams? How can they sell you good clams? Even if you buy Dongzhu clams worth hundreds of thousands or millions, you can't get a top-quality Dongzhu. Shang Ruai curled her lips. I know this naturally. She held the hot water bottle, and a sly smile flashed across her face. They can't raise top-quality Dongzhu. How do you know I can't raise it either? With the spiritual spring water, why worry about not being able to raise top-quality Dongzhu? She was just afraid that there were too many Dongzhu. He Jinghun looked at her smug look and said no more. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. In previous years, Xia village was dead and there was no sign of celebrating the new year. After all, if you couldn't even have enough food, what difference would it make whether you celebrated the new year or not? But this year was completely different. Every household was busy. Each worker who worked at the He family was given meat and food. Thank you, boss. Urju smiled and said, since we have been with the boss, our lives have become much better. Yes, it's like a dream to have meat to eat during the New Year this year. Just then, a whip sounded not far away. Hurry up! Hurry up! If you don't leave, I'll whip you to death. The voices of the yamen runners came over. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. They saw 6 people wearing thin prison uniforms with many holes on them, and the wounds on their skin were clearly visible. Sir, please, give us some coarse grain cakes. A disheveled woman rubbed her hands and begged. The child is almost starving to death. Sir, please, please. Still want to eat coarse grain cakes? You are dreaming. If you don't leave, I will beat you to death without waiting for you to starve to death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the whip and was about to whip again. A middle-aged man in prison uniform held the woman and the child in his arms and let the whip fall on his back. He gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. The yamen runner whipped a few times, and he felt relieved and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and leave. Your residence is in front." The man gritted his teeth. His back was already bloody and fleshy. The woman kept wiping her tears when she saw this, and the child in her arms also cried loudly. The crying of the child gave the yamen runner a headache. He snatched the child from the woman's arms with one hand and said fiercely, "Cry, cry. You just know how to cry. I might as well strangle you to death."
No.
No, sir. The woman begged, "Please give the child back to me. The child is still young. He is just scared." Afraid? The yamen runner sneered. "You won't know fear when you are dead." A hideous smile flashed across his face. Just as he was about to strangle the child to death, he heard a cold shout from the side. "Stop." The yamen runner's hand paused. Shang Ruai walked forward, looked at the child in his arms, frowned. The child is innocent, and the one who made the mistake is not the child. You are taking human life lightly.
Who are you?
He came from other states and counties and did not know Shang Ruai, but judging from her clothes, she was either rich or noble, and there was no way she was a fugitive. "I just live here." "Live here?" The bailiff looked at her suspiciously. "But is he an exiled prisoner?" Shang Ruai nodded. "Yes." The bailiff's face was full of anger when he heard it. How dare a prisoner question this official? He is simply courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the child in his hand away, and the woman hurriedly hugged him in her arms. The bailiff raised the whip in his hand again and was about to swing it at her. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, and just as she was about to shoot the silver needle in her hand, a stone flew over and hit the bailiff's chest. He Jingheng was sitting in a wheelchair a few meters away. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the bailiff's mouth. He sat up from the ground with difficulty. You actually dared to fight with the officials, you. He spat out another mouthful of blood. You are simply looking for death. We are looking for death. Shang Ruai sneered. You were hit by a flying stone and spit blood. Who can you blame? He wiped the blood from his lips and said angrily, "How could it be a flying stone?
It was clearly a conspiracy by you.
A conspiracy?" Shang Ruai cast his eyes on the people not far away, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. "Ask them if they have seen us plotting against you? Or ask the fugitives standing here, whether it was a flying stone or some hidden weapon." They avoided their eyes and no one answered. Shang Ruai stepped forward and whispered beside him. "Not to mention hitting you with stones, even if you are killed, you will have no way to defend yourself. Who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of yamen runners came over. He stood up tumbling as if he had seen his savior. Sir. The leading officer quickened his pace and walked towards this direction. He was about to complain loudly and wanted to make Shang Ruai's actions public, when he saw the officer walked straight past him and walked quickly towards Shang Ruai. "Madam Shang." The 3 words Crown Prince's consort on her lips were replaced by Madam Shang. "I'm sorry to have frightened you." Shang Ruai blinked. Wasn't this the officer Zhang who was responsible for escorting them? "Sir Zhang." Shang Ruai smiled. "Why you?" Zhang, who glanced at He Jingheng with a subtle look, with a bitter smile on his face. This is the order from above, and I have no choice but to obey. Shang Ruai laughed secretly in her heart, thinking that this must be the work of He Jingheng. The beaten Yamen runner was stunned to see the master carefully replying to the woman's words. His eyes almost fell out. Master, she. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground by Zhang Hu. You only know how to cause trouble for me, every day, he said angrily with his tiger eyes wide open. You don't even know how to polish your mask. You dare to offend anyone. The man was shocked, and when he looked at Shang Ruai again, his eyes were full of horror. A fugitive actually made them bow and scrape. This person's identity was definitely not someone he could offend. Madam Shang, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man.
Please don't blame me.
Shang Ruai nodded. Your Excellency is really flexible. Yes. Zhang Hu stepped forward and whispered. Madam Shang, it's the end of the year now. It's unlucky to kill someone. The Yamen runner was so scared when he heard it that he knelt on the ground with a plop. My Excellency, I won't dare to do it again, never again. Forget it. Shang Ruai waved her hands. How can I, a convict, decide life and death? Zhang Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, of course. You are the one who can decide life and death here. As long as you frown, the god will probably cut the person's neck before they draw their swords. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on the convicts. Why were they exiled? He was the governor of Nani County. Zhang Hu pointed at the man who was half kneeling on the ground. He was seriously injured and was a little unconscious at this time. There is a notorious bully in Nani County who robbed women. Lord Zhao investigated and dealt with him according to the law, but the man had a strong background, and someone found a reason to exile Lord Zhao here. Zhang Hu sighed. Lord Zhao is a well-known honest official, loved by the people, but he ended up like this. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone bigger than the previous one fell from a high place and hit the head of the Yamen runner. In an instant, blood spilled on the ground, and the man fainted on the ground, no longer breathing. Shang Ruai looked sideways and saw that Yunqi had already pushed He Jingheng back. Zhang Hu smacked his lips and said to his men around him, What are you looking at? He was killed by a rock rolling down the mountain. Why don't you go and collect the body? Are you waiting for me to go in person? Upon hearing this, the Yamen runners hurriedly carried the body away, and the blood on the ground was quickly cleaned up. What happened just now seemed like an illusion. Mountain? Where did the mountain come from? The surroundings were clearly flat. Where were the mountains? They knew that their boss was talking nonsense, so they had no choice but to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Shang Ruai looked at the people and whispered, Master Zhang, how are you going to deal with these prisoners? Of course, we will properly place them first. He looked at Shang Ruai's face, and then his eyes turned to He Jingheng's back. He tentatively asked, There are no vacant houses now. Your courtyard is so big. I wonder if you can temporarily place their family in your house? Shang Ruai nodded. Since the master has such a request, I will naturally cooperate. Zhang Hu wiped the sweat from his head and said with a smile, In this case, I will trouble Madam Shang. Seeing this, the woman and the child knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. No need to be polite. After the few people were settled, except for Master Zhao's family, the other three had been staying with Zhao's distant relatives. This time, the Zhao family confiscated their property and exiled them together. For this, they were extremely dissatisfied, but they could do nothing. After settling the Zhao family members in a side room in the backyard, Zhao Zhili, the prefect of Nani County, was already unconscious. Shang Ruai simply treated his wounds and left some medicine for Mrs. Hua. Mrs. Hua hugged the child in her arms and said with tears in her eyes, Thank you, my dear. Thank you. She was about to kneel down again. Shang Ruai hurriedly helped her up. No need to be polite. Just stay here and feel at ease. As soon as she went out, she saw the three people who were exiled with the Zhao family standing not far away. When they saw her coming out, they hurried over. The three knelt on the ground. Thank you for taking us in. We are very grateful. It's just a matter of convenience. No need to thank me. When you three recover, I will let Zhang Hu find a good place for you." When the three heard this, they looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. "Thank you for your help." Zhao Jiwen looked at the closed door opposite and asked in a low voice, "What about my brothers and the others? Their injuries are quite serious." Shang Ruai looked at the three of them and smiled. "You are lucky. They just have some minor skin injuries." She said to Xiaorao beside her, "Take them to clean up and find some warm clothes." "Yes." The woman standing opposite her looked at the warm parts of Shang Ruai's body, and a light flashed in her eyes. She stepped forward and saluted in a proper manner to Shang Ruai. "I am Zhao Xin, a commoner. Thank you for your rescue." Xiaoyao took them away. Shang Ruai came to the study. Yunqi stood at the door and whispered, "Crown Prince's concubine. Why hasn't He Jingheng come out yet?" Yunqi nodded, hesitated for a while, and said, "Lord Zhao used to be under the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince is in trouble, the court has convicted all the officials who used to have good relations with the Dingwa Palace, implicated them, and the Crown Prince must be very sad." Shang Ruai knew in her heart that He Jingheng had personally beaten the Yamen runner to death. There must be a reason. He was not an impulsive person. Shang Ruai looked at the closed door. Presumably, the things he had always believed in were collapsing bit by bit. Zhao Jiwen and his family of three changed into cotton-padded clothes. Zhao Xining touched the coarse cotton-padded clothes on her body. Her eyes slightly sank, and her eyes fell on Xiaoyao, who was wearing a cotton-padded clothes made of ordinary satin at this time. Zhao Xining said, "Sister Xiaoyao is so lucky to meet such a generous master like the noble sister." Xiaoyao saw her eyes fell on her clothes, smiled and said, "Indeed, our young lady has the best heart and treats us servants very generously. Is the man who rescued us the brother of the noble sister?" Her eyes flashed slightly. Although the man was sitting in a wheelchair, his demeanor was more noble than that of the royal family. She only dared to sneak a few glances at him. The handsome face that seemed like a god made her feel dazed. "That's our young lady's husband." Xiaoyao looked at her a few times with some surprise, and seeing that she looked normal, she didn't say anything. Zhao Xin's heart sank slightly when he heard this. This man actually married and had children. Shang Ruai's face appeared in his mind. Then he looked at his own pale and thin face in the mirror, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. How could he compete with her in this state? Any man would know who to choose. When he came to the side room, Zhao Jiwen and his wife were already waiting there. "Yining." Lu walked forward, looked at Xiaoyao behind her, and said with a smile, "Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. Someone will send some food over later." Hearing that there was food, the eyes of the three people lit up. After all, during the exile, even eating some coarse grain cakes required the charity of the officials. Not long after, two servants came in with trays. The three people saw the full meat on the plate and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. "Her father, is my eyes broken? Is there really meat on this plate?" Lu murmured. "I must be starving." Zhao Jiwen was also stunned. The servants laughed when they saw this. "It is indeed meat, fresh out of the pot. Eat it while it is hot." The three of them gathered around the table, not caring about etiquette and manners, and started eating with big mouthfuls. After eating and drinking, Zhao Jiwen wiped the oil from his mouth and sighed. "I am so satisfied." After he finished speaking, he burped very loudly. Lu nodded. "How long has it been since you last saw meat?" "I thought I would starve to death here, but I didn't expect that there would be such a good life to live." Zhao Xining sat there, staring at the food on the table that had not been taken away. After a while, she said to Zhao Jiwen and his wife, "Mom and Dad, do you want to live such a good life forever?" "Of course I do." Lu sighed, "But we are now guilty. How can we live the life that only masters can live? We will start to farm in the spring of next year." "Farm?" Zhao Xining couldn't help but be shocked. "How to farm?" "Mother, my daughter is not in good health. How can I go to farm? We have to pay taxes every year. If it is not enough, we will be whipped." Zhao Zhili said in a deep voice, "Now we are implicated by your uncle, and there is nothing we can do." "Your uncle did the wrong thing. Why should we be implicated?" She pouted. "Originally, I was also a cousin of the county magistrate's mansion and could find a good husband. But now, I am in this desolate place of exile. What should I do in the future? I think I can only find a husband here. Lu touched her head. I should have promised you a husband earlier, and you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Zhao Xian thought for a while and whispered, It's not that there are no good husbands here. Where are the good families here? The people here are either poor or exiled prisoners. Where can they live like this? Lu paused and looked up suddenly. You mean this family? Zhao Xian nodded and whispered, I have already found out everything. The man who saved us is the owner of this family, and the woman is his wife. Since he is married, do you want to be a concubine? Mother, what's wrong with being a concubine? Zhao Xian sneered. If I marry into a poor family here, what's the point of being the main wife? I will just live a hard life. If I get sick, I'm afraid I won't even have the money to hire a doctor. She pointed to the room and said, This is just a side room, where the servants live. Even the servants live like this in their family. You can imagine how luxurious and comfortable the master bedroom must be. Hearing this, Lu's mind became active. Mother, think about it. It's so good here. Why should we go out and suffer? Zhao Jiwen and his wife were not people who were willing to suffer. Otherwise, they would not have stayed in the county magistrate's mansion for so many years and lived for free. What's your plan? Lu's eyes were full of calculation. That man, Mother only took a look at him. He is indeed extraordinary. But do you have the confidence that such a man can be attracted to you? Mother, which man doesn't cheat? She glanced at Zhao Jiwen, only to hear him cough and turn away. Lu glanced at him. Why are you coughing? Do you think your daughter doesn't know what you have done? Among the women you keep outside, who is willing to be exiled with you? In the end, won't it be only my daughter and I who will suffer with you? Don't mention the past. Zhao Jiwen said awkwardly. What are you saying in front of your daughter? How can you say nonsense? You clearly. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Xian interrupted with a cold face. Mother, stop arguing with father. The important thing right now is how to stay here. She looked outside vigilantly. Didn't you hear what that woman said? When our injuries are healed, we will ask the official to find another place for us. We must find an opportunity to let that man marry me before we leave. In this way, we will be a family. If I stay here, you can naturally stay as well. What she despised the most were her biological parents. They quarreled every day over trivial matters and did nothing at such an old age. She knew very well that if she wanted to change her fate, she had to rely on herself. Shang Ruai returned to the room. Xiaorao thought for a moment and told her the questions Zhao Xin had asked her today. Miss, I see that the girl from the Zhao family is not an easy person to deal with. Shang Ruai smiled. Of course, she has high aspirations. She has been working in the county magistrate's mansion for 10 years, living a mediocre life. How can she be a good person? The children raised by the couple must not be much better. Miss, the news you want. Ah Cheng said softly outside the door. Xiaorao opened the door and took the letter from Ah Cheng. Her fingertips did not touch Ah Cheng's hand easily. Her face felt slightly hot. She turned around and closed the door. Shang Ruai saw her abnormal behavior and understood what was going on, but did not expose her. She just smiled and joked, What's wrong? I see the weather is still cold. How come someone is thinking about love? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's face turned even redder. Miss. After handing the letter to Shang Ruai, she turned around and left with a blushing face, picked up the sewing basket on the table, and started doing needlework. Shang Ruai didn't intend to let her go, and continued. Why? Have you already started sewing your wedding dress? Miss, if you continue like this, I won't agree. I will find a nunnery and become a nun. Shang Ruai smiled. Are you serious? Can you give up your ideal husband? Miss, I only want to follow you for the rest of my life. You are my savior. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. As long as I can be with you, I am willing to stay single for the rest of my life. What nonsense you are talking about. How can you not get married? Shang Ruai looked at her. Let me test Ah Cheng's attitude. If you are interested, we will find a good day when the weather warms up and settle your marriage. She opened the letter in her hand, took a quick look, and her eyes became colder. It was just as she thought. Men in this world are really the same. They are not satisfied with what they have in their bowls, but they are also staring at what they have in their pots. It is not enough to marry a virtuous woman, but they are also thinking about marrying a few charming women. They are not afraid that their bodies can't bear it. She threw her heart on the table. She sent people to investigate the Biling Lee family. The Lee family's son lost money in gambling and withdrew all the cash of 30,000 taels from the Lee family's account. He still owed 20,000 taels to others. Now the real person in charge of the Lee family is the old man of the Lee family. Even if the head of the Lee family wants to fill the hole for him, he can't take out so much money, so he set his sights on the betrothal gift of the legitimate daughter. He is now thinking about marrying off the legitimate daughter as soon as possible and using her betrothal gift to repay the gambling debt of the illegitimate son. The man who was engaged to Li Xiaxia had already married 4 or 5 concubines, one of whom had given birth to a daughter. Li Xiaxia would become a legitimate mother when she married him. She was so young, but she was going to be a mother. It was really frightening. The reason why the head of the Li family wanted to sacrifice his daughter to fulfill this unpromising was because he was born to the head of the Li family's favorite concubine. She was filled with righteous indignation in the room, not knowing that all her words had fallen into the ears of He Jingheng at the door. Yunqi at the door looked at her nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, pretending to be deaf and dumb behind him. He Jingheng raised his eyebrows slightly and pushed the door open and walked in. "Why are you so angry, my lady?" He Jingheng smiled. "Is there anything I have done wrong?" Shang Ruai looked at his face that brought disaster to the country and the people, and she was furious. "Aren't you in the study? What are you doing here?" "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't know why my lady was sulking." Yunqi pushed him into the room and retreated. Seeing this, Xiaoyao hurriedly put down the needlework in her hands and followed Yunqi away. Shang Ruai glared at him, without saying a word. He Jingheng stood up from his wheelchair, walked to her, looked at the letter on the table, and knew the key. "It's just an outsider's business. Why do you get so angry?" He smiled. "You are a doctor. You should know the truth that anger hurts the body. We are both human beings. Why can men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but women must be faithful to one man?" Shang Ruai's voice fell, and He Jingheng's face visibly sank. "What did you say?" He supported himself on the desk with both hands, imprisoned Shang Ruai between his body and the desk, and the strong masculine scent filled the tip of his nose, and Shang Ruai's face suddenly felt like it was on fire. In order to complete the task in the previous life, they had been closer, but that was just to complete the task. Even hugging each other could keep their hearts calm, but at this moment, just getting close made her blush and her heart beat. He Jingheng saw her discomfort, but he didn't intend to let her go. "What? You can't say it," he whispered. "Didn't you say it happily just now? I mean, why can a man have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What about the latter part?" "The latter? What latter part?" She coughed a few times and felt a little stuffy, so she pushed him. "Get out of the way, it's hot." As soon as her hand was placed on He Jingheng's chest, a big hand covered the back of her hand. "Do you feel it?" What? Shang Ruai stuttered. "My heart, it's beating for you now." Feeling the violent beating of the heart under her palm, Shang Ruai's fingertips curled up slightly. He Jingheng's head slowly lowered. Shang Ruai looked at the handsome face that was gradually enlarged in front of her eyes and slowly closed her eyes. Between the two people was getting closer and closer. Their breaths intertwined. Shang Ruai closed her eyes for some reason and slightly exerted force on her fingertips against his body. At this moment, Yunqi's voice rang out from outside the door. "Master, an urgent letter from the western regions." Their lips were a millimeter apart. The charming atmosphere was instantly broken. Shang Ruai suddenly opened her eyes and subconsciously pushed with both hands. He Jingheng's figure staggered back a step. "What's wrong?" He Jingheng's voice was a little hoarse, and his voice was indescribably and charming. Yunqi." She pointed in the direction of the door and said unnaturally, "Urgent letter. Let him wait." He just stretched out his hand, and Shang Ruai dodged it by turning sideways. I'm a little tired today. I'm going to rest first. Yunqi is still waiting for you. After saying that, she left He Jingheng there and left alone. Yunqi was outside the door and could not hear any response from inside for a long time. He looked at the urgent letter in his hand and was about to raise his hand to knock on the door again. The next moment, the door that was originally closed was opened in an instant. Master, there is an urgent message from the Western region. Before he finished speaking, an extremely cold and stern gaze fell on him. Yunqi's back stiffened. Who made the master unhappy? Did he quarrel with the prince's wife? He was standing outside the door just now. How come he didn't hear any sound? He Jingheng looked at him coldly. If there is no major event in the Western region today, this prince will kill you. Yunqi stood there blankly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It's over. It seems that he has delayed the master's good thing. He looked at the letter in his hand, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Now, he can only hope that there is something extremely important in this letter, otherwise, he will definitely be skinned by the master today. At this moment, he suddenly began to envy Yuntian, who was still lying in bed recovering from his injuries. What are you standing there for? Why don't you push me to the study? The two of them walked away, and a woman in a brown jacket looked at the yard, turned around and left. Zhao Xinin returned to the room, and Zhao Jiwen and his wife were huddled together whispering something. When they saw her come back, they hurriedly asked, "Where have you been?" Zhao Xinin sat on the earth in Kong, and suddenly a very happy smile appeared on her face. "Dad, Mom, if I could really become that man's concubine, maybe you two could live more comfortably than the county magistrate and his wife." When the two heard this, their eyes lit up. "My dear daughter, what do you mean by this?" Zhao Xinin narrated the scene he saw in Shang Ruai's yard exactly. The Zhao couple looked at each other. So what? So this is enough to show that the relationship between the couple is not good. He came out with a gloomy face in just a short while. What does it mean? Which man doesn't like a woman who is as gentle as water? As long as I use some tricks, I don't worry that he won't take the bait. Zhao Xinin thought of the man's appearance, and a shy look flashed across his face. If I ken the child from you, our good days will really come. Hearing this, the Zhao couple nodded and agreed with Zhao Xinin's plan. My daughter is right. Now in this place of exile, we can't count on Zhao Zhili's family. If we don't want to suffer, we have to rely on this place. Zhao Jiwen narrowed his eyes and said to Zhao Xinin, Daughter, is there anything I can do for you? Dad and Mom, don't worry, we must find a perfect opportunity. She saw that Shang Ruai didn't seem to be someone who was easy to deal with. If her methods were too despicable, she would definitely be exposed. By then, let alone being a concubine, she might not even have a full meal. Yunqi was spared a beating because something really happened in the Western regions. The secret agents he had set up in the Western regions were successively removed within a month, and he had to go to the Western regions in person. On the morning of his departure, Shang Ruai was still sleeping. He Jingheng walked to the bedside, looked at her sleeping face, stretched out his hand to touch her face, but was afraid of waking her up, so he sat by her bed for a long time before getting up and leaving. The door of the room was closed. Shang Ruai slowly opened her eyes and looked at the empty couch. She felt a little panicked. She ran to the door barefoot. The moment she opened the door, a tall figure stood in front of her. You didn't. Before she finished her words, He Jingheng's breath suddenly approached, and a chill came over her lips. Shang Ruai was stunned where she was. She had not yet recovered from the confusion of just waking up. Didn't you leave? He Jingheng lowered his eyes. His gaze fell on her bare feet, his brows knitted. He took a step forward and hugged her by the waist, with a little helplessness in his tone. It's winter now. Do you want to make yourself sick? Shang Ruai was awake at this time. She leaned her head on He Jingheng's chest, listening to the heartbeat coming from inside, and her lips curled slightly. My heartbeat is faster today than last night. The helplessness in He Jingheng's eyes became even more intense. He knew that he, the prince's consort, was not a person who would suffer losses. He put her back on the bed, half knelt on the ground, reached out to touch her cold soles, and whispered, "If you run out like this again, I will definitely punish you." Shang Ruoyi pulled her feet back from his hands. "Didn't you leave? Why are you still at the door?" He Jingheng looked at her steadily and smiled suddenly. "We've already walked out the door, and suddenly I feel a little bit at a disadvantage for not having a kiss." "You scoundrel." Shang Ruoyi kicked him on the shoulder, and He Jingheng held her feet in his hands, his eyes full of affection, and stroked her insteps with his fingers, his voice hoarse. "Wait for me to come back." Just then, Yunqi was at the door, whispering, "Master, if you don't leave, it will be dawn." An unnatural look flashed across Shang Ruoyi's face, and she wanted to pull her feet back, but He Jingheng held them tightly. She reached out and pushed her shoulders. "Yunqi is waiting for you." His eyes darkened, and he whispered, "Not going."
"What?"
Yunqi heard it clearly outside the door. Not going? How could he not go? Spring nights are short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king will not attend court early. Now I know why concubine Yu of the previous dynasty was called a demon concubine. He Jingheng said, "I have seen concubine Yu's portrait, but it is not even half as good as yours." Shang Ruoyi's face flushed, and she kicked him on the shoulder with her feet. The next moment, she broke free from his palm. "What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful if someone hears it." "If someone hears it, then so be it." He stood up, supported his hands on the bed, looked at her intently, and raised his thin lips slightly. "Wait for me." Shang Ruoyi smiled suddenly, put her hands on his shoulders, with a smile on her face, and said in a gentle tone, "I'll wait for you." The light in He Jingheng's eyes became even brighter. Just as he was about to lower his head to kiss her, he was pushed away by Shang Ruoyi. She opened the medicine box at the bedside, which contained several porcelain bottles. "The white one is for detoxification, the blue one is for external injuries, and the black one is for internal injuries." She went to the end of the bed and took out a water bag from the cabinet. "The water in this is carefully prepared by me. Use it when you are not in good spirits or injured."
"Okay."
Seeing her busying around for him, He Jingheng felt very warm in his heart. At this moment, Shang Ruoyi handed him a musket. "Take this, use it for self-defense, and this." She put the grenade in a cloth bag. "It's New Year's Day soon. Go early and come back early." "Okay." He Jingheng held her in his arms and stroked her soft long hair. He had followed his father to the battlefield since he was a child, and he had never been so reluctant to leave. The two of them were in a room, and at this time, Yunqi was like an ant on a hot pot at the door. He had already angered his master yesterday. If he didn't know what was good for him today, his master might chop him to death with a palm. At this moment, the door opened, and He Jingheng came out with a satisfied look on his face, handing the cloth bag in his hand to Yunqi. "Master, this is firearms." And Yi's hand softened, and he almost threw the package in his hand away. It seemed that he had offended his master completely. After the master and servant left, Shang Ruoyi stuffed herself in the quilt until Xiaoyao came in to help her wash, and then she showed her head. Xiaoyao was startled to see her blushing face. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Shang Ruoyi shook her head and was about to speak when she heard Xiaorao exclaimed, "Miss, what's wrong with your mouth? Why is it swollen?" She stepped forward quickly. "It's winter. There shouldn't be any mosquitoes. Why is it swollen?" She suddenly reacted and swallowed back all the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She had served in the concubine's room in the Prime Minister's mansion, so she naturally understood a lot of things. Seeing her expression, Shang Ruoyi coughed a few times unnaturally and whispered, "Why don't you bring the water over?" Yes, I will help you dress up right away." Xiaoyao smiled and said, after some time, "Should I call you madam?" Xiaoyao knew that Shang Ruoyi had not consummated her marriage with He Jingheng, so she always called her miss. "You're the one who talks too much." Shang Ruoyi glanced at her and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will marry you off right now." Xiaoyao really shut up. After Shang Ruoyi finished dressing up, she came to the courtyard of Zhao Zhili and his wife. Their residence was much better than that of Zhao Jiwen and his wife. It was a guest house with a small courtyard. When Mrs. Hua saw her, she hurriedly bowed. Greetings, my excellency. Madam Zhao, there is no need to be so polite. Shang Ruai smiled. I already know everything about you. Just stay here and rest assured. We will make plans after Lord Zhao's injury has healed. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hu couldn't stop crying. Thank you for saving me, my excellency. My husband is a stubborn person. When he was framed by others, he didn't even know how to refute it except to cry out for injustice. He said that the court would not wrongly accuse any honest official. Now the whole family has been exiled here. My mother is in poor health and died of illness before she got halfway. She doesn't even have a tomb. Fortunately, my aunt has been promised to someone else and has not been implicated by our family. However, a family of distant relatives who have been staying in our house have been implicated by us. My husband couldn't bear it, so he took all the beatings and scoldings for them along the way, so his health has become like this now. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruai told her to relax. Madam Zhao, you just need to stay here in Xia village with peace of mind. As for Zhao Jiwen's family, you don't have to feel sorry. After all, they have been living off your family for many years, and you have done your best to support them. If they were willing to endure hardships and build their own house, they wouldn't be in this situation today. In her eyes, Zhao Jiwen and his wife deserved it. Mrs. Hu nodded when she heard this. Hearing you say this, I feel much better. Shang Ruai smiled. You said that Lord Zhao is a stubborn person. Aren't you the same? It is useless to waste your energy on unworthy people and things. What you have to do now is to take good care of Lord Zhao and your son. Thank you for your advice. At this moment, Xiao stepped forward and whispered, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Jiwen brought Zhao Xinin here, saying that they are here to visit Lord Zhao. Shang Ruai nodded and sneered in her heart. Let them in. Mrs. Hu wiped the tears from her face. Not long after, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Jiwen walked in, followed by Zhao Xinin. Hello, madam. The three of them saluted Shang Ruai. No need to be so polite. Zhao Jiwen said with a smile. If it weren't for madam, we wouldn't even have a full meal. It's just a piece of cake. Shang Ruai's face showed no expression, and she said lightly, I was just thinking of sending someone to look for you. I thought about going to find Lord Zhang later and arrange a place for you to live. It's almost New Year's Day, and I want you to have a good new year in your new home. The three people's faces turned ugly when they heard it. Move away from here? How can that be possible? If you move away, how can you get close to that man? Lu stepped forward and said, Madam, can't we stay in the mansion? Shang Ruai knew what they were thinking and sneered. Stay in the mansion? What do you think my He family is? A refuge? Or do you think I'm as easy to talk to as Lord Zhao? I'm going to support your family of 3 for more than 10 years just by saying that I'm a relative. Shang Ruai looked at the three of them. We in the He family never keep idle people. These words made the three people's faces even uglier. The Zhao couple looked at each other and dared not say anything. Zhao Xian thought for a moment, then stepped forward and said, Madam, you misunderstood. My mother did not explain clearly. She meant that the three of us are willing to stay in the mansion to work, and we only ask you to take us in. Work? Shang Ruai smiled. Tell me what you can do? As long as you are willing to take us in, we can do anything. She suddenly knelt on the ground and said earnestly, Madam, please. At this moment, Song Fengji walked in. Sister-in-law, why are you here? I was free and wanted to chat with my sister-in-law to relieve my boredom. They said you were here, so I came here. She touched her round belly. I am about to give birth, and I feel at ease when my sister-in-law is at home. Her eyes fell on the other people in the room. Is this the new maid in the mansion?
No.
Shang Ruai whispered. She is just someone I rescued. She will leave the mansion in a few days. Zhao Xin was filled with resentment when she heard this. He had already knelt down in front of her, but she wanted to drive him away. Song Fengji's eyes fell on Zhao Zhili, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. She held the handkerchief in her hand and clenched it quietly. Wait for me outside first. Shang Ruai whispered. I will go back soon after I deal with the things here. Song Fengji pursed her lips, nodded, and swept her eyes over Zhao Zhili's family again, then turned and left. She walked to the door, paused, looked at Zhao Xinin who was kneeling on the ground, turned her eyes a few times and turned back. She said to Shang Ruai, "Sister-in-law, I think this girl seems to be clever and skillful. I still lack a servant in my yard. How about giving her to me?" Shang Ruai frowned. She knew what Zhao Xinin was thinking, so she didn't want to keep her in the mansion, but Song Fangji's request made her doubtful. At this moment, Zhao Xinin, who was kneeling on the ground, kowtowed. "Thank you, my dear, thank you." Song Fangji smiled and helped her up. "Come to my yard to serve in the future."
Yes.
Now as long as she can stay here, it doesn't matter which yard she is in. Shang Ruai's eyes passed over to Song Fangji's body without leaving a trace, and her heart sank slightly. Seeing this, Zhao Jiwen and his wife were about to ask her to let them stay, but they heard Shang Ruai say, "I see that you don't have any injuries, so I'll give you 5 taels of silver. Go back to Lord Zhang today, and let him arrange a place to stay." She said to the servant outside the door, "Go to the city defense department to find Lord Zhang, and take the people away."
Yes.
Zhao Jiwen and his wife heard that, and they couldn't stay any longer, so they had to follow the servants and leave. With 5 taels of silver, they can spend this winter safely. Shang Ruai looked at Zhao Xinin, who was looking happy, and said in a slightly cold voice, "Since you have caught the eye of the 3rd young master's wife, you should go to her courtyard and serve her well. Don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, even if you are a distant relative of Lord Zhao, I will definitely not show mercy." Zhao Xinin hurriedly saluted. "Yes, I know." Xiaoyao looked at Shang Ruai's eyes and whispered, "Miss Zhao, please pay attention to your identity. Now you are a servant. In front of the master, you should call yourself A." Hearing her say this, Zhao Xinin's face flashed an ugly look, but how could she dare to say no now? "Yes, I know." After she finished speaking, she gritted her teeth and secretly glared at Xiaoyao. "You just wait for me. When I become the master, I will definitely make you look good." Zhao Xinin lowered her eyes to cover the resentment in her eyes. Song Fangji saw all this with a slight flash in her eyes. Mrs. Hu stood at the end of the bed, looking at Shang Ruai's decisive style of action, and couldn't help showing admiration. Although the noble lady looks young, she is decisive in her actions. She can be regarded as a role model for us. "Madam Zhao, you are too kind." Shang Ruai took out the medicine from the medicine box and handed it to her. "Apply the medicine on time. I believe that Lord Zhao will wake up soon." She also ordered someone to give him the spiritual spring water. When Shang Ruai took Zhao Zhili's pulse, she found that he was just exhausted and had some skin injuries. Fortunately, it was winter now, and the wounds were not easy to get infected. Otherwise, they would fester, which would be difficult to deal with. "Thank you very much." Back in the yard, Hyuni walked in. "Sister-in-law." Shang Ruai looked at her with a slightly cold expression. Hyuni pursed her lips aggrievedly when she saw this. "Sister-in-law, are you angry?" "No, I'm fine. Why should I be angry?" She poured herself a cup of steaming milk tea and saw Hyuni swallowing her saliva at the door from the corner of her eye and said indifferently, "Tell me, why did you come to my place?" "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I shouldn't have rushed out without caring about anything that day. I will never dare to do it again." She moved in front of Shang Ruai, but did not dare to sit down. She stood aside and kept shaking her wrist. "Sister-in-law, I really know I was wrong. I was just worried about my 3rd brother's safety that day, and I acted on impulse." "Impulsive?" Shang Ruai interrupted her coldly. "Do you know how dangerous that day was? If that deputy general had ill intentions, you would." Shang Ruai did not continue, but patted her heavily. "You have only learned the basics of martial arts. At most, you can deal with a petty thief. If you have advanced martial arts, you are no match for him. What should I do?" Hyuni sighed. "My brother taught me for a few days, but he taught me to squat. I was exhausted every day, but I didn't learn anything. After the New Year's Day, you will practice hidden weapons with me." Shang Ruai had already thought about it. Martial arts cannot be achieved overnight, especially for people like Hyuni, who started learning late. They have already missed the best age to practice martial arts. However, gun skills are not difficult. If you can practice accuracy, it will be more practical than martial arts. Okay, I will listen to you. She shook Shang Ruai's sleeves and her eyes fell on the cup of milk tea on the table. Can I have a sip? Shang Ruai poured her a cup. Yuni was afraid that she would regret it, so she quickly held the milk tea in her hand. God knows how much she missed the taste of milk tea. She was almost crazy about it during the time she was recuperating at home. She drank in small sips and heard Shang Ruai say, "From today on, I found a partner to protect you 12 hours a day." Partner? Just when she was confused, she saw Shang Ruai snap her fingers and a slightly larger shadow slowly walked out of the curtain. The milk tea cup in Yuni's hand fell to the ground instantly. Old tiger. A tiger walked slowly to Shang Ruai, rubbing its huge head against her hand affectionately. Shang Ruai patted its head and said softly, "From today on, you'll protect her. If she loses a hair, I will pluck all the hair on your body." When the tiger heard this, human resentment appeared in his eyes. Shang Ruai glared at her, and the tiger had to resign himself to walking to Hyuni. At this time, Hyuni was stiff all over. She did envy Shang Ruai for having a white tiger as a pet, but it was really a very terrifying thing for her to raise one herself.
Sister-in-law.
From today on, it belongs to you alone. Shang Ruai took out a basin filled with spiritual spring books. Seeing this, the tiger stepped forward quickly and drank from it. It looked at Hyuni vigilantly, afraid that she would the water from it. Hyuni was speechless when she saw its defensive eyes. How hungry was she? She actually snatched water from a tiger? Give it a name. Name? Hyuni thought for a while and said, "Sister-in-law's tiger is called Xiaobai." She looked at the pattern on the tiger's body and smiled suddenly. Sister-in-law's tiger is white, so it is called Xiaobai. Mine is yellow, so I'll call it Xiaohuang. What? Xiaohuang? What kind of a name is that? The tiger stood up from the ground in an instant, with its tiger face drooping. It was the overlord of the forest after all, but it was given the name of a puppy. Where did it put its face? If the brothers in the space knew, would it still have the tiger face? Hyuni was startled by its action, looked at it carefully, swallowed, and said, "Are you dissatisfied?" Dissatisfied. Dissatisfied. Not satisfied at all. It wanted to roar to the sky, let her know that it was a tiger and not a dog. At this moment, a line of sight fell on it, and that line of sight was like a knife, cutting its flesh and began to hurt. The little yellow tiger raised its eyes slightly and looked at Shang Ruai. She looked at it expressionlessly. Her expression was normal, but it felt that a steel knife was already on its neck. As long as she gave an order, the steel knife could kill it. Its courage trembled violently, and its body, which had just sat up, fell down uncontrollably. Not only that, it turned over, exposing its belly on it, and its eyes were full of flattery. The next moment, it felt that the steel knife on its neck disappeared instantly, and Shang Ruoi had retracted her gaze. It took a heavy breath. Alive, survived. Shang Ruoi smiled and said to Hyuni, "Look, it likes the name you gave it very much." Xiao Huang couldn't help but howled in a low voice. It couldn't help but like it. Hyuni didn't expect that she had picked up such a big bargain, and left happily with Xiao Huang. The tigers in the space have been baptized by the spiritual spring water and have long been intelligent. Although they can't speak, they can understand every word people say. With it by Hyuni's side, Shang Ruoi is completely at ease. Soon it was New Year's Day, and early in the morning, the whole He mansion began to bustle. The cooks were busy from morning to night and made a total of 28 dishes. The New Year's Day here is the Spring Festival, the biggest day of the year. Shang Ruai looked at the letter in her hand in the room and couldn't help sighing. Xiaoyao saw this and said softly, "Miss, your husband is not coming back?" Shang Ruai nodded. "It seems that we have to spend the first New Year's Day in this place of exile by ourselves." At this moment, the servant outside said, "Young madam, the old lady and the ladies are all in the main hall, waiting for you." Shang Ruai was wearing a white cloak and only a jade hairpin on her head. Xiaoyao saw this and couldn't help saying, "Miss, today is New Year's Day. Isn't your dress too plain?" "It doesn't matter." She smiled. It's just a family dinner. It's better to be casual. She looked at the baby girl who was already sleeping in the cradle and said to Xiaoyao, "Don't leave her in the room by herself. Just hold her." She came to the main hall, and as the servant said, she was the only one who hadn't arrived yet. "Junior is late." "No problem," Lin said with a smile. "It's not time for dinner yet. We just happened to chat." Shang Ruoyi's eyes fell on Zhao Xinin, who was pouring water for Tsong Fangji. She has been honest these days. The servant she sent to watch Tsong's yard said that Zhao Xinin has been diligent and serious since he came to the yard, without any mistakes. In just these 2 days, he has surpassed the maid who originally served Tsong and became the most capable person around Tsong. She knew in her heart that Zhao Xinin was not an easy person to deal with. No matter how she behaved now, it was just to cover up her ambitions. "Boy, the servant you found for Fangji is really first-rate," Lin said with a smile. "He is both capable and considerate. Auntie would like to thank you here." Upon hearing this, Shang Ruoyi hurriedly said, "Third aunt, you are too polite. This servant was not found by me for my sister-in-law, but by my sister-in-law herself."
Oh.
"Third aunt, don't you know?" Shang Ruoyi looked at Tsong Fangji. "That day I wanted to send Miss Zhao out of the house, but she cried and insisted on staying as a. Even so, I wanted to refuse. After all, although she was staying in the mansion of Zhao County Magistrate, she was also half a lady of an official family. How could she be ordered around like a servant?" Shang Ruoyi looked at Zhao Xinin with a smile. "It happened that Fangji came to find me. Maybe I felt sorry for her, so I took her away. I think it was the fate between the two of them." "Yes, it must be fate." Lin looked at Zhao Xin. "It's just that her face isn't pretty, but she can be promised a steward in the future." Zhao Xin lowered her head upon hearing this, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. "Pretty face? What's wrong with her face?" "It's just that she suffered a little during the exile, so her skin looks a little rough. She actually wanted to be promised to a steward, and it was a pity that the old woman Lin could think of it. She will marry the prince in the future." She came to Tsong's yard and asked around, and found out that this was the former Dingwang Palace. The man who saved them that day was the former Tianshuan's god of war, the prince of Dingwang. No wonder he had such a fascinating demeanor, and no wonder he built a mansion in the exile area that was no less than the palace. She must marry the prince. What steward? He is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Shang Ruoyi saw her changing expressions, calmly drank a sip of tea, sneered in her heart. It was just as she thought. "Where is Jingheng? Why didn't he come with you?" Qin looked behind her. "He has something to deal with, so he may not be able to come for dinner today. I will ask the kitchen to make some food for him later. You don't have to worry." Only the people in Shang Ruoyi's courtyard knew that He Jingheng had left for Bailing. They were all selected and trained by Shang Ruoyi personally, and they kept their mouths shut about this matter. Therefore, no one in the He mansion noticed that He Jingheng had been away from home for a few days. "So that's how it is." Qin's tone was a little frustrated, and she sighed softly. Shang Ruoyi thought of Hiyuan, who was still in the manor in the county town. She was about to speak, but swallowed the words back. Now that only she knew that Hiyuan was still alive, she and He Jingheng planned to temporarily settle him there and take him back when the time was right. She looked at Qin's lonely appearance, and although she felt reluctant, she didn't say anything after all. The old princess sat in the first seat and sighed slightly. "On this day last year, we were still in the capital. Who could have imagined that in just 1 year, the Dingwa Palace would end up like this?" "Grandmother." Hiyuni smiled. "What's wrong with this? My brother no longer has to go to the battlefield, and we no longer have to worry all day long and live on thin ice in the capital. Even if we are in a high position, we still have trouble sleeping and eating. That kind of life is not as happy as today." She looked at Xiao Huang lying outside the door. Now she takes Xiao Huang with her wherever she goes. Even when she goes to the toilet, Xiao Huang is guarding outside. If she hadn't come here, how could she have such a cute tiger like Xiao Huang? Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw her appearance. Lin smiled and joked. "You little girl, everyone knows that your sister-in-law got you a tiger. Now it seems that your sister-in-law is really partial to you." Hyuni looked at Shang Ruai, and her smile became even bigger. Lin cast her eyes on Xiao Huang lying at the door, feeling quite envious. She thought for a moment and said to Shang Ruai, "Ruai, Auntie has an unwelcome request. Auntie, please tell me. I wonder if you can give us 2 of these tigers? I think these tigers are much more useful than the guards." Lin smiled and said, "Besides, Fangji is about to give birth, and with a tiger guarding us, we have an extra layer of protection, and we feel more at ease."
No, no.
Before Shang Ruai could answer, Song Fangji waved her hand to refuse. No one expected her to have such a big reaction, and they were all stunned for a moment. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, she hurriedly explained, "I have been extremely afraid of this kind of beast since I was a child, so don't let it stay in my yard." Lin nodded when she heard this. "Yes, since you are afraid, it's fine, but it would be bad if it scares the fetus." Song Fangji's expression gradually eased. Zhao Xiyin, who was standing behind her, also looked at Xiao Huang with great fear. When she heard Song Fangji's refusal, she took a breath and finally let go of her worries. She looked at Shang Ruai with a hint of fear in her eyes. She never thought that Shang Ruai, looking at such a weak and frail body, could tame a tiger. The tiger's teeth were extremely sharp. She felt frightened every time she saw Xiao Huang yawning. Being able to tame this kind of beast to this extent, Shang Ruai's ferocity can be imagined. Every time she thought of this, she would retreat a little. She believed that she was definitely not as good as a tiger. If she let the tiger bite her, she would be torn into pieces in an instant and become food for the tiger. Lin touched Song Fangji's belly and said with a smile, "After the New Year's Day, the baby in Fangji's belly will come out, and our He family will be lively." "Yes." The old princess also smiled. "We haven't had such a small child in the He family for many years." She looked at the baby in Xiaoyao's arms and waved. Xiaoyao handed the child to the old princess. During this period, he drank milk every day, and Shang Ruai gave her spiritual spring water from time to time. The child has grown a lot compared to when he first came back, and has become more and more lovely, with big eyes and 2 dimples at the corners of his mouth when he smiles. The old princess looked at the 2 dimples, and her expression paused. "Mom, what's wrong?" He Ziyuan asked. "Nothing. It's just that the child looks somewhat familiar." The old princess smiled. "I worry too much." "How can you tell whether a child this old looks like him?" He Ziyuan said. "How can it be such a coincidence? Jing Heng and Roy just happened to save the child of an acquaintance." The old princess said nothing, but couldn't help but look at the child in the cradle a few more times. "Have you given her a name?"
No.
Speaking of this, Shang Roy smiled embarrassedly. "There have been too many things recently, and I haven't been able to calm down to give her a name. Does Grandma have any good names? If Grandma can give a name, it will be a blessing for this child." The old princess thought for a while and said softly, "The rain falls in the river, and the white dew is not dried. You will be called Weishi." "Weishi, a good name." Shang Ruoi took the little Weishi and said with a smile, "From today on, you will be called He Weishi." The baby seemed to understand and giggled. After dinner, the whole family was busy in the main hall for a long time until the old princess dismissed them and everyone went back to rest. Shang Ruai returned to the room. She flashed into the space. Xiaobai threw himself on her and rubbed her hand with his big head. Shang Ruai thought of Song Fangji's abnormal appearance at dinner time, and her heart sank. "I don't know since when, Song Fangji is no longer as close to me as before, and she no longer goes to Hyun's yard. I hope I'm overthinking." She looked at the fruits in the space. They can be planted in the greenhouse next year. When the weather gets hot, the shop will also need to launch new drinks. When she came to the pool, there were a lot of white fish in it. She hadn't eaten fish for a long time, and she was a little greedy. There are not many lakes in Qingzhou, so there are fewer fish. Since she came here, she rarely eats fish and shrimp. She was about to catch one to grill and try it, and the tigers in the space suddenly became agitated. Shang Ruai frowned. Animals are much more sensitive to danger than humans. They looked like this, something must have happened outside. She looked outside the space and saw 3 men in black appearing in the room. The 3 men were sturdy and strong, and it was obvious that they were martial artists. At this time, they were looking for something in the room. "Boss, that woman is not here." TSK, such a good opportunity is wasted." "Sure, keep your voice down." A man whispered, "When we find the ring, the master will definitely reward us heavily. Then we will go to the brothel and pick a few girls. Can the women in the brothel be the same as this rich lady?" Okay, hurry up and find her. The woman will be back soon." The 3 thought that their whereabouts were hidden and not discovered by anyone, but in fact, their every move was seen clearly by Shang Ruai in the space. Shang Ruai was a little confused. Where did these people enter the mansion? Why didn't the secret guards outside find anything? "It's not here." The leading man stood in front of the dressing table and rummaged through the jewelry box. There were only a few hairpins in it. Shang Ruai didn't like complicated ornaments, and the jewelry box looked very shabby. At this moment, a faint fragrance came. At first, they didn't notice it. After a while, they felt that their strength was disappearing little by little. "Something's wrong, hurry up." When they reacted, it was too late. At this time, they couldn't even move a step. Shang Ruai walked out of the space and suddenly appeared in front of the 3 people, almost scaring them to death. You, where did you come from?" "I should be asking you this question." Shang Ruai sneered and said, "You 3 thieves are so bold that you dare to come here to steal." She lit the candle, and the room suddenly lit up. At this time, they had collapsed to the ground and couldn't move. "How did you get in?" The 3 looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and kept silent. At this moment, there was a sound of fighting outside the door. Shang Ruai's eyes darkened, and she came to the window, opened the window and looked outside. "I saw an old man fighting with the secret guards." This old man looked familiar. He was the one who kidnapped He Jinghe before. The 3 people lying on the ground saw the old man through the gap and gritted their teeth secretly. It's that old guy again. "Brother, if that old guy got the ring first, the master would definitely skin us alive." "I know," he said angrily. "If we let him get it, we will die." Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows when she heard it and came to the courtyard. When the old man saw her, he dodged the attack of the secret guards like a ghost and rushed straight to her. Seeing this, the secret guards wanted to stop him, but it was too late. This man's martial arts was too high, and they were no match for him. Shang Ruai showed a look of fear on her face and stretched out her hand to cover her face. A jade ring fell into the old man's eyes, and he saw his eyes flashed and stretched out his hand to grab her fingertips. Shang Ruai felt her fingers empty, and the ring on her thumb fell into the old man's hand. "Bold thief! Give me the ring back!" Shang Ruai shouted loudly. "Come on!
Catch him!"
Upon hearing this, all the guards drew their swords and surrounded the old man. "A bunch of ants." The old man sneered, swung his hand, and a powerful force swept out. The surrounding secret guards were blown away before they could get close. The old man sneered, "Without He Jinghe, you are not worth mentioning in my eyes." Shang Ruai frowned when she heard this. How did he know that He Jinghe was not in mansion? Could it be that his whereabouts were exposed? He looked at Shang Ruai and then at the ring in his hand. "Today, for the sake of the ring, I will spare your life. Don't fall into my hands next time, otherwise you will die without knowing how." The panic on Shang Ruai's face disappeared, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. "Really?" Seeing her like this, the old man's eyes showed a hint of suspicion. The Shang Ruai in front of him was completely different from the one just now. Before he could think, he heard Shang Ruai say, "I think you are mistaken. It is still unknown who will not let go of whom." As soon as she finished speaking, the old man felt something was wrong. The next moment, he felt that the internal force in his body disappeared instantly, and his body, which was originally in midair, fell uncontrollably from a high altitude. You. He looked at Shang Ruai with anger in his eyes. "You poisoned, and you actually used such a despicable means." "Despicable?" Shang Ruai sneered. "All is fair in war. You think this is a despicable means, but I think this is my way to defeat the enemy. Moreover, you have outstanding martial arts skills, but you come to rob a little girl like me. Don't you feel ashamed? She waved her hand, and several guards were ready to step forward and tie him up. At this moment, the old man's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he flipped his palm, and a mechanism box appeared in his hand. He pressed it hard, and a dense and fine needle flew towards him. Each needle was shining green, obviously poisoned. The guards who rushed in front were all hit, and they died of poisoning as soon as they fell. Shang Ruai's eyes were cold, and he took out a pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger with lightning speed. The bullet passed through the box in his hand and directly pierced his palm.
Ah!
The old man screamed, looking at the bloody hole in his palm and the smashed box, and looked at Shang Ruai in disbelief. What kind of magic did you use? Magic? Shang Ruai curled her lips. I'm afraid you don't have any knowledge, but you actually regard firearms as magic. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Yes, how could someone of unknown origin like you know such a powerful firearm? This is unique to Biling. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the old man shouting, You are talking nonsense. He held his palm with blood flowing. Biling has never had such a firearm.
How did you know?
Shang Ruai sneered. Are you from Biling? The old man heard this, without saying a word, but just stared at her hatefully. There was a flash of silver in Shang Ruai's hand, and 2 silver needles appeared in the palm of her hand. With a sudden swing, the 2 silver needles went straight into the old man's body. In an instant, he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers.
What did you do to me?
Nothing. Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at him. It's just to prevent you from hurting others. She said to the people behind her, Lock him up and keep him under strict watch.
Yes.
Shang Ruai returned to the room, and the 3 people lying on the ground were shocked to see her walk in intact. She came in, but where was the old man?
What are you looking at?
Shang Ruai sat on the chair. Xiaoyao brought a cup of hot tea, and was shocked when she saw the people lying on the ground. They ran into the young lady's room silently. If something happened, what should they do? Young lady, you.
I'm Fine.
Shang Ruai glanced at the people on the ground. How did you get in? The 3 looked at each other, moved their lips, and said nothing. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dagger appeared in her hand without knowing when. The candlelight fell on it, and the sharp blade made people tremble with fear. I don't like to force others. Since you don't want to talk, then don't talk. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 men didn't have time to laugh. She flicked her wrist, and the dagger flew over. There was a scream, and the dagger sank into a man's leg. The bright red blood flowed all over the ground, which was shocking to watch. I don't like to force others, and I don't like others not to answer my questions. You kept silent, and I thought you were dumb. Now it seems that you can talk. After she finished speaking, another dagger appeared in her hand. With a faint excitement in her eyes, she looked at the other man and said, Just now it was confirmed that he is not dumb. Now it's your turn.
No, no, no.
He shook his head hurriedly and said loudly, I'll tell you. What do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything. I thought she would stop, but Shang Ruai didn't blink, and the dagger in her hand flew out again. It happened to pierce his leg, and the wound was exactly the same as the man just now. Even the location of the shot was exactly the same. I don't like waiting for people. When you want to answer, I don't want to listen anymore. The screams continued. Shang Ruai picked her ears and moved her eyes to the last man, who was the boss mentioned by the thief. Before Shang Ruai could speak, she heard him shouting, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. We got in through a dog hole. Dog hole? How is that possible? You are looking at me and fooling me, right? How could there be a dog hole here? Really? It's just outside the wall of a side courtyard. Remote. Could it be the courtyard of Aunt Zhao and her family? Since they left, no one has lived in that courtyard. Really, we dare not lie, we really got in through the dog hole. Who is the master you're talking about? She said coldly. And that old man, do you know him? I know him. When the old man was mentioned, the man was even more anxious than she was. He is from Tianwai Villa. She had never heard of Tianwai Villa, but the old man knew He Jingheng, so He Jingheng must know the details of Tianwai Villa. What about you? Shang Ruai glanced at them. What force do you belong to? We are from Zingaman. The man stammered, Zingaman. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, smiled, and said, I think you Zingamen are not the opponent of Tianwai Villa. Otherwise, why did the old man run away? But I caught you? What? Ran away? The three of them gritted their teeth. They didn't expect that they would be at a disadvantage again. Seeing this, Shang Ruai's eyes flashed slightly, and she said slowly, but I can consider giving you a chance to make meritorious service. As long as you can draw the location and structure of Tianwai Villa, I can let you go.
Really?
The man said loudly. Of course. Shang Ruai's eyes flashed with coldness. That old guy actually dared to steal such an important thing. When I catch him, I will definitely skin him alive. As soon as Shang Ruai finished speaking, the man hurriedly asked, What did he steal? What does it have to do with you? Shang Ruai glanced at them and raised her jade hand. The man thought that his leg would also be stabbed, and he quickly shrank his neck in fear. After a long while, the expected pain did not come. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiaoyao standing in front of him with a pen and paper. Draw the blueprint and I will let you go. Shang Ruai whispered. The man got up from the ground and held the pen in his hand. Are you saying this? Really? She waved her hand. It's useless for me to take your lives. I don't want to see blood on New Year's Day. It's very unlucky. Hearing this, the man wrote on the paper. In less than an incense stick of time, a complete layout map was drawn. Shang Ruai looked at the blueprint in her palm and raised her eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect you to be so good at drawing. Tianwai Villa is our mortal enemy. Our Xinghe Gate has long been aware of their layout. He pointed to a secret door on the blueprint and said, We have found out that there is a secret door here that leads to a manor behind the villa. There is a woman kept in that manor. She is the mistress of the owner of Tianwai Villa. Speaking of Tianwai Villa, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Miss, you don't know that the wife of the owner of Tianwai Villa is a tigress. She doesn't allow the owner to take concubines, so the owner has to keep a concubine outside secretly.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Shang Ruai was in no mood to listen to his nonsense. She put away the blueprint, looked at them, and said, I have always kept my promises. If I said I would let you go, I will not break my promise. Of course, if you dare to lie to me and fool me with fake blueprints, I will order people to chase you to the end, even if you go to the ends of the earth. She waved her hand, and a white smoke rose up. The poison in your body has been eliminated, but there is still some residue. If I find out that you are lying, it will activate the toxins in your body. If you explode and die, don't blame me. When the three heard it, their faces suddenly turned ugly. They didn't expect that she still had a backup plan. Miss, this blueprint is real. That's better. Shang Ruai waved her hand. You go. I will definitely go to Zingaman. Thank you for your kindness, miss. Several people left the He mansion and looked back at the brightly lit mansion with extremely ugly faces. Boss, that woman said that old man He Chin took away something very important. It must be the ring. He covered the wound on his leg and said in a deep voice, We failed in this mission, and the master may punish us in some way. Yes, He Chin is a martial arts master, and he personally took action. He must be coming for the ring. We have to go back and tell the master that the ring was taken away by the people of Tianwai Villa. If the master knew that it was taken by He Chin, he would not blame us too much. Shang Ruai stood by the window, and Xiaoyao put on her outer robe. Miss, we obviously caught that person. Why do you say he escaped? The hermit has his own clever plan. Shang Ruai smiled. Since everyone wanted the ring, she might as well spread the word and make Tianwai Villa the target of public criticism. At that time, she could easily catch Tianwai Villa in one fell swoop. She came to the most remote room. At this time, He Chin had been tied to a pillar. Seeing her come in, He Chin snorted coldly. I didn't expect that after a lifetime of success, I would be tricked by a little kid like you. He said in a deep voice, I still haven't figured out when you poisoned me. Shang Ruai shook the ring on her hand. Aren't you here for this? He-chen's pupils shrank slightly. You actually poisoned the ring. With so many people coveting this ring, I naturally have to think of some countermeasures. Shang Ruoi smiled. But I'm very curious. What do you want this broken ring for? He-chen looked at the ring on her hand and sneered. What do you know as a woman? This emerald ring is more than just a decoration. It is the symbol of the Dinghua Palace. Shang Ruai said lightly. But now the Dinghua Palace no longer exists, and this ring is just a thought. I really don't understand what the point of your succession is. Why is it meaningless? What's the point? Shang Ruoi sneered. You don't think it's true, as the rumors say, that this ring is the key to some secret treasure? Or some nonsense that if you get the ring, you can command millions of soldiers? She couldn't help laughing. If there really are millions of soldiers and countless treasures, do you think the Dinghua Palace will still suffer in this wild land? Wouldn't it be better to overthrow the court and become the emperor? According to the prestige of the Dinghua Palace over the years and its status in the hearts of the people, if there is a day of rebellion, people all over the world will only think it is the fault of the court. Her words made He-chen fall into deep thought. After a while, he looked at Shang Ruai and said in a hoarse voice, How do you know so much? Not only do I know so much, I also know. Is it He Jinghe, that dog thing, who told you these things? Shang Ruai was right. After He Jinghe was taken to Tianwai Villa, he told them everything about the ring without them interrogating. I guessed it was him, He Jing, and that. Ever since he was kicked out of the He family, he has been unwilling to resign himself to it and has been spreading rumors and fanning the flames everywhere, wishing to kill our family. But is he still in your Tianwai Villa? He-chen was shocked. How do you know I am from Tianwai Villa? I knew it when you took He Jinghe away. Xiao Yao, who was standing not far behind her, lowered her head when she heard this. She was really afraid that she would not be able to help laughing. Her young lady was really amazing. She just fooled those 3 idiots, and now she fooled the old man. He-chen gritted his teeth and simply stopped talking. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Shang Ruai said lightly. I can let you go, but I have a condition. What condition?
Send He Jinghe back to me.
Shang Ruai's eyes were cold. The traitor of the He family must be brought back to the He family to be punished. She curled the corners of her lips. I advise you to go back and make it clear to your owner. If I don't see He Jinghe alive in the He family in a month, don't blame me for going to the door directly to ask for him. Go to the door? He-chen couldn't help but sneer. I'm not bragging, but our Tianwai Villa is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. I didn't expect you to be so conceited. Shang Ruai said with a smile. There are a total of 9 formations outside your Tianwai Villa. There are 2 Tai Chi Bagua formations after entering the gate of the villa. There is a 4 symbols constellation formation outside the main hall, and a 5 elements birth and death formation at the back door. With every word Shang Ruai said, He-chen's face turned paler. How did you know that? It's just a few formations. Do you really think no one can them? Shang Ruai sneered. No matter how you change the formations, they are full of loopholes in my eyes and are not worth mentioning. The moment Shang Ruai got the blueprint, she saw the trick. So don't be too conceited. You must know that there are always people who are better than you. He-chen finally lost the battle and said with a weak breath, When I return to the villa, I will send someone to send He Jinghe back. Send him back alive and well. Okay. Shang Ruai took out half of the antidote and gave it to him. When he comes back, I will give you the remaining half. He swallowed half of the antidote and felt the strength in his body recover. If you don't fulfill your promise, I will not only go to the villa in person, but you will also not be able to get your antidote. She really wanted to bring He Jinghe back and have a good trial to find out who was behind him. The next morning, before she got up, she heard a commotion outside the yard. After tossing until the second half of the night, she lay on the bed and felt extremely tired. After a while, she fell asleep. She didn't realize that when she was asleep, her heart lit up, and a pure energy flowed from her heart to her limbs, and all the fatigue in her body dissipated. The next morning, before she woke up, there was a noise in the yard. Shang Ruai opened her eyes and looked at the curtain in front of her. For a moment, she forgot where she was. It took a long time for her to come to her senses. She sat up straight and just wanted to stretch. She heard crackling sounds from all the joints in her body. What is going on? At this moment, she actually felt a burst of energy appearing in her body. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes to find out what was wrong with her body. Suddenly, she felt a force. Could it be that this is internal force? She stretched out her hand and waved it hard, and saw that the cup on the table seemed to be pulled by some force and fell straight to the ground. Hiss. That's right, this is really internal force. It's just asleep. How could internal force appear inexplicably in her body? She closed her eyes and her consciousness entered the space. At this time, the space was expanded several times, and the fish pond was also expanded several times. Shang Ruai was delighted to see this. With such a large pond, not to mention 10,000 or even 100,000 oysters can be raised. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Miss, are you up? Today is the first day of the first lunar month, and you have to get up early.
Come in.
Xiaoyao and Ingxue walked in together. The three of them just walked in and were stunned when they saw Shang Ruai. Miss, your face. Face? Shang Ruai put her hand on her face, and what she touched was not skin, but a layer of sticky stuff. She hurriedly got up and came to the bronze mirror, only to see that her originally fair skin was covered with a layer of black stuff. She immediately realized that it should be the upgrade of the space that removed the remaining impurities in her body. It's okay, just get a basin of warm water. Xiaoyao heard the words and trotted to bring the warm water over. The black stuff was washed away by her bit by bit, and when she revealed her original appearance, the three people's eyes lit up. Miss, you have become more beautiful, Xiaoyao said in surprise. Just using that layer of black stuff can make people more beautiful? Xiaoyao's words made Shang Ruai's heart move. Isn't she talking about the mask? Yes. I can open a skincare shop here, she said to Xiaoyao. My dear Xiaoyao, you really helped me a lot. She had a smile on her face. Today is the first day of the first lunar month. Each person will be given 10 taels of silver to wish for a good start. Thank you, Mississippi. She came to the old princess's yard. At this time, Song Fangji had not come yet. The old princess looked behind her. Is Jingheng still not back? At this time, a skirt appeared in Shang Ruai's peripheral vision. She smiled and said, Grandma, Jingheng still has things to do. When he finishes, he will definitely come to pay his respects to you. As soon as the voice fell, Song Fangji walked in from the corner with the help of Zhao Xin.
Pay your respects to Grandma.
You are heavy, sit down quickly. What's the importance of these empty formalities? The old princess said hurriedly. Song Fangji was a little sluggish, her face was not very good, and she couldn't cheer up. Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but say worriedly, Fangji, are you feeling uncomfortable? Song Fangji shook her head. Maybe, I didn't rest well yesterday. Shang Ruai walked up to her and felt her pulse. After a while, she couldn't help but frowned. Have you been anxious and having abdominal pain these days? Song Fangji nodded. Yes, but mother said that I am about to give birth now, and this symptom is normal. Shang Ruai's face was cold, and her eyes were very serious. He Jingxi asked nervously, Sister-in-law, what happened to Fangji? The fetus is in an abnormal position, and it must be induced immediately. She looked at Lin and said, Third aunt, where's the midwife? The midwife has been at home. To be on the safe side, Lin invited 3 midwives. Shang Ruai took out a silver needle and applied a few needles on the back of Song Fangji's hand. Her face was much relieved, but she still felt anxious. At this moment, a drop of blood dripped down.
Blood. Blood.
Bleeding. He Jingxi shouted. Why are you shouting? Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. Why don't you carry her back to the yard? Okay. He Jingxi recovered and carried Song Fangji back to the yard. At this time, waves of abdominal pain came, and Song Fangji's face suddenly turned pale. Song Fangji bit her lips tightly, clutched her clothes with both hands, and beads of sweat dripped from her head. Child, my child, Song Fangji said in a trembling voice. Sister-in-law, you must save the child. I'm here, don't worry. Shang Ruoyi took out the spiritual spring water for her to drink. A force appeared in her body. Listen to the midwife later. I'll take care of everything. Shang Ruoyi held her hand. No matter what, I will keep you and your child safe. Shang Ruoyi stood outside the curtain, and Song Fangji's cries of pain could be heard from time to time. The old princess and Qin were waiting in the main hall. The old princess murmured, Amitabha, Bodhisattva bless, ancestors bless, Fangji and her child must be safe. Qin was also a little restless, and kept sending servants to inquire about the news. He Ziyuan's hand holding the teacup kept shaking. On the surface, he looked very calm, but in fact, his heart had been turbulent for a long time. As the first child in the family, everyone attached great importance to him. Lin kept turning around in the main hall, which gave He Ziyuan a headache. He put the teacup on the table. Sit down, stop turning around, it makes me dizzy. Yes, third daughter-in-law. Please sit down. The old princess was already anxious, and she was even more upset when she turned around. Oh, I can hear Fangzi's screams in the main hall. How can I sit down? She wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief. We are all women. How can we not know how painful it is to give birth to a child?
Oh.
Qin sighed and said, Fangji is a lucky person. She will definitely turn danger into safety. Besides, Ruoyi is by her side. Fangji and the child will be fine. Thinking of Shang Ruoyi, Lin's heart was slightly relieved. Fangji has always been in trouble since the day she became pregnant, and she almost had a miscarriage several times. If this child can be born safely, it will be God's blessing. At this moment, a maid ran in a panic. Oh no, oh no.
Madam.
Young madam. The young madam fainted.
What?
Lin put on her outer robe and ran out quickly. Song Fangji was exhausted and suddenly fainted, scaring the midwife. Young madam, young madam. Shang Ruoyi heard the voice and hurried in. What's going on? Oh no, the young madam fainted. The midwife said anxiously, the baby's fetal position is not right to begin with, and now we are really powerless. We pinched the Ren philtrum and fed her ginseng soup, but there is no response at all. Shang Ruoyi opened the curtain and walked in. At this time, Song Fangji was lying on the bed with a pale face, as if all her energy was exhausted. She stepped forward quickly and felt her pulse. It's bad. All the strength in her body is used up, and now even the spiritual spring water may not wake her up. But now the delivery is imminent. If she can't wake up, she and the baby in her belly will be in danger. Now, only a cesarean section can be performed. But how will the people here accept her approach? Save the big one or the small one? The midwife's words echoed in her mind. Shang Ruoyi's pupils shrank slightly, and she said to the people in the room, Everyone, all go out. No one is allowed to step into the room without my order. Remember, no one. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Driving everyone out now is undoubtedly a declaration of giving up. Madam, considering the current condition of the third young lady, it is still possible to save one. The midwife looked at Song Fangji lying on the bed, feeling a little bit reluctant. After all, these are 2 lives. That's why I let you all go out. Shang Ruoyi urged. Hurry. Madam, what are you doing? A female voice came from the side. Zhao Xin stepped forward and said angrily, Our young lady is clearly still breathing. Why don't you allow her to be treated? When did I say I wouldn't treat her? Shang Ruoyi sneered. You are a servant. How dare you yell at the master here? Who taught you the rules? My rules were taught by the third young lady. I was brought into the yard by the third young lady, so I will always be grateful to the third young lady for her kindness. I will never stand seeing the young lady bullying my young lady by relying on her kindness, and now she even dares to murder her and her unborn child. As a close servant of the third young lady, I can't let you do this even if it costs my life. Zhao Xin's eyes flashed slightly. It would be great if he could use Song's life to drive Shang Ruoyi out of the mansion. By then, with her appearance, wouldn't the 2 young masters in the mansion be fascinated by her? Everything Shang Ruoyi has will be hers. When the time comes, She will bring her parents over. Her life will surely be more comfortable than before in the county governor's mansion. Thinking of this, she felt even happier, as if she would soon be able to live the life she imagined. Are you jealous that our young lady is pregnant, and it is very likely to be a son, the eldest son and grandson of the He family, so you deliberately don't let the midwife deliver the baby properly? As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Ruai slapped her in the face. Because she had just gained internal strength and could not control the strength, this slap directly slapped her 2 meters away, and half of her face was visibly swollen. Her words fell into the ears of Liu, and the old princess who came all the way. What's going on? The old princess stepped forward quickly. What happened? Lin grabbed Shang Ruai's hand and asked, Where is Fangji? How is Fangji? Before Shang Ruai could answer, Zhao Xinin seemed to have found a backer and knelt in front of Lin crying, Madam, please save our young lady. Lin frowned. What's going on? Aunt, I don't have time to explain now. Let everyone leave first. I will treat Fangji myself. If you delay any further, it will be too late. Hearing this, Lin nodded hurriedly. Okay, Aunt believes you. Her eyes fell on Zhao Xinin and she whispered, Didn't you hear what the young lady said? Back off. Zhao Xinin didn't expect the He family to trust Shang Ruai so much, and no one paid attention to what she said. She wanted to say something to delay time, but her arms were clamped by a pair of strong hands, and her body fell backwards uncontrollably. She turned her head and saw that it was Yingyue, the maid next to Shang Ruai. She didn't expect that she had such great strength. Madam, save our young lady. Before she could finish her words, she was dragged out by Yingyue. Without my permission, even if the King of Heaven comes, you must guard this door for me. There was a trace of internal force in her words, and all the secret guards in the courtyard were shocked. Yun Tian, who had just recovered from his injury and was about to pay his respects, suddenly stopped. Is this the Crown Prince's consort? When did the Crown Prince's consort have internal force? He only recovered from his injury for more than a month. What happened during this period? He pulled the guard beside him and asked, How long have I been recovering from my injury? Yunwei, you have been recovering for less than a month. After walking a few steps, he pulled another guard. How long have I been recovering from my injury? Less than a month. Hearing this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace and walked towards Song's yard. After everyone left, Shang Ruai took out a syringe and injected anesthetic into her body. After confirming that she was completely unconscious, Shang Ruai waved her hand and brought her into the space. The consciousness flashed, and the next moment, Song was already on the operating table. Shang Ruai picked up the scalpel and began the operation with ease. He Jingxi was waiting anxiously at the door. Lin clenched her hands and said to He Jingxi beside her, Don't turn around.
I'm dizzy.
Mom, Fangji will be okay, right? Without waiting for Lin to answer, Zhao Xin knelt on the ground with a plop. Master, please save the third young master's wife. The young master has no good intentions at all. She is jealous of the third young master's wife's pregnancy and wants to harm her. She doesn't let the midwife deliver the baby. Now the third young master's wife is in a coma. Isn't her life and death in her hands? Hearing this, He Jingxi's eyes were full of doubts. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin walked forward, raised her hand, and slapped her in the face fiercely. Little, you dare to slander Ruai. You are so bold. Zhao Xinin's head was hit to the side, and she looked at Lin in disbelief. Madam, how dare you spread rumors here? What kind of character is Ruai? How can you, a servant, comment on it casually? Zhao Xinin was still unwilling to give up. Madam, the young lady just doesn't want our third young lady to give birth to the eldest son and grandson of the He family and wants her child to monopolize the He family's property. Shut up. The old princess knocked the dragon-headed crutch in her hand fiercely and said angrily, Come on. Drag her away, give her 50 lashes, and wait for her punishment. As soon as the old princess finished speaking, Xiaoyao stepped forward. Old madam, the third young lady is giving birth now. It is not appropriate to see blood. Or wait until our young lady helps the third young lady to deliver the baby before making any punishment. Look at me, I'm totally confused. The old princess nodded. Then hold her down first and wait for her fate. Xiaoya winked at Ah Cheng, who stepped forward, tied Zhao Xining up with a rope, and blocked her mouth and pushed her down. The cesarean section was just a minor operation for Shang Ruai. It didn't take long to take out the fetus in Song's belly, suture the wound, and then take her back to the bed. The crying of the baby reached everyone's ears. It's born. It's born. Lin said loudly. It's really born. He Jingxi was overjoyed. Mom, I'm a father. I'm really a father. After saying that, he was ready to rush into the room. At this moment, a figure blocked him in front of him. Third Master, our world. Young lady said that without her permission, even the King of Heaven can't enter. He Jingxi heard this, touched his nose, and stepped back. After a while, Shang Rui's voice came. Yun Tian, let them in. He Jingxi rushed forward, and at this moment, the midwife stepped forward and said loudly, Master, you can't come in. You can't come in. Why is that? Men can't go in when women are giving birth. It's unlucky. Wait until the servants clean up the room, and then you can go in. The old princess nodded. Jingxi, the midwife is right. You wait outside. The midwives went in and were about to take the child from Shang Ruai's arms when they heard Shang Ruai say, Where is he Jingxi? Madam, I'll take the child to the third young master to have a look. There is still blood in the room. It's unlucky for a man to come in. Let the young master come in after everything is cleaned up. Shang Ruai frowned, and a trace of anger surged in her heart. Thinking that Song was still thinking about giving birth to a child for He Jingxi when her life was in danger, she wanted to kick He Jingxi indirectly. Giving birth is hard enough, and the blood from giving birth is also despised. If it weren't for her today, Song might really die of dystocia. She shouted angrily, He Jingxi, come in. Oh, madam, you can't come in, you can't come in. It's unlucky. Hearing this, He Jingxi hurriedly pushed the door open, and the old princess and Lin followed in. The strong smell of blood rushed into his nose, and He Jingxi was horrified. Sister-in-law, is there something wrong with Fangji? Shang Rui put the child in her arms and his hands. Your son, don't you want to hold him yourself?
Son.
Lin's smile became even bigger. At this time, the baby had fallen asleep, and it seemed that the posture of holding him was a little uncomfortable, and he immediately burst into tears. How could He Jingxi hold a child? He couldn't help but stiffen all over. Upon seeing this, Lin hurriedly took the child and glared at He Jingxi. You can't even hold a child properly. The old princess was also very happy to hear that it was a boy, but she was a little confused. Ruai, you let Jingxi come in just to hold the baby? Shang Ruai nodded. That's right. Ruai, since ancient times, it has been very unlucky for a man to enter the delivery room. Why do you have to let him in? Shang Ruai smiled. Grandma, why is it unlucky for a man to enter the delivery room? Where did this dregs come from? Dregs? Shang Ruai's words made the faces of everyone present change suddenly. How dare you disrespect your ancestors? Everything passed down by our ancestors must be good? We must abide by it? Shang Ruai sneered. Since ancient times, a new emperor has to reenact laws and re-establish rules when he ascends the throne. What does this mean? It means that many of the previous things are dross. Otherwise, why not just continue to use them? She didn't care about the faces of the people present and continued. It is extremely hard for a woman to be pregnant for 10 months, and it is extremely dangerous to give birth. The mother fights for her life to give birth to a new life. In this process, what did the man do? He can neither share the hardship of pregnancy nor empathize with the difficulties of childbirth. Can it be said that he can't even provide the first-time care after giving birth? It's ridiculous to say that men can't enter the delivery room for some reason. Shang Ruai looked at He Jingxi. Fangji survived a life-threatening situation today to give birth to the child. Who of you asked her how she was when you entered the room? Shang Ruai's words stunned everyone in the room, especially the old princess and Lin. In their minds, it was normal for a woman to get pregnant and give birth, and they had never thought about it so much. He said in a hoarse voice, "Sister-in-law, how did Fangji survive?" Shang Ruai sighed. "If I hadn't learned the medical skills of cesarean section from my master, I'm afraid both mother and child would have died today."
What?
Cesarean section? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Cesarean section to get the baby? Lin asked in surprise. "How is Fangji now?" Shang Ruai said softly. "It's okay. The wound has been sutured, and it will heal within 10 days, and it will be back to normal in more than a month." Although she said so, everyone's face was still very ugly. At this time, there was a faint movement on the bed. Hiss. Song Fangji moved, and the pain in her abdomen made her cry out in a low voice. "Don't move." Shang Ruai walked forward. "You still have a wound on your abdomen. You must be extremely careful no matter what you do these days." "Wound?" Song Fangji said in surprise. "How can there be a wound? I just performed a cesarean section on you." Cesarean section? Although Song Fangji didn't know what a cesarean section was, it was not difficult to understand the word cesarean section. She didn't know anything about what happened after she fell into a coma due to dystocia. When her consciousness faded, she thought she couldn't get through this level. At this time, she no longer cared about the pain in her body and struggled to sit up. "I told you not to move now." Shang Ruai held her down. "The child is fine. He has fallen asleep."
Confronting pauset, tia phaling unconventional.
"Sister-in-law, thank you. Thank you." She cried and said, I thought. "Don't think too much. Now you and your child are safe, which is more important than anything else." At this moment, He stepped forward and wanted to hold Song Fangji's hand, but he was worried that his hands would freeze her. He rubbed them on his clothes for a long time before holding her hand and whispered, "Fangji, you have suffered." With just one sentence, Song Fangji's tears fell even more fiercely. Lin came forward with the child in her arms. Song Fangji looked at the baby in the cradle and finally smiled. This is her child, the child she exchanged for her life. She looked at Shang Ruai. A complicated look flashed to her eyes, her lips moved slightly, and she didn't say anything else except thank you. The old princess looked at Shang Ruai's figure, thought about what she had just said, and her heart was slightly moved. Shang Ruai came to the main hall and ordered someone to bring Zhao Xinin over. The old princess whispered, "Ruai, there is no need to interrogate her, just beat her with a stick and drive her out of the house." Zhao Xinin knelt on the ground and cried, "Old madam, I really do care about the master. I am wronged. I do care about the master?" Shang Ruai sneered. "What are you thinking? Don't think I don't know. You are chattering there, aren't you just trying to stop me from treating Song? You are confusing right and wrong, sowing discord. A servant actually wants to ride on the master's head. Or you are planning to drag Song to death so that you have a chance to replace her. Let everyone think that I am jealous of Song. It would be best to blame Song's death on me and drive me out of the house." She looked at Zhao Xinin, and seeing that her face was getting paler and paler, she knew that she had guessed it all. "Your ultimate goal is nothing but the He family's money. You hope to live a parasitic life like you do in the county magistrate's mansion." Shang Ruai sneered. "You think you are smart enough, so you want to treat everyone as a fool. In fact, you are the real fool." Zhao Xin didn't expect that Shang Ruai had guessed all her plans. She fell to the ground weakly. After a while, she said faintly, When did you know that?" She said this, which was a confession. The old princess said angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you have such dirty thoughts on our He family? What else can I say?
Just punish me."
Zhao Xin was shocked when she heard it, and hurriedly stood up. "Why? I just come to your He family to work. I haven't signed a contract to sell myself, let alone a death contract. Why should I let you punish me?" Now that her thoughts were exposed by Shang Ruai, she didn't plan to continue pretending. She simply stood up and looked at the old princess and Shang Ruai coldly. "You are just exiled prisoners. Do you think you are the princess and the prince's consort of the Dinghua Palace? I haven't broken the law. Why do you punish me?" The old princess was furious when she heard it. Although her property was confiscated and she was exiled, she still had the pride of a royal family in her bones. Now that this fig leaf was lifted in public, how could she bear it?
You.
Zhao Xin raised her chin slightly. What about the princess? What about the prince's wife? You are nothing now, and your descendants are also descendants of criminals. They will never be allowed to enter the government, forever and ever, and the Dinghua Palace will be criminals. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped her face. Shang Ruai did not hold back in this slap, and directly slapped her more than 2 meters away. She opened her mouth, and 2 teeth and blood came out of her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Xin was dazed by the beating, and looked at her with horror. Shang Ruai walked forward step by step, looked down at her, and said in a cold voice, "Nothing? Descendant of a criminal?" Her face was serious, and she looked at her as if she was looking at a dead person. Do you know what the 4 words Dinghua Palace mean to Tianshan? Do you know how many soldiers of Dinghua Palace die on the battlefield for the people of Tianshan every year? Tianshan can have the peace it has today, and the people can live and work in peace and contentment. A large part of it is due to the credit of Dinghua Palace. Now that Dinghua Palace has been demoted and exiled, have all its past achievements been forgotten? Those soldiers who died for their country have lost their names?
Absolutely impossible.
Shang Ruai's words were like a shot of adrenaline, which cheered up everyone present. Yun Tianshou stood outside, his eyes slightly red. Whether exiled or demoted, they didn't care at all. In their hearts, whether the court recognized it or not, the Dinghua Palace would always exist. But what really made them sad was all the soldiers who were buried. Their brothers, for the sake of the common people, had lost their lives and property, and now they had to bear the infamy of criminals and traitors. If you were not a relative of Zhao Juanshou, I would not agree to keep you even if you broke your head last time. But now, if Lord Zhao knew, he would want to drive you away as soon as possible. At this time, Zhao Xinin's face was swollen like a pig's head. She stared, wanting to speak but not daring to speak, for fear that what she said would annoy her again. With her hand strength, a few punches would beat her half to death. Come on, kick her out of the palace. The old princess sat on the chair and knocked the ground heavily with her cane. The anger in her heart slowly dissipated. Looking at Shang Ruai's back, she couldn't help but nodded secretly. This granddaughter-in-law of mine is indeed different from others. Although she is very opinionated and even sneers at the rules of the ancestors, it is undeniable that every time she makes some emotional remarks, it always makes their blood boil and they feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Yun Tian walked forward, lifted her up like a chicken, and threw her out of the house regardless of Zhao Xin's struggle. It was the coldest time of the year, and the ground was very hard. Zhao Xin was thrown on it, and felt as if the bones in her body were broken. Yun Tian glanced at her. Get out of here, and don't show up in front of our wife again. On the first day of the first lunar month, Song gave birth to the eldest grandson of the He family and was very happy. All the servants in the He family were rewarded with 3 taels of silver. The news that Zhao Xin was driven out of the house soon reached everyone's ears. After hearing this, they became more careful and worked diligently, not daring to be negligent. Zhao Xin finally found his parents' residence. Zhao Jiwen and his wife were shocked to see a woman with a face as swollen as a pig's head. Who are you? Zhao Jiwen said in surprise.
Dad.
Zhao Xin stepped forward quickly, grabbed Zhao Jiwen's hand, and spoke with a leak. Zhao Jiwen was startled and said quickly, Girl, don't say that. I only have 1 daughter. He shook off Zhao Xinin's hand that was holding his arm. Zhao Xinin fell to the ground and spit out blood. Zhao Jiwen was so scared that he ran back home and closed the door. Seeing him so flustered, Lu couldn't help asking, What's wrong? It's not suitable to go out today. I just went out and met a lunatic. Zhao Jiwen said with lingering fear. She grabbed my arm as soon as she came up. Her face was as ugly as a pig. It was really scary. He patted his chest. Fortunately, I hid quickly. Otherwise, she would have blackmailed me. Lu wanted to open the door to take a look, but Zhao Jiwen quickly pulled her back. Don't go out to take a look. Are you afraid of being blackmailed by others? When Lu heard this, she quickly retracted her hand. Thinking about it, they are not as rich as they were in the county governor's mansion. They only have a few taels of silver. If they are blackmailed by others, they will starve to death before winter. Zhao Xin lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. She didn't expect that she had finally come back, but was left outside by her own parents. It was the first month of the year, and it was the coldest time of winter. If she stayed outside like this for a day, she would be frozen to death. She crawled to the door with all her strength. Lu was still a little curious and looked out through the small window. She happened to see her crawling into the yard with blood all over her face. She was so scared that she shouted loudly, "Boss!
Boss!
Come quickly! That crazy girl is crawling into the yard." Zhao Jiwen got off the Kong immediately after hearing it, looked around, picked up a thicker wooden stick, and walked out. "It's so unlucky that you ran to my house on the first day of the new year. I'll beat you to death." "Boss, don't be impulsive.
It's not good to beat someone to death.
We have been exiled. If we beat someone to death again, we may have to pay with our lives." "Then what do you say? What should we do? Why don't we just not open the door and ignore her screams? It's none of our business if she freezes to death outside." Lu's words made Zhao Jiwen's eyes light up. "Madam is smart." He looked at the wooden stick in his hand and pushed the door shut from the inside. Zhao Xin finally climbed to the door and knocked on it vigorously. Lu stood in the room with her hands on her hips and spat. You come here to beg for food on New Year's Day. Isn't that unlucky? I won't open the door for you, and you'll freeze to death." Lu was originally from a small family, and she hooked up with Zhao Jiwen. Later, the couple shamelessly approached Zhao Zhili, and they always felt that they were from a wealthy family. In fact, the couple were no different from those farmers, and were even worse than farmers. Zhao Xin used all her strength to knock on the door. "Dad and Mom, I'm Xin."
I'm Xin.
Her voice reached Lu's ears, and Lu blinked. Was she hallucinating? She said she was Xin? Lu hesitated and walked forward, opening the doorway, and saw that although the woman was ugly, her figure was indeed similar to her daughter. "Dad and Mom, I'm Xin." Lu looked carefully, her eyes suddenly widened. "Daughter."
Xin.
She rushed out, turned around, and shouted to Zhao Jiwen. "Master."
Komin.
"It's my daughter."
What?
Zhao Jiwen didn't even have time to put on his shoes and ran out barefoot. When Zhao Xin was carried to the Kong, she was already gasping for breath. "Daughter, what's the matter? Aren't you working for the He family? How did you become like this?" Lu looked at her distressfully. "But what happened?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Xin's face was pale, and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Seeing this, Lu hurriedly went to look in the box, and soon took out a porcelain bottle. This was given to them by Shang Ruai when they were at the He family. She saved her share, but she didn't expect to use it today. There was spiritual spring water in the porcelain bottle. After she drank half a bottle, Zhao Xin's face eased a lot. She told the couple Zhao about how she was kicked out. Zhao Jiwen slammed the table fiercely. "This is too much. The He family actually kicked you out. What did Zhao Zhili and Hu do? They didn't even plead for you?" Lu was also furious and said angrily, "I knew that Zhao Zhili and his wife were unreliable. Now that Xin has been kicked out, how can she be the mistress of the He family? Don't worry." Zhao Jiwen narrowed his eyes slightly. "How dare you do this to us? I will definitely not let Zhao Zhili and his wife have an easy life, let alone let the He family have an easy life." After Tsong gave birth to the child, Shang Ruai had put her mind at ease. She was ready to leave for Bailing. After all, she had already agreed with the Bailing Li family to go to Bai Dongzhu after the new year. "Miss, do you really not need us to accompany you this time?" Ingue was a little worried. "The people of Bailing are fierce by nature. I'm afraid they will hurt you." Shang Ruai smiled. "It's okay. Ah Ching is here, don't worry." Shang Ruai looked at Xiaoyao, who was standing beside her. "However, I do need a maid to take care of my daily life. Xiaoyao, are you willing to go with me?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to agree, she saw the mischievous smile in her young lady's eyes. "Miss." Shang Ruai smiled. "Why?" You don't want to go? Then I'll have to let Sister Inua accompany me, and you'll have to guard the yard by yourself. Is it not okay for me to go? Miss is always making fun of me. Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed, and she didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. Zhang Ruai looked at the worried look of Sister Inua, waved her hand, and a burst of energy suddenly appeared, and the teacup on the table shattered instantly. Internal force. Inua said in surprise, Miss, you have such a deep internal force. Zhang Ruai smiled. I don't know why, but when I woke up that day, it was as if my run and do meridians were opened, and I actually had internal force. All her words fell into the ears of Yuntian, who was about to knock on the door. Gaining internal force after sleeping? The crown prince's concubine lives just to attack people. He had never heard of anyone who cultivated his inner strength in his sleep. Zhang Ruai was not lying. She had indeed gained this inner strength in her sleep. At this moment, Zhang Ruai walked out of the room. Yuntian hurried forward and whispered, Princess, let me go with you. Zhang Ruai shook her head. No, I will keep you here. It will be very useful. She looked in the direction of Tsong Fengji's yard. You stay in the mansion and must pay attention to Tsong's yard. Madam San Shao? Zhang Ruai nodded. If she was right, Tsong Fengji must be hiding something from them. The previous incident in the mansion was investigated by someone, perhaps it was related to her. Taking advantage of the night, Zhang Ruai took Xiaoyao and Ah Cheng away. As soon as she left, a man in black appeared in Tsong's yard. In the past few days, He Jingxi had been managing the shops in the town. It snowed heavily and the roads were not easy to walk on, so he didn't come back tonight. Song was just about to take a rest when she heard the window creak. Her heart tightened, and she quickly sat up and covered her wound, trying to hold the child in her arms. A woman in black appeared at the head of her bed and snatched the child away. Please don't hurt him. Tsong Fengji pleaded softly, please. He, if you want him to live, then have you done what I asked you to do? The woman had a veil on her face, and you could tell from her eyes that she was dressed like a Westerner. She was the Westerner who appeared in Zhao Junyi's room that day. Didn't I tell you all? He Jingheng's legs have recovered. Song Fengji's eyes were fixed on the child, fearing that the woman would throw the child on the ground. Recovered? She said angrily. How can he recover? He is clearly sitting in a wheelchair. The miracle doctor has seen that he is a. Do you know that your lie almost cost me my life? She put her hand on the baby's neck and slowly tightened it. Seeing this, Song Fengji hurriedly said, What I said is true. You are full of nonsense. You Tianshan people are really cunning. A fierce smile flashed in her eyes, and she said angrily, Today, you will know what the price is for lying to me. A dagger appeared in her hand at some point, and she was about to cut the baby's arm.
No. No.
Song Fengji struggled to stand up and wanted to take the child back from her hands, but the woman would never let her succeed. She took a step back and stabbed the dagger in her hand straight into the baby's arm. At this moment, a silver needle suddenly shot at the back of the hand of the Western region woman. In just a moment, the hand could no longer move forward, and the whole person's body was nailed to the spot. What's going on? My body. Song Fengji hurriedly took the child away, ignoring the pain in her body, and ran to the door. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and Zhang Rui's figure appeared at the door. Song Fengji came up behind her in a hurry. Sister-in-law, help. Save me and the child. Zhang Rui looked at her expressionlessly. After a while, she turned her head slightly, and Ingwa took a cloak and put it on her shoulders. Song Fengji's body was shaking constantly. Xuanmei was afraid that she would drop the child, so she wanted to take the child away, but Song Fengji held the child tightly in her arms and refused to let go. Seeing this, Xuanmei had to give up. You didn't leave. The woman in black said, gritting her teeth. Zhang Rui walked slowly to the black-clad woman, reached out and took off her veil, and said in a cold voice, Who are you? Humph. She turned her head away and sneered. You are a lowly concubine. You are not worthy of knowing who I am. Really? Zhang Rui smiled. In fact, I don't want to know who you are and who you work for. It doesn't matter whether you tell me or not. You are just a spy from the western regions, but I am very curious why you came to her. Shang Ruoyi looked at Song Fangji, who was trembling all over, and whispered, I think, in addition to wanting to find out the news of a He family, you also want to get something from her. She remembered that when Song Fangji treated her before, she inadvertently said something about hiding something. You also sent her a threatening letter before. The Western region woman turned her head away and said nothing. Shang Ruoyi was not in a hurry. She knew that it would be extremely difficult to get any useful information from her. She set her eyes on Song Fangji. At this moment, she suddenly saw a pattern looming on the woman's wrist. She reached out and lifted the woman's sleeve, only to see a red wing pattern appear on her wrist. Yun Tian frowned when he saw this. Chiyu Villa. The woman looked at Yun Tian and clenched her teeth. You know a lot. Princess Concubine, Chiyu Villa is famous for gathering information, but the people in the villa never participate in worldly disputes and will not send assassins to kill innocent people. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman seemed to be stimulated by something. Killing innocent people indiscriminately? We kill innocent people indiscriminately? Dingwa Palace, Song family, you know best what bad things you have done. The veins on her neck were exposed, the corners of her eyes were red, and she shouted loudly, You killed so many people. So many innocent people. Overnight, the whole family was destroyed and blood flowed like a river. Have you ever felt guilty? Yun Tian was confused by what she said. What nonsense was she talking about? When did their Dingwa Palace wipe out the entire family of others? No matter what the hatred is, it should not be blamed on the child. Shang Ruoyi said coldly. He is still in swaddling clothes. How could you have the heart to do it? So what if it's a baby? She shouted harshly. My sister, she was born not long ago, only a dozen days old. Didn't you let her go? When I found her, she was abandoned on the cold ground. She was strangled to death. What did she do wrong? She said to Shang Ruoyi in a hoarse voice. What did she do wrong? Yun Tian whispered. Miss, are you remembering it wrongly? When has our Dingwa Palace done such a thing? Your master knows best whether we have done it or not. She looked at Shang Ruoyi. Since I fell into your hands, I never thought about living, but even if I die, I will become a fierce ghost and seek revenge on you. After she finished speaking, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her lips, and her body slowly fell down, without breath. Yun Tian walked forward and sniffed her breath. Dead. Shang Ruoyi's face showed no expression. She just said lightly, Take it away and bury it.
Yes.
The body was carried out, and Song Fangji's body trembled even more. Shang Ruoyi lowered her eyes. What do you want to say? Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong, but I really didn't tell them much. Song Fangji hugged the child tightly and cried. She threatened me that if I didn't do what they told me, she would kill my child. I was really scared. So you betrayed us. No, I just said something unimportant. Unimportant? Shang Ruoyi's tone was already filled with anger. You said, He Jingheng's leg has recovered. You drew the topographic map of the mansion for them, right? She leaned down and said in a deep voice, This is not important? What else is important? Song Fangji lowered her head and said weakly, You heard it all. Now that things have come to this, do you have anything else to say? Song Fangji looked at the child in her arms. Sister-in-law, if I have made a contribution, can you not drive me away? Shang Ruoyi did not speak. She hated betrayal the most. No matter who it was, as long as they betrayed her once, she would never forgive them. Song Fangji smiled self-deprecatingly. She saved herself from danger time and time again and tried her best to save her life and the life of her child, but she betrayed her and the He family. She kissed the baby in her arms, handed it to Yingwei beside her, got up with difficulty, walked to the bed, tore open the pillow, and found a piece of golden cloth inside. She handed the cloth to Shang Ruoyi. This is what my father gave me before I was exiled. What is this? The treasure of the royal family of the previous dynasty. Song Fangji whispered. Long before he was exiled, my father knew that the Song family was being targeted by others, just because he accidentally got such a treasure map. As everyone knows, my father loves to travel. When he was traveling in a mountain stream, it suddenly rained heavily, so he hid in a cave. In the cave there were some supplies of the royal family of the previous dynasty. It was there that he found such a drawing, which was obviously a map. Not long after my father brought it back, the house was robbed several times. I guess it was because of this. To be on the safe side, my father gave me the drawing, thinking that the Dinghua Palace must be the safest place in the entire Tianshan. Who would have thought that he was exiled? Is this the thing you said was hidden before?
Confronting not dead.
In fact, she was sober that day and deliberately said it for Shangruai to hear. Sister-in-law, I don't know what the treasure of the previous dynasty contains, and I don't ask for your forgiveness. I know that I am unforgivable. After I die, please take good care of my children. Shangruai frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, When did I say that I would let you commit suicide? Song Fengji was stunned. Sister-in-law, a mother's heart can really make people confused. I forgive you this time. If there is a next time, I will definitely take your life. Shangruai handed her the map. What royal treasure of the previous dynasty? I don't care. Song Fengji's tears burst out instantly. Regardless of the pain of her wound, she knelt on the ground. Sister-in-law, thank you. Shangruai turned around and wanted to leave, but Song Fengji grabbed her skirt. Sister-in-law, it is safer to keep this treasure map with you. Seeing her sincere words, Shangruai took the treasure map. Thank you for your help, sister-in-law. Song Fengji took the child, hugged her tightly in her arms, and looked at her with tears in her eyes. I swear on my life that if I do anything to let down the He family and sister-in-law again, I will be punished by heaven and earth, and I will never be reborn. Shangruai turned around and left without saying much. This opportunity was for the sake of the newborn child, but from now on, he would never trust her again. Shangruai returned to the yard, and Yuntian explained the situation of Chiyu Villa in detail. You mean, Chiyu Villa is a rising force in recent years? That's right. Yuntian thought for a while. It's almost the same time as the appearance of Tianyan Casino. Shangruai frowned slightly. Did you, the Dinghua Palace, really not do those unscrupulous things? Yuntian blinked. You said it was an unscrupulous thing. How could they, the Dinghua Palace, do it? Seeing his expression, Shangruai understood. You should go back. Don't let the old princess know about this for the time being, so as not to worry. However, send more people to Tsong's place.
Yes.
Yuntian smiled. After all, there was no noise today. I will ask the guards in the mansion to keep their mouths shut. Shangruai nodded and looked at the night outside. Now is the right time. I will leave tonight. After finishing the affairs in the mansion, she could leave with peace of mind, leaving enough ammunition for Yuntian. Remember, if there is anyone who is blind, don't show mercy. Yes. She galloped and finally arrived at the border of Bailing when it was bright. Ah Chung had been to Bailing before. The industries of Dinghua Palace were all over the world, and there were also several manors in the capital of Bailing. Princess, are we going to the manor? Shangruai shook her head. Just go to the inn. Their identities must have been clearly investigated by the Li family. If they go to the manor at this time, wouldn't they expose the secret agents set up by He Jinghing here under their noses? Princess, will the Li family collude with the court to catch us all in one fell swoop? Shangruai smiled. Who is the Li family? Imperial merchants. Yes, imperial merchants are merchants. Merchants pursue profits. Whoever can bring them the greatest benefits is their friend. Shangruai turned her fingers, and an oriental pearl appeared in her palm. Ah Chung looked at the huge oriental pearl, and his eyelids twitched. In the early years, he followed the prince into the palace and had the honor of seeing the treasure that Bailing gave to Emperor Tianshun, which was an oriental pearl of this size. Where did the prince's wife get it? The emperor's private vault was robbed some time ago, and all the treasures disappeared overnight. Now the Dongzhu is in the hands of the crown prince's wife, so the other treasures must have been taken away by the crown prince's wife. Hiss. He seemed to know an incredible secret. After the Li family received the visiting card, the head of the Li family was delighted. Quana, you must entertain Madame Shang well this time. Yes, son knows. Li Quan hesitated for a moment. But what about my sister? The head of the Li family waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. Your father will talk to her. How can a girl interfere in family affairs? Just say that she is sick and not suitable for seeing guests. Besides, she will get married in half a year. At this time, she should stay in the mansion and wait for her marriage. He looked at Li Quan. Has your mother sent anyone to her in the past few days? She did, but she kicked them out, saying that she was just a concubine and had no right to manage the affairs of her yard. Li Quan looked at his father's face and continued, Dad, the position of the mistress in the mansion has been vacant for many years, and it's time to promote Mother to a co-wife. Only in this way can I, the young master, be at ease. At this moment, a delicate shout came from the door. You are dreaming. Li Xia pushed the door open and stared at Li Quan and said, You and your mother should just give up on the position of the Li family's mistress. As long as I'm alive, she will never be able to become the Li family's mistress.
Xia.
The head of the Li family frowned and said in a deep voice, Xia, what nonsense are you talking about? Dad, I'm not talking nonsense. Li Xia stepped forward. Jean is just a concubine. What qualifications does she have to become the mistress of the Li family? This matter has nothing to do with you. It's up to your father and your grandfather to decide. The head of the Li family glanced at her. You will be getting married soon. It's better not to worry about the affairs of the mansion. Also, Manager Shang will come tomorrow. You can say that you are sick and cannot see guests. Let your brother go to greet her on your behalf. Li Xia was disappointed when she heard this. She didn't expect that his father had made up his mind from the beginning.
Dad.
Li Xia still wanted to argue, but a look of impatience flashed across the face of the head of the Li family. He winked at the servants at the door, and they understood what he meant. They walked up to Li Xia and whispered, Miss, please go back to your yard. Li Xia's eyes were full of disappointment. Dad, are you really going to make Jean your wife? I said, from today on, the affairs of the mansion have nothing to do with you. You just stay in the yard and prepare to get married. He waved his hand, and the servants at the door took Li Xia back to the yard. What are you doing? Let go. She said angrily. Do you have any rules? How dare you be violent to the master? Believe it or not, I will beat you with a stick. Miss, you'd better take care of yourself. I am just following the orders of the head of the family. He sneered and looked at her with a provocative look. Didn't you understand what the master said? From now on, the entire Li family belongs to the eldest young master, and it has nothing to do with you. After that, he turned and left. At this moment, the sound of locking the door suddenly came from outside. Li Xia's heart tightened. What are you doing? Open the door. Open the door. Miss, the master said that from today on, you will stay in your own yard and wait to get married. When you are ready to get married, he will let you out. Open the door. Open the door. She slammed the door hard, but the only response she got was the whistling cold wind. She fell to the ground, and the maid beside her came forward and helped her up. Miss, the ground is cold. Get up quickly. Li Xia ignored it and couldn't help but recall what Shang Ruai once said. Make yourself strong. Yes, now it seems that she can't rely on anyone. The only way is to make herself strong. She turned to the maid beside her and said, We must find a way to find grandfather. Only grandfather can save me now. Miss, the old master went to the temple early yesterday morning and said he would be back at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon. She murmured, It's too late. Everything is too late. The head of the Li family said to Li Quan, Madam Shang will come tomorrow. You must seize the opportunity. Your grandfather is not at home. Sell more silver and make up for the deficit on the account. Dad, don't worry. Your son will never embarrass you. The head of the Li family patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, In the future, Dad will hand over all of this Li family to you. The next morning, Shang Ruai came to the Li family. Li Quan was waiting at the door. When he saw the carriage stopped, he hurried to greet her. Madam Shang, Li's been waiting for you for a long time. Shang Ruai got off the car, wearing an extremely rare fox fur cloak, snow white, without a single stray hair. She looked behind Li Quan, but there was no trace of Li Xia. She curled her lips slightly. Where's Xia? Shang Ruai didn't know that her smile almost attracted Li Quan's soul. Xiaoyao looked at Li Quan's lecherous look, walked forward and blocked his sight. Our young lady is asking you a question. Where is Miss Li? Li Quan finally came back to his senses, smiled and said, My sister has caught a cold these days and is not feeling well. I'm afraid she can't come out to talk to Madame Shang.
Sick?
Cold? That's right. Li Quan smiled and made a gesture to invite. Madame Shang, please come in. I'll lead the way for you. Shang Ruai nodded. Let's go. Li Quan saw that she didn't turn around and leave, so he thought that today's matter must be done, and he was very excited. He took her to the main hall, where the head of the Li family was sitting in the main seat waiting. Seeing her son bringing Shang Ruai in, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried forward. Madame Shang, please don't blame me for not welcoming you from afar. Master Li is too polite. It's me who feels very sorry for bothering you right after the new year. You are so polite, Master Li said with a smile. You have come from far away, so we must do our best to be hosts. We know that you have a deep relationship with the Xia sister, and she should have entertained you personally today, but Bailing is too cold. The girl said she was not feeling well after returning from Tianshan, and she fell ill just after the new year. I see, that is really unfortunate. Shang Ruai said softly, but it doesn't matter. You two don't know that I am proficient in medicine and can go and see her. With my medicine, she may get better soon. When the father and son of the Li family heard this, they were shocked. How could this be possible? If they let her go, wouldn't the matter be exposed? Hey, Madame Shang. The head of the Li family blocked her way with a smile on his face. Madame Shang, I guess Xia has rested now. If you want to take a look, it won't be too late after we finish talking about business. Did the head of the Li family forget? Shang Ruai said coldly. I won't do the business of Dongju clams with anyone except Xia. The head of the Li family's face suddenly sank. Madame Shang, why don't you listen to my kind advice? There was a hint of impatience in his tone. Don't forget, with your current identity, it seems that you can't leave Tianshuan's place of exile at will. A cold light flashed in Shang Ruai's eyes. She turned around, took a step forward, and her eyes were full of disdain. Yes. Normally I shouldn't leave, but think about it. How can I come and go freely? Could it be that I rely on luck? Her words shocked the head of the Li family. Yes. She was a criminal, but she could come and go freely in Bailing. How could this be done by ordinary people? He smiled again, and before he could speak, Shang Ruai continued. I heard that the young master of the Li family has some special hobbies. Her eyes fell on Li Quan. He owes a lot of money in casinos and underground banks. There are 30,000 taels in the open account. Except for the casino. Shang Ruai looked at the suddenly ugly faces of the Li father and son and said with a smile, It seems that there are still 20,000 taels in the underground bank. The interest of the underground bank is not low. The head of the Li family looked very heavy, looking at his son beside him. He never thought that his son still owed money to the underground bank. At this time, even if he loved the whole Li family, he did not dare to bet on the future of the entire Li family. Is what shopkeeper Shang said true? The head of the Li family can go and check it out in person to see if what I said is true or not. Patriarch Li had a gloomy expression. Since she dared to say that it must be true, he cast his gaze on his son beside him, only to see him swallowing hard, with cold sweat running down his temples. Looking at his expression, he knew without asking that Shang Ruai was not lying. Patriarch Li was so angry that his hands were shaking. He slapped Li Quan hard in the face. Rebellious son.
Kneel down.
Li Quan's legs were shaking. He knelt down suddenly, shaking all over. Dad, someone plotted against my son. I didn't mean it. Patriarch Li looked at Shang Ruai, bowed and said, Shopkeeper Shang, I'm sorry for not bringing up my son well. Shang Ruai smiled. I guess young Master Li was tricked by someone else. Yes, my son is just a little naughty. Patriarch Li forced a smile on his face. But these don't seem to affect our business dealings. Patriarchally, you don't know, I hate gamblers the most in my life. If this business must be done with young Masterly, then forget it. I was just in a momentary whim. Please return the deposit of 10,000 taels of silver that I paid earlier. What? Not doing business anymore?
How can that be?
Shang Ruai said faintly. Someone will come to your house in the afternoon to ask for the 10,000 taels of silver from you. Masterly, I don't want silver notes. I only want cash. Master Li was disappointed when he heard this. This was simply cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. How could 10,000 taels of cash be raised so quickly? Moreover, the old man in the family will be back in the afternoon. Moving so much cash will definitely attract his attention. He doesn't look down on his son. If he knows, Li Quan will probably lose the qualification to inherit the position of the head of the family. Shang shopkeeper. Masterly, this 10,000 taels of cash should not be a big deal for the huge Li family. Master Li's face twitched and he smiled bitterly. To be honest, I really can't take out 10,000 taels of cash now. The previous 10,000 taels had already paid off part of the gambling debts, and now he could only take out a few hundred taels of silver. Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly. She knew this naturally. That's why she was so confident. The head of the Li family looked at Shang Ruai's expression, gritted his teeth, and said to the servant beside him, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you let the young lady come out?" The servant nodded and bowed and ran out. Shang Ruai sat back in the chair and picked up the tea on the table. The tea in the cup was cold at this time. She didn't drink it and put it back directly. After a while, Li Xia followed the servant in. When she saw Shang Ruai in the main hall, her eyes lit up. "Sister Shang." Shang Ruai looked at her face and said with a smile, "It seems that Sister Li's illness is not serious. Now it seems that she has almost recovered." Li Xia saw that her father kept winking at her and smiled. "You were not feeling well some time ago, but now I am much better." She walked to the table and looked at the cold tea on the table. "How do you serve? You don't even know to change the cold tea for the guests. Xiao Dao, you go."
Yes.
The head of the Li family looked at his daughter and couldn't help sighing. How great it would be if she was a man. "Sister Shang, are you free? I'll take you to the clam farm to have a look." Okay. In her previous life, when she went on a mission, she lurked in a pearl clam base for 3 months. She knew everything about how to raise clams, but going to the clam farm here could be considered as accumulating some new experience. Although Bailing is located in an extremely cold place, their mussel farm has a natural hot spring water. The two streams intersect and the temperature is just right for the growth of Dongju mussels. This is why only the Li family in Bailing can raise Dongju mussels. After the two got on the carriage, Shang Ruai began to close her eyes and rest. Li Xia hesitated for a while and finally spoke. "Sister Shang, I have something to ask you." Shang Ruai slowly opened her eyes. "Go ahead." "Shang Tsung, you told me that the only way to do this is to become stronger. I wonder if Sister Shang can teach me how to become stronger." Shang Ruai smiled. "In fact, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? But I'm just a woman. How can I be in charge of a Li family? So, what if I'm a woman?" Shang Ruai sat up straight and laughed coldly. "Who said that only men can stand tall in this world? What's the difference between women? But women have to get married eventually. You can find a son-in-law." Shang Ruai smiled. "If this man truly loves you, he will understand your difficulties. Even if this man marries you for gold and silver, he will have to restrain himself and be inferior to you when he arrives at the Li family. It is better than marrying a man you have never even met and having to endure his 3 wives and 4 concubines." Li Xia was enlightened when she heard this. She grabbed Shang Ruai's hand and said, "Sister Shang, you are right. What should I do next?" Shang Ruai thought of the contents of the letter she had investigated earlier, and she whispered, "I heard that your grandfather loves you the most." Li Xia nodded. "That's right. I heard that your fiancé's concubine already has a son, and you will be his mother as soon as you get married, and he has many concubines in the backyard. Tell this to your grandfather. Since he loves you, he will naturally not be willing to marry you to such a family." She took out another 20,000 taels of silver notes and handed them to her, the balance for the Dongju oyster. After hearing her words, Li Xia felt a chill running up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. When her father was arranging a marriage for her, he praised her in front of her grandfather, saying that the family was a scholarly family with a bright future. But which scholarly family would allow their child to bring so many concubines into the mansion before marrying a wife? In Biling, a decent family must marry a wife, and the wife must not have any children for 3 years before they can take a concubine. Otherwise, people would laugh at them if they told others about it. She never expected that her father would marry her into such a den of tigers and wolves. She held the 20,000 taels of silver note in her hand and whispered, "I will definitely find a way to cancel the marriage." Shang Ruai took out an envelope from her. "All the good things your half-brother has done over the years are written in it. Most of them are set up by your father. You can decide for yourself." Li Xia opened the letter with trembling hands. Every item on it was shocking. She covered her lips and looked at the contents of the letter in disbelief. "The maid who died suddenly in my courtyard turned out to be..." Hatred burst out of her eyes. The maid was chosen by her mother as a study partner for her when she was alive. They were as close as sisters, but she died tragically. My father said that she had contracted a serious disease, but he didn't expect that she died at the hands of that Li Quan. Could my mother's sudden death that year have anything to do with my father? Shang Ruai shook her head. "I don't know about that." Li Xia looked at her. "Why are you helping me?" Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Once, there was an old friend who was the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Compared with her, your Li family can only be regarded as a small witch compared to a big witch. She gave her love to the wrong person, her family fell into decline, and she did not have a good end. Now you are very similar to her. I can't help her, but I don't want you to step into the abyss again.
As they were talking, the carriage stopped at the clam farm.
As soon as she got off the carriage, a humid and hot air hit her face. Mississippi. The manager of the clam farm came forward with a smile on his face, looked behind her, and found that the young master had not come, and asked in confusion, "Miss, where is the young master?" Li Xia frowned. "Why? If your young master doesn't come, it's not okay for me to come? Can I do business?" Hearing this, the manager hurriedly waved his hands. No, I don't mean that. It's just that the young master ordered yesterday that a distinguished guest would come to take clams today. I have prepared 10,000 Dongju clams. Lead the way." Li Xia was too lazy to say more to him. The servants in this farm are all Daddy and Li Quan's people. It seems that if they want to control this place in the future, they must replace them all with their own people. Shang Ruai followed to the clam farm and saw that there were hundreds of clam pools in the clam farm, and there were tens of thousands of Dongju clams in each clam pool. No wonder the Li family's business is so big. I don't know how much money these pearl clams will sell for. "Miss, look, the pearl clams in this small pond are for the distinguished guests." Shang Ruai looked in the direction of his finger and saw several workers screening the pearl clams in the small pond. The manager smiled flatteringly. "Are you satisfied with it?" Li Xia took a look and blinked, a little unsure. Although the Li family has been raising pearl clams for many years, she has no research on them. Her father usually gave her some pearls to play with. She has never seen pearl clams many times and has only been to this clam farm twice. Seeing her like this, the manager sneered in his heart. What the young master said was indeed correct. The young lady really didn't know anything. Originally, they did prepare some better Dongju oysters, but just now the eldest young master sent someone to bring a message, asking them to replace all the original Dongju oysters with the worst quality ones. They just screened out a batch of Dongju oysters that were about to die this morning, so he asked people to replace the shells quickly. Li Xia coughed a few times and said to Shang Ruai, "Sister Shang, are you satisfied?" Shang Ruai looked at Manager Lin and said with a smile, "How many years has Manager Lin worked in this clam farm?" "To be honest, I have been working here for 18 years. Shang Ruai nodded. It seems that Manager Lin's eyesight and understanding are too poor. Manager Lin was shocked when he heard it. Could it be that her tricks were seen through? How is it possible? How could she, a little girl, know so much? Why do you say that, distinguished guest? Your clamshells are really pitifully small, and many of them are dead or half dead. Why should I buy such Dongju clams? Shang Ruoi sneered. Are you selling the garbage from the clam farm to me for 30,000 taels? Yuli family are really good at calculating. The abacus beads are jumping on my face. When Manager Lin heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat on his back. She actually knew it. How is it possible? He smiled awkwardly. I'll go and see if the servants have installed it wrongly. He didn't wait for Shang Ruai to speak and trotted away. Li Xia's face flushed when she saw this. She never expected that these servants would actually do such a thing. How ridiculous. How dare he fool me? Li Xia said to Shang Ruai, Sister Shang, I really didn't know it would be like this. If you want to completely control the Li family, you must know everything about the Eastern Pearl clam. Shang Ruai looked at her and said in a deep voice, otherwise, even if you overthrow your half-brother, you will not be able to protect the Li family's assets. Hearing this, Li Xia looked at Shang Ruai with even more admiration and made up her mind. Sister Shang, if you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you 30% of the Li family's assets. Shang Ruai smiled. I don't want your Li family's assets. I just want you to give me some Eastern Pearl clams. While speaking, Manager Lin ran back and wiped the sweat from his head. Dear guest, you are really an expert. If you hadn't discovered it in time, I would have really caused a big disaster today. Those servants took the wrong Eastern Pearl clams and installed them wrongly. Li Xia's eyes were as powerful as knives, and she said angrily, Why don't you do it again? 10,000 clams. I'm afraid it will take several hours to count them. If you can't even do such a small thing, I think you should resign from your position as manager and go home to retire. Manager Lin was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He nodded and agreed. Shang Ruai walked around the clam farm for a few times. Suddenly, when she passed a clam pond, the space that had never made any noise suddenly shook. She stopped abruptly. Was it her illusion just now? She looked at the pond intently, and suddenly, she found that she could see everything at the bottom of the pond clearly. Wherever her eyes went, she could see everything in the Dongju oysters clearly. She blinked, thinking that she was hallucinating. When she concentrated again, she found that many of the Dongju oysters in the pond contained Dongju pearls, and some of them were very large. Sister Shang, what are you looking at? Li Xia looked at the slightly turbid pond water. I can't see this clearly. Can't you see the bottom of the pond? Li Xia shook her head. The water in this pond is so turbid, the pearl clams in it are probably almost dead. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. Could this be some special ability? Manager Lin walked up to her and saw her looking at the pearl clams in the pond. He smiled and said, Dear guest, the clams in this pond are not very good. I just picked a lot of them from other ponds for you. They are all top-notch. You can definitely keep them alive if you buy them back. Shang Ruai smiled. Can I have the ones from this pond? Of course. Manager Lin hurriedly said. Then I'll tell the servants to pick them for you here, but please don't blame me if they can't be kept alive when I go back. He waved his hand and saw several workers coming over with very long net bags. Shang Ruai thought of the several huge pearls she had just seen and stepped forward quickly. I just saw that salvaging is very interesting. I also want to try. I wonder if it is possible? Of course it is possible, but salvaging requires extremely high arm strength. Even men are very strenuous. You'd better not try it. No problem, I'll try. She took the net bag and focused her attention on her eyes. The next moment, everything at the bottom of the pond appeared in front of her. She accurately salvaged the pearl oysters with huge pearls inside. Manager Lin saw that she had only fished up some black shells, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He thought he had met some master, but now it seems that he is also a layman who knows nothing. He has been raising pearl oysters for so many years, and he has opened several relatively round pearls in green shells. These black ones have always been empty, but the strength of her arms was really amazing. She could actually lift so many pearl clams in the water. This was not a strength a woman could possess. Shang Ruai looked at the 20 or so pearl clams at her feet with satisfaction. If it was really as she saw, each pearl in the shell was the size of an egg yolk, much larger than the pearls in Emperor Tianquan's private storehouse. Manager Lin arranged for the workers to salvage a lot of pearls from the pond. Shang Ruai found through the clam shells that almost all of them were Dongju pearls. She looked at Manager Lin and said, "Are the ones in this pond going to be thrown away too?" "That's right." Manager Lin stepped forward and said, "For some reason, the water in this clam pond has become more turbid recently. I guess many Dongju clams have died. The eldest young master ordered us to salvage some to see if any Dongju pearls have been produced. We salvaged more than 30 in total, but not a single Dongju pearl was produced. The eldest young master ordered all the Dongju clams in here to be processed clean. I'm afraid this clam pond will be unusable in a few years. Sister Shang, if you want the Dongju clams in this clam pond, I will give you some." "Thank you very much." Since salvaging would take a lot of time, Shang Ruai followed Li Xia to the main hall. When Steward Lin saw them leave, he said to the servants around him, "Stop fishing over there and just fish in this pond." "Steward, didn't they say that the clams in this pond are almost dead?" "TSK, just do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Steward Lin said coldly. "I just reminded her that she said she liked the pearl clams here. It has nothing to do with me. You can't blame him if she can't keep them alive." Shang Ruai came to the main hall. Xiao Tao brought some snacks. Shang Ruai was really hungry. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The rich aroma of rice filled her mouth. "Sister Shang, please try this. This is our Bailing's unique rice cake. It is extremely delicious." Shang Ruai nodded. "It has a unique taste. I like it very much." She looked at Li Xia. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Your skin is much better than before." "I think so too," Li Xia said with a smile. "Ever since I took the Yugu Xingji pills given by sister, even the servants around me said that I look more beautiful day by day." She touched her cheek, and her expression suddenly became lonely again. But if no one appreciates it, what's the use of being beautiful? Who said no one appreciates it? Shang Ruai smiled. Although it is said that women dress up to please themselves, it is better to please yourself than to please others. What if no one appreciates it? Being happy is the most important thing. Sister, you are really clear-headed. I envy you. Li Xia felt that her mind suddenly became clear. She had an idea and hurriedly said, "Sister, you said before that you could sell this pill to me, but is it true?" "Of course." She took out a few more porcelain bottles. "This time when I came here, even if you didn't mention it, I would have told you about this. These are all jade bone regenerating pills. It's a matter of reciprocity. You gave me more East Pearl clams, so I will give you some in return." She handed her the porcelain bottle. "If you really want to do this business, you might as well give these jade bone regenerating pills to some of your good sisters first. I believe they will all become your guests in the future." Great sister, your brain is really unmatched. Those who come before us plant trees, and those who come after us enjoy the shade. This marketing model was just the simplest one in the previous life. After we go back this time, the jade bone regenerating pill will be available. I will be waiting for you at Tianshan anytime. Sister, when I return to the Li family, I will tell my grandfather about this in person. I believe he will definitely support me in doing this business." Li Xia had a smile on her face. "Grandfather is the one who loves me the most in the family. Grandfather often said that it would be better if I were a man." At this time, a servant came over. "Miss, the East Pearl mussels you want have been loaded. There were dozens of carriages in total. Miss, this East Pearl mussel can only survive for 1 day without water. I added some water in it, and it can last for up to 3 days." Manager Lin whispered, "If it has not entered the pool water after 3 days, the East Pearl mussels will definitely die." What he meant by this was that if it exceeded 3 days, more than 10,000 East Pearl mussels would die, and it had nothing to do with them. Shang Ruai came to the carriage. She opened the big barrels behind each carriage and took a look and put all the East Pearl mussels into the space without anyone noticing. Ah Chung stepped forward and pulled the reins of the first car. Master, even if you whip faster, you can't get back to the mansion in 3 days. It doesn't matter. These Dongju oysters will not die. At this time, those Dongju oysters were already in the spiritual spring pool in the space. Shang Ruai smiled and said to Manager Lin, "Thank you, Manager Lin." When she opened the barrel to check just now, she found that all the Dongju oysters in the barrel seemed to be oyster shells in the turbid pool water. If the vibration of the space is a sign, then the Dongju oysters in the turbid pool water must be of the best quality. You are welcome. Manager Lin smiled and was secretly happy in his heart. It seems that she didn't find that the Dongju oysters were replaced by him. If the young master knew that he sold some waste materials for so much money, he would definitely reward him heavily. Thinking of this, his smile on his face became even brighter. Shang Ruai originally wanted to say goodbye, but Li Xiaxia insisted on hosting a banquet. It was hard to refuse such a kind invitation, so Shang Ruai had to follow her back to the Li family. At this time, the old patriarch of the Li family had returned. "Miss, the old master is looking for you. Grandfather is back." Li Xiaxia turned to Shang Ruai with some excitement and said, "Sister Shang, would you please come with me to see grandfather?" Shang Ruai nodded. Presumably the old man had received the news. When the two came to the main hall, Li Quan was kneeling on the ground, with several bloodstains on his clothes on the back.
Hit me hard."
The old man was so angry that his beard was shaking. He pointed at Li Quan, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "How could our Li family produce such a useless thing like you? You dare to go gambling. Losing 30,000 taels in gambling is not enough. You owed 20,000 taels to the underground money house. You are not worth 50,000 taels of silver even if you are sold. I might as well beat you to death and put an end to it all." Seeing this, the head of the Li family hurried forward and said, "Dad, forget it. Quanner has realized his mistake and will never do it again." Hearing this, the old patriarch waved him away and said, "You are also a coward. You were blinded by a woman and raised such a waste. You also want to hand over the Li family to him. You want me off to death." He looked at the servants whipping Li Quan's back with whips, but he felt that his anger was not relieved. He simply took the whip and whipped it a few times himself. The old man used all his strength, and Li Quan rolled on the ground. Shang Ruai heard Li Quan's shouting from afar. Now she came to the main hall and saw the actions of the old patriarch of the Li family. Her eyebrows twitched involuntarily. "Grandfather." Li Xiaxia walked forward, looked at Li Quan kneeling on the ground, ignored him, turned around and said to her grandfather, "You are so old. You are not afraid of being tired. This kind of thing. Just let the servants do it." She winked at the housekeeper beside her, and the housekeeper Li hurried forward and took the whip from his hand. Seeing that she had no intention of comforting him, the head of the Li family could not help but feel dissatisfied and secretly glared at her. "Your grandfather is in poor health, and you don't know how to comfort him. How dare you say that, Xia Xia? Why don't you let this waste you gave birth to make me less angry?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and picked up a feather duster and hit Li Quan hard. Li Xiaxia did not stop him much. Until the feather duster was about to be beaten bald, the old master breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, his eyes fell on Shang Ruai at the door, and the old man of the Li family could not help but be stunned. "This is..." Li Xiaxia hurriedly walked to Shang Ruai and said with a smile, "Grandfather, Sister Shang is my good sister. She came here today to buy the Dongju clams from our family. Your last name is Shang?" The old man frowned slightly. "Not lying?" Shang Ruai smiled. "Grandpa, I am just a businessman. There is no need to change my name. I am Shang Ruai, and I am from Tianshan." The old patriarch looked at her for a long time and finally said nothing. He just nodded, but the look in his eyes when he looked at her was always full of inquiry. "Grandfather, why are you looking at Sister Shang like this?" "Nothing, it just reminds me of a friend. Miss Shang looks a bit like him." Li Xiaxia couldn't help laughing when she heard it. "Grandfather, your friends are probably all old men. Our sister Shang is as beautiful as a flower. Are you old and blind?" The old masterly smiled, and seeing his granddaughter laughing, he reached out and touched his forehead. "You stinky girl. You don't look like a lady at all." Hearing this, Li Xia playfully stuck out her tongue. Shang Ruai saw this scene and couldn't help but feel envious. For her, who had no relatives to love her in 2 lives, this scene in front of her was something she couldn't even dream of. Li Quan, who collapsed on the ground, glared at Li Xia with gritted teeth. He was obviously the future heir of the Li family, but his grandfather never gave him a good look. Instead, Li Xia, who was about to get married, was the only one who was loved by the old man. He looked at her fiercely. Soon, as long as she got married into that den of tigers and wolves, she, Li Xia, would not live long without his help. The old man looked at Shang Ruai with a warm smile on his face. "Excuse me, Miss Shang. The family education is not strict, and a borer was raised." Shang Ruai shook her head. "Old man, you are wrong. If the family education is not strict, how could the Li family produce a girl as well-behaved, smart, and clever as Xia? It can be seen that there is no problem with the family education of the Li family. If there really is a rat-eyed person in the Li family, it can only be his own problem." When Li Quan heard this, he was furious.
What did she mean by this?
Wasn't she just saying that he was a rat-eyed person? Did she have to be so purposeful in making indirect accusations? "This is the Li family. Do you have the right to speak?" He endured the pain, stood up from the ground, and said with bared teeth, "You are just an outsider. How can you interfere in our Li family affairs? Get out of here." Before he finished speaking, a bamboo pole came over and hit him right on the mouth. There were still a few chicken feathers stuck on the bamboo pole, which was the feather duster that had just been beaten bald.
Ouch! Ouch! Li Quan fell to the ground in pain.
"You unruly thing. Miss Shang is a distinguished guest in our house. What are you shouting here like? With your character, I will never hand over the Li family to you." The old patriarch of the Li family flushed, and his fingers couldn't help trembling. At this moment, he suddenly felt breathless. His face gradually turned blue and purple, and he fell backwards. Everyone finally managed to hold him up, and Li Xia shouted loudly, "Doctor! Go and get a doctor." The old master of the Li family had a very serious heart disease, and if it broke out, it would be extremely dangerous. The housekeeper was about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by the master of the Li family. "Stop, master. What do you want? There's no need to call a doctor." The master of the Li family stood in the middle, looking at the old master on the bed with a steady look, and said in a low voice,
No.
"My father's illness is not a day or 2, and the heart disease can't be cured. It's better to. As long as his father is alive, he can't become the real head of the family, can't completely control the Li family, and even want to raise his beloved woman from a concubine to a wife. It's impossible, not to mention money. Even if he becomes the head of the family, he still relies on the monthly salary to live every month. If his father dies, everything in the Li family will be completely his, and he can do whatever he wants." He looked at the old man on the bed with cold eyes. Li Quan on the ground was overjoyed when he heard this. Grandfather is dying, how great! His mother can finally become the mistress of the Li family, and he is also the legitimate young master of the Li family. In the future, he will no longer be criticized by others for being a. As for the stinky girl Li Xia, her good days are over. Li Xia was shocked when she heard this and said angrily, "Dad, are you crazy? That's my grandfather." "Xia, no need to say more." The head of the Li family looked at her. "Just prepare to get married." He looked at Shang Ruai again. Shopkeeper Shang must know what to say and what to do. Shang Ruai stood up and smiled. "Of course I know." Li Xia heard this, and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Li Quan pulled the bleeding corner of his lips and laughed. "Ha ha ha, old thing. You are finally going to die." Shang Ruai stood up with a smile on her face, walked to the bed, took out a cloth bag from her sleeve pocket. opened it in the puzzled eyes of everyone, and found several silver needles inside. She inserted the silver needles into the old master's Naguan and Shinmen acupoints and, at the same time, took out a pill and put it into his mouth. Seeing the shocked look of Li's father and son, Shang Ruai smiled and said, "As a doctor, it is natural to cure diseases and save lives."
What?
Doctor? Li's father and son's eyes widened. How? How is this possible? She is actually a doctor. Li Xia was shocked and tears welled up in her eyes. Yes, Sister Shang must be an extremely powerful doctor to be able to develop the jade bone regenerating pill. At least, she must be very proficient in pharmacology. She thought Shang Ruai would just sit back and watch and leave. Fortunately, the head of the Li family never thought that Shang Ruai's medical skills were so good. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. If his father was cured by her and woke up, he would definitely be driven out of the house. Then he would have nothing. He made up his mind and picked up the bolt and smashed it on Shang Ruai's head. At this moment, a figure stood in front of Shang Ruai. Ah Chung grabbed the hand of the head of the Li family and bent it backwards. He could no longer hold the bolt in his hand, and it fell to the ground. "It hurts, it hurts. How dare you attack my young lady? I think you are tired of living." Ah Chung finished speaking, exerted force on his hand, and with the arm of the head of the Li family broke.
Acheng.
Shang Ruai put away the silver needle, and seeing that the old man's face gradually returned to normal, she turned around and said, "This is the family affair of the Li family. We are just outsiders, so it's better not to interfere too much." Li Xia came to the bedside. "Sister Shang, my grandfather." "It's fine." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a long sigh from the old man on the bed. "Grandfather, grandfather." The old man slowly opened his eyes and said to Li Xia, "Grandfather is fine." He sat up, bowed to Shang Ruai and said, "Thank you, Miss Shang. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be." He set his eyes on the father and son of the Li family not far away. "I'm afraid I would be killed by these two." "Old man, don't be angry." Shang Ruai said softly, "You have a heart disease, and you should avoid excessive mood swings and excessive worry." She was glad that she came to the Li family. It was she who asked someone to pass the news to the old man, which indirectly caused his heart disease to attack. If something happened to him today, she would really feel guilty. "Yes, grandfather, please don't be angry. You almost scared me to death, just now." Li Xia's eyes were red. If it weren't for Sister Shang, I don't know what would have happened. She looked at her father and half-brother not far away, her tone full of uncontrollable anger. Why is it worth getting angry with them? Seeing this, the head of the Li family and Li Quan knew that the situation was hopeless, and they all knelt on the ground and begged, "Dad, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Just now my son was blinded by lard and did such a beastly thing. Please forgive my son this time." "Yes, grandfather. Please forgive Dad this time." Li Quan knelt on the ground. His head was broken, for fear that the old man would vent his anger on him. Shang Ruai glanced at the old man, and seeing that there was no ripple in his eyes, she foresaw the ending of this father and son. Crows know to repay their parents, lambs know to kneel down to suckle, but you are so different. The Li family has supported you until now, and now you want to kill me," he said calmly with cold eyes. "In this case, you don't have to stay in my Li family." Hearing this, the father and son of the Li family wanted to argue, but saw several servants come forward and drag the two of them away. During this time, someone pulled his arm that was broken by Ah Chung and he wailed in pain. "It's unfortunate for our family. It's unfortunate for our family." The old man sighed, looked at Shang Ruai and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Miss Shang." Shang Ruai smiled and didn't say anything, and then she heard the old man continue, "I didn't expect you to be proficient in medicine. I just know a little bit." The old man heard this and smiled. "Don't be arrogant or impatient. It shows the norms of the family. Your surname is Shang, and you are from Tianshan, but you are the daughter of Prime Minister Shang?" Shang Ruai nodded. "Yes." "The legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion?" It's no wonder that the old man asked this. Shang Ruo's temperament and her gestures is incomparable to that of the legitimate daughters of the royal family. Otherwise, I am a concubine, the second daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion.
Oh.
The old man suddenly sat up straight. But the second daughter, who married the Prince of Dingwang? The old man is well informed. Her words acknowledged her identity. The old man of the Li family looked her up and down, and his eyes were full of waves. That's right, absolutely right. No wonder she looked so familiar to me the first time I saw her. Child, where is your mother? He asked in an anxious tone. My mother. Shang Ruai moved the corners of her lips and whispered. Dead. For some reason, she felt a little sad when she said these two words. The light in the old man's eyes dimmed, and he leaned against the head of the bed in a decadent manner, sighing deeply. Li Xia rarely saw this expression on her grandfather's face, and asked worriedly, Grandfather, what's wrong? The old man did not answer, but looked up at Shang Ruai and closed his eyes slightly. Child, when did your mother leave? Many years ago. Shang Ruai was doubtful. How did he know her mother? Senior. Before she could ask her doubts, the old man grabbed her hand, his eyes red. Child, I'm sorry. You have suffered all these years. What happened to you? You should call me Grandpa. The old man said with tears in his eyes. Back then, your mother was kidnapped by my enemies. She was only a few years old when she was kidnapped. I looked for her for many years, but there was no news. Later, Bailing and Tianshan started trading, and I learned that your mother was taken to Tianshan. When I learned about her, she had already married into the Shang family and became Shang Yan's concubine. I asked someone to inquire about it, but that was the Prime Minister's mansion after all, and the information I could get was very limited. I only knew that Shang Yan married the daughter of a wealthy businessman who was very favored and had a daughter who was the second daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. I knew that she was living a good life, and the family that adopted her was also wealthy, so I was relieved. Shang Ruai frowned when she heard him say this. Since you know that she is your biological daughter, why don't you recognize her? How can we recognize each other? She was so young when she was taken away that she would not remember anything about her childhood. Besides, I am from Bailing and your father is the Prime Minister. She is so favored. If your father knew her life experience, he might have some concerns. Now that I know that she has a good life and has not suffered any hardship since she was a child, I feel relieved. The old man looked at her. From the first time I saw you, I felt familiar with you. I didn't expect that you are my granddaughter. Li Xia looked at Shang Ruoi and then at her grandfather and murmured, That means Sister Shang and I are really sisters? Shang Ruoi smiled. You said you are my grandfather. Do you have any evidence? Haha, the little girl is really cautious. The old man took out a box from the bedside, which contained half a jade disc. Have you ever seen your mother with this thing in her hand? Shang Ruai shook her head. Never seen it. A trace of loneliness flashed in the old man's eyes. It must have been lost on the way. This jade disc was originally a gift from your mother on her first birthday. At this moment, some vague fragments flashed through Shang Ruai's mind and she whispered, Do you know what birthmarks my mother has? Birthmark? He shook his head. Your mother has no birthmarks, but there is an inch-long scar in the crook of her right arm. It was the mark left by falling off the rockery when she was a child. I wonder if the scar has faded after she grew up. Yes. There is indeed a scar on her mother's arm, and Shang Yan has said more than once that his mother is very unlucky. As long as she can live well, it doesn't matter if she doesn't recognize me. Live well? Shang Ruai sneered. How can she live well?
She.
The old man choked up. Why didn't she live well? If she lived well, would she have died early? Shang Ruai sneered. After her mother's family fell into decline, Shang Yan knew that she was no longer useful, so he was annoyed even at the sight of her, and drove her to the most remote courtyard in the backyard, where she lived a life worse than that of a servant. Not many years later, she died of depression. Shang Ruai looked at the old man, recalling the eyebrows and eyes that were somewhat similar to his in her memory, and finally did not say anything more unpleasant. The old man looked at her, his chest heaving violently with anger. Shang Yan, His low voice contained deep anger. He actually, cough, cough, cough. He couldn't stop coughing. Li Xia stepped forward and rubbed his back. Grandfather, please don't get angry. The old man looked at Shang Ruai, his eyes red. You have suffered so much over the years. Shang Ruai did not step forward, but just looked at him steadily. Since he came here, she has never thought about having a family relationship with anyone. This sudden blood relationship made her a little uncomfortable. The old man saw that she was a little restrained and knew what she was thinking. You came to buy Dongju oysters today, did you get any? He changed the subject. Manager Lin chose some good ones. Shang Ruai finished speaking, and Li Xia interrupted her. Sister Shang, don't speak for that old man. Li Xia told the old man all the little actions of Manager Lin today. Humph, it must be the work of your father and your useless brother. Since he had frequent attacks of impatience, he handed over most of the Li family's industry to his unpromising son. Unexpectedly, it ended up like this. Ah Cheng and Xiaoyao stood guard at the door and looked at each other. They didn't expect that the Crown Princess Bailing and her party had discovered the secret of their life experience. Although the Li family is not a prosperous family, it is an imperial merchant after all. It is much better to have the support of the mother's family than to have no one. At this moment, a gray bird landed on Ah Cheng's shoulder. He took the note from the gray bird's feet and frowned tightly. Mississippi. Ah Cheng whispered. Miss, we may have to return to the mansion quickly. He handed the note over. Shang Ruai read 10 lines at a glance and was shocked. The letter actually wrote clearly about Hiyuan's whereabouts. Who is it? At this time, the officials of the court were halfway there. If they rode fast, they would arrive in Qingzhou in 3 or 4 days. If they confirmed that Hiyuan was still alive, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. After all, Emperor Tianshun said that as long as Hiyuan was found, he would be killed without mercy. Now they have only sent a few officials, and I am afraid they will be the first to take the lead. As long as they confirm that Hiyuan is still alive, they will punish all the people in the He family for the crime of harboring a criminal. It seems that Emperor Tianshun has recovered. She turned to the old man and said, You have a good rest. I have to go back to the He family first. When the matter is resolved, I will definitely come back to have a good talk with you. Hearing this, the old man nodded and looked at Shang Ruai with burning eyes, expecting to hear the word grandfather from her mouth. But until she left, the old man failed to do so. Li Xia saw this and comforted him softly. Grandfather, Sister Shang is not unreasonable. It's just that it's a little hard for her to accept it. Oh, I know. I'm a little delusional. He sighed. I guess she blames me a little. If I had known her mother, maybe her mother wouldn't have died. She only talked about her mother's suffering. For so many years, in the Prime Minister's mansion, she must have lived 10 times or 100 times more miserable than her mother. He coughed a few times, and his lips turned slightly white. It's my fault. Shang Ruai didn't blame him. After all, the original Shang Ruai was dead. Strictly speaking, they were blood relatives, but not blood relatives. Miss, if we take these carriages, it will be too late. Ah Cheng said in a low voice. They can take their time, there's no rush, let's go first. Shang Ruai looked at Xiaoyao. Can you ride a horse? Xiaoyao shook her head. How could she, a servant, ride a horse? That's perfect. A smile flashed across Shang Ruai's eyes. Just let Ah Cheng take you. What? Xiaoyao's face flushed. What does this look like? What else can I do? Shang Ruai said with a smile. Do you want me to take you? Let me be frank with you. If you fall off the horse, I will not be responsible. Xiaoyao glanced at Ah Cheng, only to see that there was no expression on his face. Her expectations slowly fell through, and the blush on her face gradually faded. She did not see that Ah Cheng's hands behind his back were tightly clenched in fists because of nervousness. Shang Ruai saw what Ah Cheng was thinking, smiled, and said, Ah Cheng, are you willing to take Xiaoyao with you? Ah Cheng nodded, thought for a moment. Will this ruin Miss Xiaoyao's reputation? If we don't hurry up, your master's father will probably be captured and beheaded by the emperor's men. She jumped on the horse, tightened the reins, looked at the two awkward people and smiled. Have you thought about it? Ah Chung sat on the horse, stretched out his hand to take Xiaoyao up, and said softly, sit tight. Shang Ruai raised the whip, and the horse rushed out like an arrow. Ah Chung and the others followed closely behind. After 2 days of long journey, they finally arrived outside the manor on the second night. Contrary to the news received, the people from the capital had already arrived at the manor and had wrapped it tightly. Listen, everyone inside. We are here to search under orders. Open the door immediately. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. After a period of recuperation, Prince Ding of Ding, He-Yuan, had basically recovered. He was about to go to bed when he heard shouting from outside. What's going on? He pushed the door open and asked in a deep voice. Prince, it's bad. Our manor has been surrounded by soldiers. He-Yuan frowned. They must have been exposed. Your Highness, please go through the secret passage and hide in the manor next door. As soon as the secret guard finished speaking, he heard the secret guard next to him say, No, the manor next door has also been surrounded. At this moment, the shouts of officers and soldiers came from outside. If you don't open the door, we will force it. It's too late. You protect your Highness and go first, and a few of us will stay behind to cover you. At this moment, a voice came. Maybe I have a better way. Everyone looked at the source of the sound and saw a masked man walking out slowly from the darkness. When the secret guard saw the mask, they knew it was Master Ling Jun and said respectfully, Divine Doctor, you are here. Shang Ruai stepped forward. Everyone should do their own thing. Don't worry. He-Yuan looked at her. Are you the Divine Doctor who saved this king? Greetings, Your Highness, I am Ling Jun. You just need to have a good rest in your room. Shang Ruai bowed. Let me take your pulse. Outside. Don't pay attention to it. He-Yuan was lying on the bed. Shang Ruai's fingers fell on his wrist. He-Yuan looked at her hand and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that the miracle doctor was actually a girl. Shang Ruai smiled, and a very thin silver needle appeared at the tip of her finger. He-Yuan felt his skin being pricked, and before he could react, he fainted. Shang Ruai put away the silver needle, waved her arm, and He-Yuan's body disappeared on the bed. She walked out of the room and said to the secret guards waiting outside the door, Open the door of the mansion. But the prince. Prince? Where is the prince? Shang Ruai stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Remember, there has never been any prince in this mansion. This is just the mansion of Master Ling Jun. Understand?
Yes.
At this moment, a huge noise came from outside the door, and the gate of the mansion was knocked open by the officers and soldiers, and the bolt was directly broken into 2 pieces. The officers and soldiers each held a big knife, and then several men came in, followed by Lord Zhang, whom Shang Ruai knew, who was following them closely. Humph. Where are the people in Zhuangzi? Are they all dead? How dare you disobey the order? The leading official said angrily. I will punish you. Compared with Situ Wen's rage, Zhou Xiang next to him said nothing, just looked around with a gloomy look. He had lived in the Dinghua Palace for a period of time and was very familiar with the terrain there. He looked at everything here and felt inexplicably familiar. They had just taken a few steps when they heard a sound of breaking through the air. Swoosh. Before everyone could react, they saw an arrow falling directly in front of them. My lord, be careful. The officers and soldiers stood in front of Situ Wen and Zhou Xiang, looking around vigilantly.
How dare you?
How dare you shoot and kill an official appointed by the court? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Shang Ruai walking forward with a bow and arrow in her hand. Her eyes under the mask were unusually cold. You, who are you? Shang Ruai sneered. I should be the one asking you this. She pulled the robe on her body closer and said angrily, Why are you knocking on the door and shouting outside someone else's house in the middle of the night? What's so important that it can't wait until tomorrow morning? You won't live to see tomorrow morning? Upon hearing this, Situ Wen strode forward, pointed at Shang Ruai and shouted, Bold and unruly citizen. How dare you speak rudely? Oh, who do you think you are? Shang Ruai looked at him and sneered. A useless person who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside actually has the nerve to yell here. Not knowing which words stimulated him, Situin said to the servants around him, "Catch him. Catch him quickly. You dare." Shang Ruai stepped forward. "Why are you arresting me? Have I done anything against etiquette?" Shang Ruai sneered. "If you arrest people without any reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." Situin was a typical hot-tempered person. Just as he was about to get angry, Zhou Xiang beside him said, "We are here on the orders of the court to arrest the fugitive. Your yard is a key place that needs to be checked." He looked at Shang Ruai's mask and felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. "You are." Before he could finish, Situin said, "What is there to say to a lowly person? Don't delay the business. They came here on the order of the emperor. If they can't find Hiyuan, they will be the ones to lose their heads." He waved his hand. "Search." As he moved, dozens of officers and soldiers poured out from both sides. Shang Ruai's eyes turned cold, and she threw the stone in her hand mixed with internal force at them. "How dare you, a mere official, search my courtyard? You must be tired of living." The man in front of him looked exactly like the one in his memory. Zhou Xiang stepped forward quickly and bowed, saying, "Excuse me, are you the divine Dr. Lingjun?" "What? Divine Doctor? Why does this name sound so familiar?" Situin frowned slightly. "Are you the miracle doctor who treated His Majesty and the Empress before?" "Yes," Shang Ruai said in a cold voice. "You broke into my mansion without permission. When I see the Emperor and the Empress tomorrow, I will ask you to decide who is right and who is wrong." Situin had been fighting outside for many years and was a rough man. Hearing her say this, he was not afraid, but became more powerful. "Do you think I'm afraid if you bring up His Majesty and the Empress? Let me tell you, I'm here to search your place under the order of His Majesty. Today, whether you agree or not, I will thoroughly check your mansion." Seeing him like this, Zhou Xiang wisely said nothing. Situin was right. The emperor did ask them to look for Hiyuan's whereabouts, and the news they got was also near this manor, but there was no evidence pointing to this manor. Now that Situin wants to be the first to take action, why don't I just watch the show from the side? If they really find Hiyuan, it will be a great achievement. If they don't find him, they will offend the divine Dr. Lingjun today, and he can get rid of it when he is reported to His Majesty in the future. Since you want to investigate my mansion, there must be a reason, Shang Ruai said in a low voice with a cold light in her eyes. "I suspect that you are shielding a wanted criminal of the imperial court, the former Prince Dingwa, Hiyuan." Situin said sternly, "Those who shield wanted criminals shall be punished with the same crime."
Come.
"Arrest her for me."
Wait.
Shang Ruai said angrily, "My lord, is your brain filled with mercury? Now that Prince Dingwa has not been caught yet, you want to punish me. Do you remember the law well? Do you think you have the final say in the military camp?" Shang Ruai glanced at him, her face full of sneer. "It's unnecessary to do this in my mansion." "You..." Situin was furious. He waved his hand and pulled out the sword from his waist. "Tie her up. Tie her up. Let's see who dares." Shang Ruai moved her fingertips slightly, and a handful of silver needles shot out suddenly, each of which hit the officers and soldiers, just an inch in front of their feet. Half of the silver needles were completely immersed in the blue bricks under their feet, which showed how powerful they were. Seeing this, everyone gasped. This strength was too strong. "General Situ, who do you think you are here?" Shang Ruai took a step forward. Although she was not wearing any weapons, she was still frightening. "You said you were ordered to search. I will not stop you, but you want to arrest people here at will." Shang Ruai sneered. "I see that your forehead is black, as if you are in danger of bloodshed." Situin couldn't stop breathing heavily. At this time, Zhou Xiang stepped forward, smiled, and said, "Don't be surprised, divine Dr. Lingjun. General Situ has been fighting on the battlefield for many years, so it is inevitable that he is angry. Please forgive me, divine doctor. Can you act like this on the battlefield? It's really ridiculous." At this time, the guards behind her brought a chair with a look of courtesy. On the chair was a complete tiger skin, which looked extremely precious. Go ahead if you want to search, but let us be frank. The things in my house, especially the pills, are very precious. If they are damaged or broken, you should think carefully about how to compensate for them. Shang Ruoyi finished speaking. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, Yes, yes, we will be extremely careful. She waved her hand, and the officers and soldiers went to search the backyard. Situan stared at her. Shang Ruoyi was sitting on the armchair, and the guard next to her brought her a cup of hot tea. How could she look like a guilty thief? She was clearly confident. After a while, an officer and soldier stepped forward. Sir, a secret door was found in the rockery in the backyard. Situan looked at Shang Ruoyi with a little excitement. She was wearing a mask at this time, and her expression could not be seen clearly, but from her leisurely state, she did not feel nervous at all. Master Lingjun, can you explain this secret door? Situan looked like a smug man. Without waiting for him to finish, Shang Ruoyi handed the teacup to the guard next to her and sneered. Why, the farm next door is also mine. Can I install a secret door between the two farms? She stood up and gathered her cloak. Isn't it allowed to buy a house even though I have money? Why would you buy such a big house by yourself? Situan said coldly. Your question is really ridiculous. What is the house used for? Of course it is used for sleeping. Could it be used to raise pigs? She sneered. Why, General Situ's mansion has only a few rooms? Or is there only one bed? Anyway, in the general's mind, a house is fine as long as it is habitable. Shang Ruoyi's words made Wen's face turn purple. Let you be proud for a while. I will go to the manor next door to take a look. If I find anything, don't blame me for being ruthless. He waved his hand and followed the officers and soldiers to the secret door, walked through the secret passage, and came to the courtyard next door. He saw that the courtyard was bigger than the one next to it, but after searching around, there was not even a cat in it except for a few guards. This made Wen's face more gloomy. How is this possible? Zhou Xiang was also a little surprised. What was going on? The intelligence they received clearly showed that Hiyuan appeared near these two manors. Where would such a big living person hide? They never thought that Shang Ruoyi would have such a magical space. How is it? Did the two adults gain anything? Shang Ruoyi stepped forward and said coldly. Tell me, where did you hide Hiyuan? Situan rushed forward and was about to grab her collar. The secret guards behind him were about to attack when Shang Ruoyi suddenly swung out a palm, hitting Wen's palm. Ah! With a scream, Hiyuan's entire arm was pushed back, and the bone at the shoulder seemed to bulge out. TSK, 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 this arm is useless. People who practice martial arts know that this kind of damage is irreversible. Even if the medical saint is alive and the broken bones are connected, it is difficult to make up for the damage to the arm. For a general like Situan, a useless arm means that he can never go to the battlefield again. No one expected that she had such a deep internal force. You? How dare you attack me? Wen's head was covered with sweat, and he was furious. He said in an angry voice, he committed treason and seriously injured an official appointed by the court. He should be put to death. Shang Ruoyi rubbed her wrist and sneered. Treason? Who do you think you are? How dare you put on airs in front of me? The severe pain in Wen's shoulder almost made him faint. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang knew that the matter of Hiyuan would not have any result today. He stepped forward and said with a smile, Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Don't blame us, doctor. We are rude, and we apologize to you here. If this mansion belonged to ordinary people or merchants, even if they caught the wrong person, they would have to admit their defeat. After all, the people should not fight against the officials. How could the people who went against the government have a good end? But how could this Lingjun genius doctor be compared to ordinary people? Even His Majesty praised her medical skills. If she hadn't saved her last time, the queen wouldn't have lived to this day. Because of this, he naturally had to be respectful to Shang Ruoyi. Shang Ruoyi glanced at him. She knew what he was thinking. Since Lord Zhou said so, I will give you this face. After hearing her say this, Zhou Xiang's hanging heart slowly settled down, but before the smile on his face could expand, he heard Shang Ruai continue, "But how are you two going to compensate for the loss of my mansion?" At this time, Situwen no longer cared about what she said, as he was already in a semi-comatose state. Zhou Xiang's smile froze, knowing that he might lose money today. "I don't know what the genius doctor means." "Lord Zhou, don't worry. I'm not the kind of unreasonable person. You only need to compensate for the loss of my gate and the loss of disturbing my peace tonight." Okay. I wonder how much silver the genius doctor wants? Shang Rui thought for a while. This door is not expensive. How much silver did it cost to repair it? She looked at the guard beside her, and the guard understood, and hurriedly said, "My lord, that door only cost 30,000 taels of silver." 30,000 taels? Zhou Xiang couldn't help but gasp. What kind of door costs 30,000 taels? Even the main gate of the palace didn't cost 30,000 taels. Shang Ruai smiled. "You don't know. This door is coated with a very special medicine paste, which will prevent it from being eaten by insects for 100 years. This medicine paste is extremely precious and cannot be bought with any amount of silver, so it is worth 30,000 taels." Zhou Xiang knew that she was asking for too much and was blackmailing him. He lost 30,000 taels of silver in vain, not only offended people but also failed to catch the criminal. This time he really lost both the wife and the army. "As for my loss, I won't ask you for money, but I heard that there is a red coral in Lord Zhou's house. It is said that red coral is very sleep-inducing. Today I am shamelessly asking Lord Zhou for it. I wonder if you can give me this face? Red coral is very valuable." She remembered that on the day of her wedding, Zhou Xiang gave her a coral as a gift. At that time, she heard someone say that Zhou Xiang loved collecting. There was a blood-red coral in his study, which was very beautiful, but he rarely displayed it. Recently, she was developing a pill, and she just needed red coral as medicine. If Zhou Xiang knew that she wanted to use such a precious thing as medicine, he would be angry to death. He smiled bitterly and nodded. "Since the genius doctor likes it, I will definitely send someone to deliver the coral when I return." Shang Rui nodded. "In that case, I thank you in advance." Zhou Xiang looked at Sidu Jing beside him, only to see that his lips were purple and a trace of blood slowly flowed from his lips. This is poisoning?" he exclaimed. "General Situ, wake up." Shang Rui frowned slightly. She didn't poison him when they slapped each other, so the poison must have been hidden in his body long ago. "Divine Doctor, can you treat General Situ?" Zhou Xiang said with a bow. "Why should I save someone who originally wanted to kill me?" Shang Rui sneered. "Carry him out. Don't let him die in my yard. It's very unlucky." "How can this be done?" "If he leaves now, Situwen may not be able to hold on for long." "Divine Doctor, there is a night shining pearl in General Situ's mansion. If you can help him detoxify, I will definitely persuade him to offer the night shining pearl with both hands." "Night shining pearl?" Shang Rui curled her lips. "Is it very precious?" "She has more than 5 in her space." Zhou Xiang's face froze. General Situ had been showing off in front of them all day that he had a night shining pearl, but now he was despised by others. "Forget it. It's a life after all. I will help him with reluctance, and when he recovers, get out of my yard." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued before Zhou Xiang nodded. "And the night shining pearl. Lord Zhou, please remind him to send it to me." Yes, rest assured, Doctor." Shang Ruai came to Situwen and felt his pulse, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Heart-eating grass. It was the poison of heart-eating grass. This poison is colorless and tasteless, but it is an extremely deadly chronic poison. There is nothing unusual when taking it at first, but after taking it for a long time, you will have a bad temper and great fluctuations in your heart. It only takes one opportunity for the whole heart to explode in the body. How deep is the hatred to give him this poison? In fact, when Situwen was shouting at her like a madman just now, Shang Ruai suspected that he was poisoned. Now it seems that her guess is indeed correct. She took out a white porcelain bottle and poured the spiritual spring water into his mouth. The unique purification effect of the spiritual spring water can remove the toxins of the heart-eroding grass. Zhou Xiang took out a silver needle, and when he saw such a thick silver needle, his whole body was shocked. This. If it is pierced into the body, it will be a blood hole. Is this curing the disease or killing it? Divine doctor. Before he finished speaking, he heard her coldly say, "Shut up, don't disturb me when I am treating the disease." Zhou Xiang hurriedly shut his mouth. Shang Ruai inserted 5 needles near his heart, and a pool of black blood came out with each needle. After a long while, the black blood gradually turned into bright red, and the expression on Shang Ruai's face was slightly relaxed. After pulling out the last needle, Situwen, who had been in a coma, woke up slowly. Seeing this, Shang Ruai smiled and said, "Night Pearl, don't forget it." Night Pearl? What Night Pearl? If it was something else, Situwen might not be so sensitive, but the Night Pearl was his most precious thing, so he naturally valued it very much. Zhou Xiang had no choice but to tell him what had just happened. He was somewhat grateful when he heard that Shang Ruoi had helped him detoxify, but when he heard that he had to exchange it with a Night Pearl, he stood up suddenly. What? Night Pearl? Don't even think about it. That's my treasure, he thought, since his poison had been cured anyway. Even if he refused to pay now, what could she do? Shang Ruoi heard this and sneered. "I gave you a chance, but you are useless, so don't blame me." She moved her thin lips slightly and said slowly, 3, 2, 1. Just when everyone was confused, Situwen suddenly screamed, and the hand that was not broken covered his heart, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. People die for money and birds die for food. Since you are reluctant to give up money, then you can just keep your life. Her eyes were full of disdain, and the look she gave him was like looking at a dead person, without any warmth. Situwen felt the passing of his life and, finally, began to panic. "I am willing to use the Night Pearl as a reward and ask the miracle doctor to save my life." Situwen knelt on the ground and begged, "Please. I never give people a second chance." Shang Ruai glanced at him and said to Zhou Xiang, who had been standing there in a daze, "Sir Zhou, it's late at night. I won't keep you here any longer." After she finished speaking, she ignored the shouting behind her and turned to leave. Zhou Xiang had no choice but to say to the officers and soldiers around him, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you take General Situ away quickly?" Shang Ruai returned to the yard, and the secret guards who followed her couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master Lingjun, where's the prince?" When the officers and soldiers searched just now, they had searched every room, but there was no trace of the prince at all. "Speak softly, the prince is still resting. Don't disturb him." Shang Ruai opened the door and whispered, "Stand by the door."
Yes.
Shang Ruai closed the door and confirmed that there was no one around. She waved her hand, and the sleeping Hyun reappeared on the bed. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the voice of the secret guard at the door. "Prince." Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. Why did he come back? Is the prince's wife in the room? The man outside the door had a low and hoarse voice, as if he had caught a cold. "Prince, where is there any prince's wife here?" The one who just came in was young Master Lingjun.
Yes.
Shang Ruai frowned and put Hyun on the bed back into the space. She had just put on the mask when the door was pushed open. He Jingheng walked in and took off his cloak. "You're here." He Jingheng cast his eyes on the bed, frowning slightly. "Where's my father?" "Father?" Shang Ruai said in a low voice. "My prince, are you confused? How can your father be here?" She held a few silver needles in her hand, and her eyes under the mask were full of vigilance. "My prince, why did you come to my room in the middle of the night?" He Jingheng's expression froze, and he coughed a few times and said, "I just came to see you." "My prince, have you found the herbs I asked you to bring for me before I went out this time?" Shang Ruai stretched out her left hand. "You can't go back on your word." He Jingheng's eyes fell on her hand, and after a while, he whispered, "I came back in a hurry and didn't have time to look for it. Next time I go out, I will not forget it." Hearing this, Shang Ruai closed her palms, put her hands behind her back, and a pistol appeared in her palms. The next moment, she raised her pistol, Pointing the muzzle at his brow, Shang Ruoyi's eyes were stern. You are not He Jingheng. Oi, what are you talking about? He Jingheng said with a smile. I just didn't bring you any herbs. Are you so angry? Before He Jingheng left, I didn't ask him to bring anything. That day was so absurd. How could she have the mood to ask him to bring her anything? I didn't expect you to see through it. The man sneered. But so what? In this manner, those guards seemed to only listen to their prince. He shouted, Come here. As soon as the voice fell, several secret guards rushed in directly. Prince, catch her for me. Catch her? Isn't Master Lingjun a distinguished guest of the prince? What are you waiting for? The man said angrily, You guys don't want to listen to what I say? Just as the secret guards were about to draw their swords, a deep voice came from outside the door. Who dares? A man in a black robe walked in, followed by Yunqi and other secret guards. Prince! The secret guards who were about to attack Shang Ruoyi exclaimed. How could there be two princes? Shang Ruoyi raised her pistol and looked at the man pretending to be He Jingheng with cold eyes. Are you still pretending? Now that the real master is here, why don't you surrender?
Ha ha ha.
He laughed and looked at He Jingheng. I didn't expect you to come back today. What a coincidence. He pulled up a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and there was no warmth in his eyes. You are lucky today, but your good days are about to end. As soon as he finished speaking, several black beads appeared in his hand. He threw them to the ground. A burst of fire flashed, and a lot of smoke came out. Fire smoke bomb. Shang Ruoyi's mind flashed, and a pair of goggles appeared on her eyes. Everything in the smoke was in sight. The man in black robe was about to escape in the smoke. Shang Ruoyi raised her pistol and pulled the trigger. The bullet went straight into the man's arm. A muffled groan reached Shang Ruoyi's ears. The voice was surprisingly familiar. Shang Ruoyi's heart was slightly shaken. It was during this gap that the man used Qinggong to take the opportunity to leave. She put away her goggles. He Jingheng happened to come to her side and asked nervously, Are you injured? Shang Ruoyi shook her head. No. What about you? Nothing. This fire mist bomb just looks a bit scary, but it actually has no lethality. He Jingheng looked her up and down and only felt relieved after confirming that she was not injured. Prince, I am incompetent and let the thief escape. Yunqi knelt on one knee on the ground. Please punish me, Prince. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. What are you worried about? He Jingheng snorted coldly. Among the 4 countries, only one force uses this kind of fire mist bomb. You mean Chiyu Villa?
Chiyu Villa?
Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. It was Chiyu Villa again. The woman who was dealt with earlier was from Chiyu Villa. Do you have any grudges with Chiyu Villa? Shang Ruoyi asked softly. You also know Chiyu Villa? Shang Ruoyi recounted what happened in the mansion before. He Jingheng's expression was slightly cold. That woman said that the Dinghua Palace wiped out their entire family? Yunqi was a little confused. From the prince to the soldiers, they only fought on the battlefield and never participated in destroying the family. The only ones who could do such a thing were the forces of the underworld or the minions of the royal family. The emperor had a team specifically responsible for assassination called the Golden Feather Guard. The team was full of masters and only obeyed the emperor's orders. If the emperor said that a certain family was an eyesore, they would sneak in and secretly execute the people of that family. Could it be them? Since these 2 people are from Chiyu Villa, I want to see where the Dinghua Palace offended them. He looked at Shang Ruoyi and smiled, but the most important thing right now is another thing. Where is my father? Shang Ruoyi was stunned. Just as she was thinking about what to say, she saw a secret guard running in. Prince, it's bad. The granary is on fire.
What?
He Jingheng didn't care about anything else and turned around to walk out. Shang Ruoyi saw everyone leaving and gently waved her right hand, and He Yuan's figure appeared on the bed. She took out a silver needle and gently pierced his arm. The next moment he slowly opened his eyes. Divine Doctor. He slowly exhaled, feeling refreshed. After a few hours in the space, breathing the rich spiritual energy in the space, he naturally felt physically and mentally comfortable. Did the prince fall asleep just now? Shang Ruoyi put away the silver needle and smiled. Your Highness is sleeping very soundly. It seems that the prince is really old.
He can fall asleep at this time.
He smiled heartily. The miracle doctor seems to be young. I didn't expect that his medical skills are so profound. He can even cure injuries like mine. Master taught me well. Shang Ruai stood up and nodded slightly. Your Highness, you should have a good rest. You are in good health now. In more than a month, all the hidden injuries in your body will be healed. Thank you, miracle doctor. He Yuan looked at her with satisfaction and suddenly asked, Is the young lady married? Shang Ruai nodded. I am already married. He Yuan sighed with some regret. When He Jingheng got married, he was far away in the border. Until now, he had never seen his daughter-in-law. He only knew that she was the illegitimate daughter of the old fox Shangmian. Whenever he thought of this, he felt like a lump in his throat. Not to mention the concubine's daughter, he didn't even look at Shangmian's legitimate daughter. The concubine's daughter was even more unbearable. He Yuan sighed. A woman with such excellent medical skills must be a great help. How good would it be if she hadn't married yet? Although the Dingwa Palace no longer exists, its power is still second to none compared to other families. A woman will definitely not suffer if she marries into their Dingwa Palace. But now that she has been betrothed, He Yuan naturally won't have any other thoughts. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, Miss, since you are invited by my disappointing son, how do you think my son compares to your husband? Shang Ruai couldn't help but wonder, is this the custom of the people in Tianshan? Why are they so willing to be matchmakers? At this moment, He Jingheng walked in and saw He Yuan sitting on the bed. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't ask much.
Dad.
He Jingheng stepped forward. How do you feel? You little brat, you actually asked me a question. He Yuan glared at him, and the more he looked at his son, the angrier he got. I'm still alive. Shang Ruai found this scene very funny. She didn't expect that the Prince of Ding, who was known for his calmness and seriousness, would also have this side in front of his son. Sir, the prince's body is fine. He will be back to normal in less than a month, and his internal energy can be used freely. Shang Ruai picked up the medicine box and said softly, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at her back that was somewhat running away, his eyebrows were slightly raised. Before he could think more, a big hand slapped his back heavily. He was ambushed on his way to the western regions this time and had many wounds on his body. Thanks to her pills. Otherwise, he would not be able to get out of bed and walk now, let alone rush back at this time. Now that his father slapped him, the wound that had finally scabbed was afraid to break again. You stinky boy, you can't even handle a woman. You've really brought shame to the Dingwa Palace, and to your father and me. He Jingheng sneered when he heard this. My son only found out today that the reputation of the Dingwa Palace is maintained by things like this. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his lips. In this regard, my son is naturally far from being able to compare with my father. You. He Yuan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The ancestral precepts of the Dingwa Palace did not allow concubines, but he not only took a concubine, but also had a son with the concubine. My son only wants Rui in his life.
Ruai?
Shang Ruai? The idiot in Shangnian's house? He had been to Shangnian's house a few years ago and saw her by chance. She was pale and thin and her body was dry. At first, he thought she was a maid in some courtyard. Later, he found out that she was the second daughter of the family. How could she look like a lady? Shut up. He Yuan said angrily. When the time is right, divorce immediately. He Jingheng just thought it was funny, and then he heard He Yuan say, You know how dangerous what you're going to do is. He said in a low voice, You must find someone who can help you, not hold you back. He Jingheng heard the words and nodded. It was rare that he did not refute. He Yuan was actually a little surprised. In the past, even in the military camp, the two would argue endlessly because of the way of fighting. Now they are so humble. Just when he thought his idea was adopted, he heard He Jingheng say slowly, Since father despises her so much, father's health will be handed over to others in the future. He Yuan was slightly stunned. What does it mean to hand it over to others?
Could it be that?
He pointed at the door and found his voice after a long while. You mean the girl who just treated me as Shang Ruai, The concubine of that old man Shangyan? He Jingheng nodded.
Oh.
He Yuan sighed, thinking back to what he had just asked Shang Ruai, his old face flushed. Disrespectful to the elderly, disrespectful to the elderly. Coming out of He Yuan's room, He Jingheng went straight to Shang Ruai's room. At this time, she was full of worry, afraid that He Jingheng would ask her how she hid He Yuan. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and she quickly turned over and pretended to sleep. He Jingheng heard her uneven breathing, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He sat on the bed, looked at her steadily, and said with a smile, "Although my father is a prince, he has been fighting on the battlefield for many years and has a rough personality. If he says something nonsense, you need to bear with him." After a while, the furry little head with its back to him nodded slightly. He Jingheng was shaken by her movements and felt like a kitten's claws grew on his chest, scratching his heart from time to time. After a long time, there was no sound behind him. Shang Ruai quietly opened her eyes, looked back, and happened to fall into He Jingheng's loving eyes. You didn't leave?" He Jingheng couldn't help laughing when he heard that. "My wife is here. Where do you want me to go?" "It's late." "Yes, it's late. It's time to go to bed." After saying that, He Jingheng lifted the quilt and lay down. Shang Ruai's body suddenly stiffened. She grabbed the quilt and kicked it hard. The next moment, her feet were held in the palm of a pair of warm hands. "Why is it so cold? Is it because the floor heating is not warm enough?" He frowned slightly, and the words he just said seemed to come from the heart, but only he knew that the hand holding her feet was so stiff that it was difficult to move. Just when his heart was rippling, a sudden force kicked him off the bed. Yunqi was startled when he heard the sound outside the door. The prince's wife was indeed a god. She dared to kick the prince off the bed. If this were to be spread out, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Shang Ruai's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lips tightly with her teeth. "Lecher." He Jingheng stood up from the ground with a smile in his eyes. "It seems that my wife doesn't want to sleep anymore. How about I take you to do something else?" Shang Ruai's nerves stood up instantly. Watching him approach step by step, she said angrily, "He Jingheng, I warn you, if you get closer, don't blame me for being rude." He Jingheng's smile became even bigger, and his figure instantly came in front of her, and before she could react, he pressed her acupoints. What are you doing?" Shang Ruai's internal strength cultivation is far from reaching the pinnacle, and it is impossible to forcefully break through the acupoints. Now the only chance is to hide in the space, but in this way, he will know the secret of her space. Just as she hesitated, He Jingheng had come close to her. He stretched out his hand, gradually moved closer to her face, and just as she was about to hide in the space, a cloak was draped over her. In Shang Ruai's surprised eyes, He Jingheng tapped her nose. "What are you thinking about?" "In my eyes, I am a frivolous person?" Shang Ruai pulled the corner of her lips and said nothing. "How is he not? Where is he not? And you said he is not a frivolous person? And you said he was not frivolous to her? Did he forget what he did to her before he left for Xiling?" Seeing that she was silent, he knew what she was thinking. He Jingheng touched the tip of his nose and explained softly, "I couldn't control my emotions last time, and I didn't mean to be frivolous." "Shut up." Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at him. "If you say anything more, you will end up with your meridians broken, and you will go crazy. I will fight you too." "My lady, don't be angry." He Jingheng smiled. "I'll take you somewhere." "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" Shang Ruai was a little sleepy. She had been traveling for 2 days without sleep, and she had to deal with so many messes when she came back. Even with the protection of the space, she couldn't handle it. "You'll know when you go there." He didn't untie her acupoints, but wrapped her tightly with a cloak. He kicked the door open, and Yunqi, who was standing outside the door, stood up quickly. "Prince, no need to follow." "Don't follow?" Yunqi blinked and was about to speak when He Jingheng stopped him with a look. The look in the prince's eyes seemed like he wanted to eat someone. He tapped his toes lightly, and Shang Ruai felt her body floating up. Qinggong. Although she had internal strength in her body, Qinggong was not something that could be practiced just by having internal strength. At this moment, she only felt the wind whistling in her ears. He Jingheng was very fast and soon he stopped. After lifting the cloak, Shang Ruai saw the scene in front of her. Shang Ruai could not help but stand there in a daze. She had never seen such a beautiful starry sky. They were standing on the top of a mountain at this time. The mountain was so high that you could pick the stars with your hands. This sentence was not an exaggeration. Looking up, the sky was full of stars, like a galaxy. So beautiful. Shang Ruai couldn't help but sigh. This is the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen. She turned her head to look at He Jingheng. Thank you. He Jingheng smiled. My lady, you don't have to be polite. As long as you like it, I will do anything for you. Shang Ruai blushed when she heard this. She turned around and looked at the starry sky. Her eyes were full of excitement, and her fatigue was reduced a lot. She didn't realize that in this place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, the spiritual energy in the space became more and more rich. He Jingheng walked to his side and whispered, Do you know what the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen is? Shang Ruai knew what he was going to say by looking at the look in his eyes. She turned her head and looked at the sky without answering. He Jingheng saw this, and his eyes became slightly lonely. He knew that she had not made up her mind yet, so he said no more. He Jingheng. After a long while, Shang Ruai said slowly, I don't understand the love between men and women. I have never thought about spending my life with a man. I don't know how to be a qualified wife and treat my husband with respect. No one has ever taught me how to get along with my husband. She turned around and looked at He Jingheng, who was a little dazed beside her. Do you still think I am good like this? She has been traveling through time for so long, and she has never seen such an expression on He Jingheng's face. I wish to win the heart of one man and stay together till old age. This is a beautiful dream of most women. Men like to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. After a long time, women have to compromise, but I am not that kind of person. Shang Ruai looked at him and said firmly, If you do anything to let me down, whether it is taking a concubine or raising a mistress, or even having the slightest ambiguous relationship with other women, I will not tolerate it. I will not leave alone, but I will kick you out. Do you think it's okay? The smile on He Jingheng's face gradually widened, and the loneliness in his eyes had long been replaced by excitement. Are you serious? His hand holding Shang Ruai's arm couldn't stop shaking. I still remember the first time I followed my father to the battlefield and won my first victory in my life. I think that might be the most unforgettable moment in my life. He looked at Shang Ruai steadily. But now I have finally encountered a day that I will never forget, and it is also the most important day for me. Time will tell. Let's wait and see. He Jingheng heard this, and a helpless smile appeared in his eyes. He had never seen a woman like her. Even at this time, she was terribly rational. He Jingheng looked at her profile and suddenly wanted to tease her. He stretched out his hands and pinched her face. What are you doing? Nothing, I just want to see if there is an old woman older than my mother living under your beautiful skin. He Jingheng smiled. I'm afraid my mother is not as calm as you. Shang Ruai couldn't help blushing when she heard this. Counting her age in the previous life, isn't she older than Qin? With this calculation, it turned out that she had taken advantage of He Jingheng. Shang Ruai looked at the starry sky in the distance, and soon she felt her eyelids getting heavier. She found a comfortable position in He Jingheng's arms and slowly fell asleep. Feeling her even breathing, He Jingheng lowered his head, his eyes full of pity, and lifted his cloak up. I will definitely protect you. When Shang Ruai woke up, it was already the next morning. Xiaoyao brought a basin of water. Miss, if you don't wake up, you will miss breakfast time. Shang Ruai stretched and recalled the conversation between herself and He Jingheng last night, and a smile appeared on her face. Miss, is there any good news? Xiaoyao asked with a smile. You look so happy, but is it related to your outing with the prince yesterday? Shang Ruai glanced at her. You are getting bolder and bolder. You're playing a joke on me. Xiaorao blinked. Really? But the guards in this mansion are spreading the news. What? It was spread all over the mansion early in the morning, saying that the prince brought you back wrapped in a cloak last night. Now all the secret guards in the mansion know her true identity. The smile on Shang Rui's face disappeared. He Jingheng. After she washed up and walked out of the room, Yunqi walked up to her. Crown Princess. Shang Rui found that the way he looked at her was also different from usual. Yunqi, I see that you are very idle these days, and I have some errands for you. Just follow the orders of the Crown Princess. Have you dug the ponds I asked you to dig in the farm some time ago? Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Shang Rui nodded. Dig another one. I will go to see it myself tomorrow night. Yunqi was shocked when he heard it. It has to be done tomorrow? Why is it so urgent? Crown Princess, your subordinate. Shang Rui rolled her eyes at him. Go. Yunqi went to dig the pond bitterly. Shang Rui was in the room looking at the letter sent by Ah Chung. It was sent by the old man of the Li family. As soon as she left that day, the old man sent someone to deliver it. But Shang Rui's pace was too fast, and the messenger could not catch up. In the letter, her grandfather told her in detail about the Li family's property. What does he mean? Is he going to hand over the Li family to her? Shang Rui rubbed her eyebrows, and at this moment, He Jingheng walked in. I heard that you asked Yunqi to dig a pond? Shang Rui put away the letter in her hand. Look at the secret guards of your Dingwa palace. Their skills are not very good, but they are comparable to the ant at the entrance of the village. He Jingheng couldn't help laughing. Her ways of mocking people are really endless. The guards guarding the door blushed when they heard this. However, most of the secret guards were dissatisfied. They were the strongest people carefully selected by Dingwa Palace. How could they become so unbearable in her mouth? Feeling the sudden rise of momentum outside, Shang Rui sneered. It seems that your men are not convinced. Young and energetic, they must suffer a little. He Jingheng curled his lips slightly. Are you interested in helping me train the soldiers? Train the soldiers? He Jingheng nodded. I will go back to Beijing recently. Do you want to go with me? Go again? Shang Rui shook her head. I have a lot of things to do recently. I am afraid I can't get away. Just then, a guard said at the door, Prince, the prince said that he wanted Lingjun God. Let the prince's wife go to diagnose the pulse. When he said the 3 words prince's wife, he was obviously a little dissatisfied. Last night, only a few secret guards followed Shang Rui. Most of the secret guards in the mansion only knew that she had a powerful medical skill, but did not know how high her martial arts had reached. So when she said that they were weak, they were very unhappy and looked at her with unfriendly eyes. Shang Rui didn't care much about it. She walked in front, and He Jingheng followed behind. Looking at her straight back, a smile flashed in his eyes. The two came to Hiyuan's room, and Hiyuan was sitting upright on the armchair. Seeing Shang Rui come in, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, He Jingheng couldn't help but said, Father, if you can't laugh, don't force yourself. Your smile is really creepy. Don't scare my wife again. Stinky boy, shut up quickly. Hiyuan glared at him. When he thought of what he said in front of his daughter-in-law yesterday, he couldn't help blushing. Shang Rui stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I will check your pulse. Hiyuan heard her address him and couldn't help but say, Child, you should follow Jingheng and call me father.
Yes.
Shang Rui put her hand on his wrist and checked his pulse carefully. Hiyuan saw that she just responded with a yes, and he knew her attitude towards him. He didn't expect that this little girl would hold a grudge. As I said yesterday, there's nothing wrong with your body. You only need to recuperate for more than a month and you'll be back to normal. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Hiyuan smiled and said, Child, you've been suffering since you first married into the Dingwa Palace. It's really unfair to you. He Jingheng couldn't help laughing when he heard that. Father, the most similar thing between you and the emperor is that you both talk nonsense. Stinky boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I wrong? If you really feel it's hard, then take out real money. Shang Rui couldn't help but look at him when she heard that. At this moment, He Jingheng's figure became taller in her heart. Now that the palace is sealed, I want to take out the silver. Where can I get it? Should I rob? Why not? He Jingheng frowned, his eyes filled with coldness. They are the first to be unkind. Can it be that only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps?
You.
Yuan slapped the table. What are you talking about here?
Get out.
He glanced at Shang Ruai and saw that her face did not change at all, and his heart sank. Shang Ruai joined their palace, but in the final analysis, she was still Shang Yan's flesh and blood. As a minion of Emperor Tianshun, Shang Yan was naturally opposed to their Dingwa palace. In fact, when the emperor granted the marriage in the early years, his purpose was also very clear, that is, to let He Jingheng's prince consort monitor every move of Dingwa Palace. Now that the palace has collapsed, Shang Yan's concubine is still in the He family, which makes him suspicious. Although Shang Ruai saved his life, he still couldn't trust her completely. His son would not be so stupid as to tell her everything about the Dingwa Palace. Although he did not want to admit it, he could not help but feel depressed when he saw his son's unreserved behavior. At this moment, Shang Ruai left with an excuse, and Yuan stopped He Jingheng, who was about to leave with her. You won't hand over all the secrets of the palace to her. He Jingheng nodded. Why not? Did you hurt your brain when you were in exile? How could you do such a stupid thing? Yuan said angrily. Let alone her background. Why did you tell such an important thing in the palace to a woman? Besides, she is Shang Yan's daughter.
Do you know that Shang Yan?
So what? He Jingheng looked at him coldly. Is it because she is a woman that father does not want her to interfere in the affairs of the palace, or because she is Shang Yan's daughter? Yuan said in a deep voice, no matter what the reason, you should not do these things. Father, in my heart, she is just my crown prince's consort. She has nothing to do with other identities. So, what if she is Shang Yan's daughter? I only know that if it weren't for her, my grandmother, my mother, and all the women in the He family might have died on the way, and my legs might have been crippled long ago. As for you, father, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to sit here and scold me. I believe in her and believe that she won't betray me or the He family. Ridiculous. Yuan walked up to him, raised one hand, and after a while, put it down heavily. Forget it. He sat back in the chair and sighed. You know, what you entrusted to her is not only your own life, nor just the fate of Dingwa Palace, but the lives and property of thousands of soldiers who depend on the palace. If she betrays you one day, everyone will be doomed. You are betting on the rise and fall of the world, making a big gamble. Shang Ruai came to the farm, not far away. Since she decided to raise Dongju clams, she asked Yunqi to buy this place. Coincidentally, there is also a hot spring here, which is a pleasant surprise. Yunqi was digging the pool with all his strength. Shang Ruai came forward and Yunqi saluted. Prince's concubine. Well done. Shang Ruai smiled. It seems that you are really strong. Prince's concubine, I know I was wrong, and I will never talk nonsense again. Yunqi had a bitter face and looked like he was about to cry. It is great to know one's mistakes and improve them. A child can be taught. A child can be taught. She nodded. Yunqi thought he didn't have to do this hard work anymore. Before he could smile, he heard her say, Well dug, keep going. Xiaoyao almost laughed out loud. Yunqi had no choice but to continue working hard. Shang Ruai came to the pool that had been dug long ago. At this time, water was already in the pool. She put her hand in the water, pretending to test the water temperature, and put the spiritual spring water in the space into the pool. The pearl oysters in the spiritual spring in the space have grown visibly. It can be seen that just as she thought, this spiritual spring is of great help to the growth of pearl oysters. At night, as she expected, dozens of carriages stopped at the door of the manor. Shang Ruai walked forward, opened the lids one by one, and put the pearl oysters in the space back into the bucket. Miss, don't worry, according to your instructions, we haven't opened the lids all the way. Thank you for your hard work. Shang Ruai took out a few gold leaves. It's just a little gift, just like inviting brothers to tea. The in charge of delivering the goods heard this and waved his hand and said, We have been friends with Mr. Li for so many years. We brothers will deliver the goods, even if he orders us to do it at the risk of our lives. The old man of the Li family once helped the agency overcome difficulties when they were in trouble. People in the rivers and lakes are the most loyal. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring, not to mention that it is a grace of rebirth. But he was a little curious. Every year, the Leaf family sent out hundreds of goods through their hands, but the old man of the Leaf family had never given such careful instructions. He secretly looked at Shang Ruai. What was the relationship between this woman and the Leaf family? Your friendship with the old man is one thing, and my side is another. I will inevitably trouble you in the future. This little gift is not very valuable. Please accept it. Hearing her sincere words, it would be a bit tactless to refuse. Thank you, young lady. Shang Ruai looked at the Dongju oysters in the pond and concentrated her mind. Her eyes penetrated the shells and found that there was a shiny in each shell, which was the Dongju. This Dongju oyster with the black shell is obviously much better than the one with a green shell. Why did Manager Lin say that the black Dongju oysters needed to be processed? She fished out a Dongju oyster. The Dongju in the shell was already the size of a soybean. She opened the shell and couldn't help but stand there in a daze. This oriental pearl is actually purple. In Tianshan, the pearls that were tribute to the royal family were all white, but this kind of purple oriental pearl had never been seen before. Miss, what is this?
Oriental pearl. Oriental pearl.
Xiaoyao exclaimed. It's purple. I've never heard of it. Yunqi also came forward and looked at the oriental pearl. His eyes lit up. This purple bead is really beautiful, but how much silver can this oriental pearl sell for? Things are rare and valuable, and I have the final say on how much silver it can sell for. Shang Ruai smiled. I can sell it for as much silver as I want. She asked Xiaorao to bring a golden Nama box and put the oriental pearl in it. Miss, this oriental pearl oyster is only worth 3 taels of silver, but this box is worth 500 taels. You are short-sighted. Shang Ruai tapped Xiaoyao's forehead. Just wait for your lady to multiply the value of this oriental pearl by hundreds of times. Hundreds of times? The old man of the Leaf family read Shang Ruai's reply, which only talked about the eastern pearl mussel. He sighed and put the letter away. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Li Xia put the ginseng soup on the table. But the reply from Sister Shang? The old man nodded. She said that the batch of eastern pearl mussels she bought before must not be thrown away. But the eastern pearls produced by the black eastern pearl mussels are all black and smelly. We have opened so many of them, and they're all without exception. Why does Sister Shang want to keep them? I don't know much, but since she said so, just arrange for the servants to do so. The old man drank the ginseng soup and stroked his chest. In recent days, he has been taking the pills left by his granddaughter every day. He often feels warm in his heart, and his body is much stronger than before. Grandfather, what valuables are in this box? She pointed to the box on the table. This golden Nama box is rare. Look at me, I'm really old and confused. The old man smiled and said, This is sent by your sister Shang, saying it's for you. You'll definitely like it. Li Xiaxia couldn't help but be happy when she heard it. She knew that Sister Shang was thinking of her. She carefully opened the box and looked at the purple bead lying quietly in the middle of the box. She couldn't help but be stunned. Is this a Dongju? Seeing her like this, the old man couldn't help but look over curiously. His reaction was even greater than Li Xiaxia's. Purple Dongju. It was really a purple Dongju. He stood up swoosh, and the chair behind him was overturned. Purple bead, he exclaimed. How is this possible? Grandfather, am I dazzled? Li Xiaxia murmured. Beautiful, too beautiful. The old man was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the purple bead. He hurriedly took a key and took out an exquisite box from the secret compartment. Inside the box was a purple Dongju. The purple pearl was a little bigger than the one Shang Ruai sent, but the color was not as rich. Miracle! Miracle! The old man cried with joy, which frightened Li Xiaxia. Before leaving, Sister Shang repeatedly warned her grandfather not to get emotional. Grandfather, you calm down. How can I calm down? The old man laughed. 100 years. After 100 years, our Leaf family finally has purple pearls again. Thinking of what she said in the letter, He waved his hand. Give orders to keep all the black pearl oysters.
Yes.
After figuring out the key, Li Xia ran out in a hurry. There's hope. There's hope. The Leaf family is saved. The old man sat on a chair, looking at the sky outside, 2 lines of turbid tears streaming down his face. Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, the Leaf family finally has a successor. Just one day before He Jingheng was about to leave for the capital, Zhou Xiang and others came to the farm again. Young master, Zhou Xiang is here again. The secret guard glanced at Shang Ruai on the side and whispered. He said he came to ask the genius Dr. Lingjun for help. Shang Ruai was preparing pills, and she didn't even bother to look at the guard. Tell him that everyone has their own destiny. If someone seeks death, it is God who wants to take him away. I'm just a mortal. How can I people from the king of? He Jingheng waved his hand, and the guard's mouth twitched, and he turned around to go out and answer. Is Situan really hopeless? Shang Ruai looked at him. Why? You can't bear to part with him?
No.
He Jingheng shook his head. It's just that Tian Shun still needs him now. Then I'll let him live for a while. Shang Ruai shook the pill in her hand. After a year, I'm sure the king of won't blame me. He Jingheng touched her head with a smile in his eyes. Then please let him live for a while. Shang Ruai slapped his hand on her head and rolled her eyes at him. Don't touch my head. There are many fatal acupuncture points on the head, and the head is her forbidden area. Yunqi stood at the door and rubbed his sore arms. He had been digging the pool all day these days and his body was exhausted. At this moment, a porcelain bottle flew over. He subconsciously held it. 1 pill a day, starting tomorrow. Wait for me on the parade ground at Inshur. Shang Ruai's voice came. Yunqi looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and his eyes lit up. This is. He did not notice that the other secret guards in the yard cast their eyes, some sympathetic and some gloating. As the leader of the secret guards, Yunqi follows their prince all day long. It is impossible for other secret guards not to envy him. Who doesn't want to be a popular person in front of the prince? Now, he has been assigned to the side of the prince's wife by the prince. Although she is the prince's wife, she is a woman after all. What about the leader of the secret guards? There will be no future. When the prince dislikes her one day, maybe the position of leader will have to be replaced. A bottle of pills made him so happy, as if he had never seen anything good and lost face for nothing. How could they know the effect of this pill? Although Yunqi didn't know it very well, the pills prepared by the prince's wife herself must be extraordinary. At this moment, the guard came back again. Princess, Zhou Xiang refused to leave. He handed over 30,000 taels of silver, 2 red corals and a night-shining pearl, saying that as long as Situan could be cured, he would provide a more generous reward. Shang Ruai looked at the red coral in his hand and nodded. The quality of this coral is really excellent. Yes, it seems that Zhou Xiang has invested a lot of money. He Jingheng smiled. It's even better than what was sent on the day of our wedding. Forget it. Shang Ruai packed the last pill. Since they are so sincere, let them in. Take them to the side hall. Yes. Soon, several people came to the side hall carrying a stretcher. Zhou Xiang bowed his hands. Master Lingjun, please save General Situ. If General Situ died here, he would be punished for dereliction of duty by the emperor even if he returned to the capital. Moreover, they did not find any trace of Hiyuan. If he returned in disgrace, if the emperor was furious, he would be in great pain. Master Zhou, it's not that I don't want to help you. She looked at Situan, whose face was already purple and black, and now he was almost out of breath, breathing more than inhaling. General Situ's current condition, I'm afraid he won't live for long. Shang Ruai sighed twice. I'm a doctor, not a god. Zhou Xiang heard this and hurriedly said, but you are a miracle doctor. I can only say that I will try my best. Shang Ruai said in a deep tone, but I can't guarantee that there will be no sequelae. Thank you, miracle doctor. Zhou Xiang said with his hands bowed. As long as Situan can return to the capital alive, it will be fine. Shang Ruai felt her pulse, took out a silver needle and inserted it directly into his head, which frightened Zhou Xiang. How could he survive with such a long silver needle inserted into his head? Shang Ruai took out more than a dozen silver needles and inserted them into several major acupuncture points around her body. Help him up, Shang Ruai said coldly. The guards Zhou Xiang brought with him hurriedly helped Situan sit up. Shang Ruai gathered her internal force in her palm and slapped him in the back.
Puff.
A mouthful of black blood spurted out of Situan's mouth, carrying a fishy smell. As luck would have it, the black blood sprayed on Zhou Xiang's face and collar.
Ugh.
Zhou Xiang's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly took off his robe. Seeing this, Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly to hide the flash of light in her eyes. Shang Ruai looked at her deformed right arm, stretched out her hand, and heard a click, and the arm returned to its original position. She casually took out a wooden board and fixed Situ Wen's arm. For now, his life is saved. His arm needs to be healed for at least half a year, but it is absolutely impossible to recover to the same condition as before. Even if it was possible, she would not help him heal. After all, He Jingheng said that he only needed to live for a year. Zhou Xiang's eyes flickered. I heard that Prince Ding's leg, He Jingheng, was able to recover after a broken tendon. I wonder which miracle doctor helped him heal it? It turned out that he was waiting for her here. Shang Ruai curled her lips and said in a cold voice, Does Lord Zhou think it was me who did it? She washed her hands and said lightly, I haven't heard of anyone whose broken tendons can be reconnected. If Lord Zhou knows who has such a great ability, you must tell me, and I must go and ask for advice. I just heard it. Zhou Xiang had a flattering smile on his face. Besides, who else in the world can compare with the medical skills of the miracle doctor? Lord Zhou, you are too kind. Didn't you just say that the broken leg of the Prince of Ding was reconnected? No, it's just some hearsay. Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly. To be honest, I was misled by that villain and caused many misunderstandings. Please don't blame me. You saved the lives of the Emperor and the Queen. You are the great benefactor of the entire Tianshan. We are always grateful for your kindness. When we come to your Majesty and the Queen in the future, please don't tell you about today's misunderstanding, otherwise my life will be in danger. Although his words were a bit exaggerated, they were 70% credible. Shang Ruai smiled. Lord Zhou said it was a misunderstanding. Why would I hold on to it? Thank you for your consideration, Doctor. He saluted and took out a cloth bag from his arms. This is a little gift from me. Please don't despise it. Shang Ruai took the cloth bag and opened it, and found a pearl inside. Dr. Lingjun, this Dongzhu was awarded by the Emperor. I have always treasured it. Please don't despise it. Shang Ruai smiled and said, Since it was awarded by the Emperor, Lord Zhou should keep it well. I am a man and have no interest in jewelry like Dongzhu. If the doctor has a woman he likes in the future, this Dongzhu will be a gift from me. He handed it over again. Shang Ruai shook her head and said, You should keep such an important thing for you. She was not being rude, but she really didn't like this Dongzhu. It was not even as big as a soybean, not round enough, and he said it was so precious. Why should she owe him a favor for such a small thing? Seeing that she really didn't want to accept it, Zhou Xiang had to put it away. Master Zhou, if you're all right, please go back. I am tired after all this trouble. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. Regarding General Situ's poison, I have to say it in advance. He is deeply poisoned. I have tried my best. How long he can live depends on his luck. After sending these people away, Shang Ruai washed her hands again with spiritual spring water. The poison in Situ Wen's body had penetrated deep into his bone marrow. Even the blood he just vomited was poisonous. It would be contaminated if touched. His blood sprayed on Zhou Xiang's skin. It would not take long for the poison to appear in his body. How long he could last before the poison took effect depended on his luck. At this moment, the white tiger in the space suddenly became anxious. What's going on? Just when she was puzzled, the house suddenly shook. Is this an earthquake? The next moment, the shaking suddenly stopped. Just then, He Jingheng rushed in. Ruai. Nothing. Shang Ruai whispered. It seemed like there was an earthquake just now. Yeah. He Jingheng's chin was taut, and he held her in his arms and said with lingering fear, "It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay." Shang Ruai felt his hand trembling slightly. She couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips and patted him on the back. "Don't worry. Tianshan is mostly plains, and earthquakes rarely occur. Moreover, most people don't know what earthquakes are. Whenever there is such a disaster, it is said to be a disaster from heaven and an offense to the gods. But even so, isn't He Jingheng a little too nervous?" Feeling the struggle of the person in his arms, He Jingheng came to his senses. "What's wrong?" He Jingheng touched her head, and there was a bit of fear in his eyes. He Jingheng. "Nothing, nothing." He took a breath. "Come with me to the capital." Shang Ruai couldn't help but smile when she saw him like this. "It's just an earthquake. Why did you get so scared? How can you look like a young god of war?" Everyone knew it was a joke, and even the secret guards guarding the door couldn't help laughing. However, there was still no smile on He Jingheng's face, and even the fear in his eyes didn't diminish at all. It was exactly the same as the scene in the dream. Ago, when he was still in the western regions, he had this dream. In the dream, the sky collapsed and the earth sank, and Shang Ruai disappeared in this violent shock. That's why he rushed back from the western regions so quickly. Nothing happened for a few days after he came back, and he thought it was just a dream. Unexpectedly, there would be an earthquake the day before he left. "Don't worry, even if there is an earthquake, I will never be in any danger. I will protect myself." Shang Ruai patted him like comforting a child. He Jingheng's heart was really soothed by her. The next day before dawn, Shang Ruai got up and went to the school grounds in the backyard. Yunqi had been waiting there for a long time. Shang Ruai was wearing a tight suit and jumped onto the arena neatly. "Crown Princess." Yunqi bowed and said, "Thank you for the medicine." The discomfort he felt yesterday disappeared after taking the medicine. "What about other feelings?" "Other feelings?" Yunqi shook his arms. "I don't have any other feelings yet." Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed in front of him. Yunqi quickly put his hands in front of his chest, and Shang Ruai punched his outstretched hand, and the powerful force instantly kicked him off the arena. Yunqi's body fell to the ground before his brain could react. He was still a little dazed when he stood up. "Crown Princess." Shang Ruai stood on the arena and said with a smile, "Do you want to become stronger?" Yunqi heard this and nodded quickly. "Please give me some advice." "Defeat me."
What?
"Fight with the Crown Princess?" "How can I do this?" Yunqi hesitated and refused to take action. If he hurt the Crown Princess, he was afraid that he would be beaten to death by the Crown Prince.
Why?
"Are you afraid of being beaten down by me and embarrassed?" Shang Ruai said with a sneer. "I'm afraid of you." Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she heard that. She turned around and stopped looking at him. "Young man, don't brag too early." She waved her hand. "I can beat two of you." She didn't have internal strength before, and she was at a disadvantage when fighting him, but now she has internal strength and is more than enough to deal with him. If you want to become stronger, you must have firm beliefs and defeat your opponent. In a real battle, only one side can survive. If you are strong, he will be weak, and if you are weak, he will be strong. If you want to win, you must risk your life. Shang Ruai's voice was cold, and her back was like a statue. Yunqi was shocked by her momentum and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. If you want to win, you must risk your life. Yunqi half knelt on the ground. "Please teach me, princess." It was not until dawn that the wailing on the training ground stopped. Yunqi lay on the ground with a trace of blood on the corner of his lips. "I've just warmed up. Let's have another fight." Shang Ruai's face was not red, and she was not out of breath. On the other hand, Yunqi was covered in dust and dirt, even worse than when he was digging the pond a few days ago. Just warmed up? Yunqi even had difficulty moving his fingers, let alone another fight. At the beginning, he was a little bit lenient, fearing that he would hurt her if he didn't control the strength of his attack. After a few rounds, he was surprised to find that the gap between reality and his imagination was too big. Every move that landed on him seemed to weigh hundreds of pounds. If he didn't try his best to resist, he would definitely be kicked out of the field by her. He Jingheng stood on the attic outside the training ground, looking at Shang Ruai's deadly moves, and couldn't help frowning. Her punches seemed direct, but they hit the flesh. She didn't use all her strength to beat Yunqi into this state. If she really fought with others, I'm afraid she would kill them instantly before others could react. Shang Ruai threw him a porcelain bottle. 2 pills a day. You will come to thank me. After saying that, she jumped off the ring lightly. Yunqi almost cried when he saw this. Crown Princess, you are so strong. Why do you need their protection? If they encounter danger in the future, they will be thankful that they don't hold the Crown Princess back. Not only He Jingheng saw this fight, but also many secret guards of Dinghua Palace. The shock on their faces was even greater. Just now, the Crown Princess kicked Yunwei down with 1 kick. It seems like this. Didn't Yunwei let her go? Let her go? A secret guard almost shouted. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Yunwei's killer moves were useless? They're all martial artists. How could they not see these? So their Yunwei was really knocked off the ring by the Crown Princess with a few punches and kicks. Thinking of this, the secret guards who originally looked down on her could not help but tremble in their hearts. Shang Ruai changed her clothes and went to the attic. He Jingheng saw her coming in, handed her a cup of steaming tea, and said with a smile, Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I have my own way to make them convinced. There are some things that I don't like to rely on others to complete. Shang Ruai's head was slightly sweaty, but her breath was steady. He Jingheng looked at her appearance. It was really, as she said, effortless. She showed this skill today, and no one in this mansion would dare to look down on her again. Leaving for the capital today? He Jingheng nodded. It will probably take more than a month. I'll trouble you to take care of the affairs in the mansion. Shang Ruai looked at the water mist rising faintly in the teacup, and a trace of homesickness suddenly emerged in her heart. This was an emotion she had never had before. This emotion has been shrouding her until she received the letter from Biling. Princess, your letter. A secret guard stepped forward and respectfully placed the letter on the table. Ever since she taught Yunqi Kung Fu on the training ground, all the secret guards in the mansion changed their faces. How dare they be disrespectful to her? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? However, most of them wanted to be with her in the future. After all, she only taught Yunqi for a few days, and Yunwei's martial arts were more powerful than before. The most important thing was that they all wanted to get a musket. Shang Ruai only taught Yunqi how to use a musket. In their eyes, this musket was both powerful and mysterious. It could actually spit out fire and kill people in the blink of an eye. After reading the letter, Shang Ruai couldn't help but smile. It was indeed someone she liked. A young man could be taught. It was the Biling Li family. Li Xiaxia sent this purple dongju to the most famous auction house in Biling. Presumably, such a precious treasure would make people compete for bidding. At that time, she would just sit back and reap the benefits. It seems that I have to go to Biling. Yunqi heard this and hurriedly said, I will go with you. Shang Ruai shook her head. I will leave with your son at the same time. The He family still has this house that needs someone to guard it. You are in charge of it. She had a premonition that the capital would not be peaceful. In the evening, Shang Ruai returned to the He family and told the old princess that she was going to Biling. How can people feel at ease if a woman like you goes so far alone? The old princess frowned slightly. Why not leave the matter to Jingxi, or your third uncle? He Jingxi heard this and waved his hands. Grandma, I can't do this job.
Yes.
He Ziyuan also said. He family affairs have always been managed by Ruai. I don't know much about Biling's business dealings, so it's better not to interfere. The old princess glared at them secretly, and after hearing their refusal, she had to give up. But before Shang Ruai left, she gave her many more instructions. As a woman, it is better not to show up in public. If there is anything, try to let the servants do it. The old princess whispered, lest you lose your status in vain. Grandmother, why can't a woman show up in public? She raised her chin slightly, and a faint cold light flashed in her eyes. The so-called status is given by oneself. If you are disturbed by the worldly eyes and live in the eyes and discussions of others all day long, what's the point? There is an old saying, enjoy yourself and have fun. Sit in front of the guests at the banquet. The scene cannot be retained. Life is like a turning tumbleweed. It is better to achieve it early than late, and it is shameful to be compared with the fishermen. People should enjoy themselves and sing wildly in their lives. Grandmother, what do you think? The old princess looked at her and murmured, the scene cannot be retained. Life is like a turning tumbleweed. After a while, a self-deprecating smile overflowed from the corner of her lips. My old bones are not as clear as a little kid like you. Yes, mother, although Ruoi is young, her insights are extraordinary. Chin said with a smile, I feel most at ease, leaving the He family to her.
Come with me.
The old princess took her to the inner room, took out a box from the cabinet, and opened it, revealing a ring. Shang Ruoi's pupils shrank slightly. This was exactly the same as the one He Jingheng gave her. The old princess saw her expression and knew that she had seen this ring before. Haha, it seems that Jingheng has already handed the ring to you. The old princess smiled and said, in this way, he has recognized your position as the mistress from the bottom of his heart. Grandmother, what is this? The old princess took out the ring and placed it in Shang Ruoi's palm. From today on, the He family is really handed over to you. The old princess said solemnly, there are 2 rings in the Dingwa Palace. One can command thousands of troops, and the other is the key to the underground palace. Underground palace? Yes, I don't know what is in the underground palace. When your grandfather handed it to me, he only said that it was of great importance and must be kept properly. Shang Ruoi was a little confused. Then why not give this ring to mother? The old princess shook her head. Your mother-in-law is weak by nature. Even a concubine dares to climb over her head. If such an important thing was handed over to her for safekeeping, it would have disappeared long ago. Grandmother, I can't accept such an important thing. Shang Ruoi refused. It's better to keep it with you. Child, Grandma is old, and I don't know how long she can live. Don't worry about tomorrow's affairs today. If something happens and no one inherits this ring, there will be a big mess. The old princess put the ring in her hand. Now that I have handed this thing to you, it means that I recognize you. You will really be in charge of the Dingwa Palace. Hearing this, Shang Ruoi had to nod and put the ring away. Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely keep it well. Shang Ruoi still brought Ah Chung and Xiaorao with her on this trip. Since the 2 of them rode together, their relationship has become much more ambiguous than before. Shang Ruoi looked at Xiaoyao's blushing face from time to time and couldn't help shaking her head. If she had known earlier, she would have brought Yunqi with her. Along the way, Shang Ruoi found that more and more people were going to Bailing. Bailing is located in the extreme north, and there are not many people going there for business. Why are there so many vendors today? At this moment, the conversation of several people passing by reached Shang Ruoi's ears. Have you heard about it? There is a purple oriental pearl in the Bailing auction house. Of course I heard about it. Purple oriental pearls have not been seen for 100 years. That's why I came all the way here. Even if I can't get it, it's a great honor to see it with my own eyes. It's worth the trip. I wonder which force will end up with such a precious treasure. At this moment, a luxurious carriage slowly appeared in front of everyone. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A man shouted loudly, You've delayed my lady's trip, I'll make you pay. He raised his whip and swung it at the people on both sides of the road. Be careful. The whip was whipped towards Shang Ruoi's face. Ah Chung flew forward, grabbed the whip, and exerted force. The driver was taken away from the carriage and fell heavily to the ground.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. The man cried out in pain and got up from the ground. Who plotted against me? The door of the carriage opened, and a woman in purple grabbed the reins, stopped the carriage, and shouted angrily. How dare you? How dare you attack Our Lady's carriage? Are you tired of living? She set her eyes on Ah Cheng. You are the one who took the whip. Ah Cheng's face was grim. So what? The woman pulled out a thin whip. How? Today I will let you see what happens if you offend someone you shouldn't offend. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the carriage. Chuaner, Mississippi. Just when everyone thought that the woman in the carriage would ask the maid named Chuaner to stop, she said in a cold voice, "No need to hold back."
Yes.
Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard it. This is simply unreasonable. It was her driver who swung the whip around and almost hurt the master. Now she is blaming him. It is really speechless. Chuaner sneered and raised the thin whip. The thin whip was covered with dense barbs. If it was whipped by the thin whip, the skin on the body would be lifted up. The barbs on it glowed with a faint green light under the light, and it was obvious that it was poisoned. She raised her eyebrows and the thin whip came towards Ah Cheng's face. Ah Cheng has been with Shang Ruai these days and trained with Yunqi every day. Chuaner's moves are nothing to him. He drew out the soft sword at his waist, and the thin whip was wrapped around the sword. Ah Cheng used a clever force to take the thin whip away, and Chuaner's body fell heavily to the ground. "Ah Cheng, stop when you are done," Shang Ruai said lightly. "Don't miss the trip." "Yes, sir." He threw the thin whip on the ground and turned away. Chuaner's eyes were like knives, and she wished she could stab Ah Cheng through. How could she be willing to embarrass herself in front of everyone? If she lost to the man in front of her, the lady would punish her severely when she returned. She slapped her sleeves, and a hidden weapon suddenly flew out. Shang Ruai has been paying attention to the movements here. The hidden weapon was fast and fierce, and Ah Cheng was close to it, so he had no time to react. Seeing that the hidden weapon was about to fall on him, there was a flash of silver light in Shang Ruai's hand, and 2 silver needles suddenly shot out.
Ding.
With a crisp sound, the hidden weapon was knocked to the ground by one of the silver needles, and the other silver needle was completely immersed in Chuaner's arm.
Ah.
There was only a scream, and Chuaner covered his arm with a blue face. There was no poison on the silver needle, just some liquid that amplified the pain. Chuaner's arm was shot through, but the pain was like his arm was cut off. Shang Ruai's face was cold, and she said in a low voice, "Your maidservant is ruthless. Others wanted to spare your life, but you insisted on bumping into them. In this case, you can't blame others for this fate." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a cold shout from the woman in the carriage. "What are you shouting for? Trash, shameful thing. Why don't you get back here?" The woman closed her mouth, her eyes full of hatred, and ran to the side of the carriage in a dejected manner. The woman in the carriage did not let her get in. "You are covered in dust, dirty and smelly. Get out and sit outside."
Yes.
Chuaner covered his arm and sat outside the carriage. Shang Ruai only felt a sharp gaze falling on her. There was no doubt that it was the woman in the carriage. At this moment, a strange fragrance came. Shang Ruai frowned, and the colorless and odorless powder in her hand drifted away with the wind, and the people who were originally a little dizzy suddenly became clear-headed. At this time, the carriage had gone far away. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. The strange fragrance just now contained a strong poison. If you inhale it a few more times, you will be poisoned to death. This woman is so cruel and cruel. She is definitely not a good person. "Young master." Ah Cheng stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you for saving me." "It's okay." Shang Ruai whispered. "It's getting late. Let's hurry up." At this time, several passers-by stepped forward and said to Shang Ruai, "Young master, why do you have to offend the adopted daughter of the king of the Western Region city when you can't offend anyone else?" "That's right. The king of the city has great power in the Western region. He loves this adopted daughter very much. In the Western region, she is more noble than the royal princess. If you offend her, how can you have a good end?" Shang Ruai heard this and found it very interesting. She is just an adopted daughter. Why is she so noble? "My lord, you don't know. It is said that the king of city originally had a daughter, but for some reason she disappeared. It is not known whether she was lost or died. The king of city missed her so much that he became ill. Later, he went out hunting and brought back a girl. It is said that her eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to the woman the king of city loved the most. Since then, the adopted daughter has been spoiled to the sky." Shang Ruai nodded in understanding. "So that's it. Is that woman the Princess Jim?"
No.
A Western region's man said with a smile, "The king of city has never married." TSK, I didn't expect that the king of city was actually a lovesick man. Not only that, it is said that the prince of the king of city's mansion is also born to that woman. Shang Ruai listened to the secrets of the other mansion and couldn't help but be shocked. She gave birth to a son and got pregnant with a daughter, but in the end she had no status. This woman is really miserable. After listening to the stories of the king of city's mansion along the way, they finally arrived at the capital of Bailing. After the few people parted, Shang Ruai came to the back door of the Li family. As soon as she got off the horse, the servant came to greet her. "Miss, you are back." Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. She had only been here once, but she didn't expect that they would remember her. Moreover, she was dressed as a man today. She couldn't help but look at the servant guarding the door a few more times. "What's your name?" "Miss, I am Liyin." He smiled and said, "Miss, the old master has been waiting for a long time." As he said, the old man had been preparing since he got the news that she was coming to Bailing. Seeing her come in, the old man excitedly stood up. "Child." Shang Ruai leaned forward slightly. "Grandfather." Hearing those 3 words, the old man's eyes lit up, and his eyes were full of joy. "Child, good child." He couldn't help but burst into tears. He didn't expect to hear these 3 words in his lifetime. Shang Ruai's heart moved slightly. She had never enjoyed the affection of her family in 2 lives, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. "Don't get excited." Shang Ruai's voice was slightly hoarse. It's better to have a heart disease and not have big ups and downs in emotions. Yes, Grandpa remembers what you said." He wiped his tears, but the tears in his eyes were completely out of control, and they rolled down again as soon as they were wiped clean. At this moment, Li Xiaxia walked in, saw Shang Ruai, and said with a smile, "Sister Shang."
Xia.
"Sister Shang, I didn't expect that our fate is so deep. We are a family." She took Shang Ruai's arm. "Then I have really found a backer." At this moment, a servant walked in. "Old master, the shopkeeper of the auction house is here. Please come in." Shang Ruai thought that the shopkeeper of such an auction house must be an old man of the same age as her grandfather, but she didn't expect it to be a woman with a charming figure and extremely beautiful looks. "Grandpa Li, I am honored to meet you." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes falling on Shang Ruai. "This young master looks unfamiliar, and it seems he is not from Bailing." The people of Bailing have a rough character and look more heroic than the people of Tianshan. "Shopkeeper, you have a good eye." Shang Ruai bowed and said, "I have a business to discuss with the old patriarch of the Li family." Upon hearing this, the old man knew that she did not want to reveal her identity at this time, so he smiled and said, "That's right. There are so many rising talents nowadays. I can't help but admit my age."
"What are you talking about, old man?"
"You are in such good health, you will surely live 100 years. Our auction house is still counting on more cooperation with you." "Haha, then I will thank Shopkeeper Xiao for your good words." Shopkeeper Xiao looked at Shang Ruai, then at the old man, and seeing that he had no intention of asking her to avoid it, he said, "Old man, today I am here to get the Dongzhu. In 2 hours, the auction will begin. The major chambers of commerce have heard about the purple Dongzhu you have here, and they have already prepared the silver. They are all rubbing their hands, waiting for the auction to begin." Shopkeeper Xiao said with a smile, "After today's auction, the name of the Li family will probably be resounding throughout the 4 countries." After Shopkeeper Xiao left, the old man remembered the important matter. "Child, tell your grandfather, is this purple pearl really from that clam?"
Shang Ruai nodded. "Yes."
Hearing this, Li Xiaxia frowned slightly. "But we opened many black clam shells, but there were either no pearls inside, or they were already black and smelly. We didn't even see the shadow of the purple pearl." Hearing her say this, Shang Ruai's heart moved. Could it be because of the spiritual spring water? When she was selecting the pearl clams that day, the water in the pond was really turbid. Manager Lin said that it was that turbid from the beginning. After changing the pond water several times, there was still no change. The only change was the addition of spiritual spring water. Hey, if we sell this purple pearl, what will we do if our family can't produce purple pearls in the future? The old man sighed. Now that purple pearls have become famous, I believe the emperor will ask us to pay tribute to them. He walked to the table and opened the secret compartment inside. There is also a purple pearl in it, but the quality is not as good as the one Ruai brought. If someone from the palace comes to ask for it, just hand it over. At this time, Shang Ruai smiled. Why do you think we can't produce purple oriental pearls anymore? As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a larger, rounder, and brighter purple pearl from her sleeve pocket.
This.
The old man was stunned in place. He simply couldn't describe his mood at this moment. I have a way to deal with the purple pearl. Li Xia looked at her with admiration. Sister Shang is so amazing. Shang Ruai smiled and said nothing. The old man was so excited that he couldn't help but say, God bless the Li family. In the evening, Shang Ruai came to the auction house. Li Xia originally asked her to sit with her. Most people came for the purple pearl in this auction, so Li Xia naturally sat in the most distinguished room. Sister Shang, just sit with me, and let the people below see that our Li family is not without people at home. Shang Ruai smiled and pulled her arm back. You don't even look at what I'm wearing today. When the time comes, others will say that you are eating what's in the bowl, and you are entangled with other men outside before you get married. Li Xia heard this and looked around. She saw that people were really looking at her with complicated eyes as she said. She quickly pulled back her hand from Shang Ruai and patted her chest with lingering fear. At this moment, a man with a somewhat handsome appearance walked over quickly. Xia, Li Xia. Li Xia stopped when she heard this voice, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Young Master Zhang. It turned out that he was the young master of the Zhang family who was engaged to Li Xia. Zhang he walked forward aggressively and said in a cold voice, in broad daylight, you are here to tug at war with a man. How can it be so disgraceful? It is really disgraceful. You are indeed the daughter of a merchant, and you are not worthy of being in public. Li Xia blushed when she heard that, and hurriedly explained, it's not like that. Then what is it? Zhang he said angrily, you are not a faithful wife before you even get married, and now I have caught you cheating on me, and you still want to deny it? What a pair of adulterers. He was about to reach out to grab her, but his wrist was tightly clamped by a strong big hand. Ah Chung grabbed his wrist expressionlessly, and with a little force, Zhang He's cry of pain resounded throughout the auction hall. It hurts, it hurts. Shang Ruai sneered. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xia's cousin, not the adulterous couple you said. You keep saying that it is disgraceful and that the daughter of a merchant is not presentable. What about you? You keep swearing. I think you are the one who is disgraceful. You. How dare you talk to me like that? I tell you, I am a scholar. Shang Ruai couldn't help but sneered when she heard it. Scholar? Are scholars rare? Looking at your posture, I thought you were the top scholar. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard laughter all around. People have said that we are cousins, so Mr. Zhang, don't be so unreasonable. That's right, besides, you're just a scholar and my son is a genshir, but he is not as arrogant as you today. Everyone was talking, and Zhang he felt a little embarrassed, but thinking about what he came here for today, he had to stay. Do you have anything else to say? Li Xia was a little impatient. Of course I have something to tell you. He whispered, I heard that the pearl of the horse to be auctioned today belongs to your Li family? Li Xia nodded. So what? Zhang he hurriedly said, go and inform the shopkeeper here. Tell her that the pearl will not be auctioned. After he finished speaking, Li Xia was stunned. Not auctioning? You mean? My mother said that if the daughter of your Li family marries into our family, it would be considered marrying up, and she must have some decent dowry. He smiled and said, my mother said that the purple oriental pearl can be counted as one of the dowry. Shang Ruai almost laughed out loud when she heard this. Your Zhang family is just a poor family, and we are lucky to have a scholar like you, but in my opinion, this is where we end. You. How dare you curse me? Zhang he said angrily. A merchant, no matter how much silver he has, is still a lowly person. His voice was loud, and the whole venue could hear it clearly. Before everyone could come to their senses, a crisp slap was heard, and Zhang He, a big man, was directly thrown to the ground by her. Shang Ruai said angrily, "You keep saying things that are insulting to society. You only have a few drops of ink in your head. Why are you pretending to be a scholar here? Do you need me to tell you about the dirty things you have done in front of everyone?" Before Zhang He could refuse, Shang Ruai said coldly, "Before the legal wife came into the house, many concubines have been brought into the backyard. One of them even gave birth to a child. Do you dare to tell others about this? Now you have set your sights on the purple oriental pearl. You don't even consider your own worth. Don't you think you are a person without blessings?" Shang Ruai's words made the people watching the excitement look at Zhang He with a little contempt. They never expected that Zhang He, who looked serious and like a scholar, would actually do such a thing. TSK. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and he's a scholar. If we report him to their academy, with such behavior, his title of scholar will definitely be stripped away. That is to say, I remember that his mother looked at girls from many families and finally chose the one from the Li family. I thought the son would be so outstanding, but I didn't expect him to be a useless piece of mud. Everyone was talking at once, and Zhang He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. You guys. Zhang He pointed at Shang Ruoi and Li Xiaxia and said, "Believe it or not, I will cancel this marriage with your Li family when I go back. In Bailing, most women whose engagements are broken off will not have a good result, so even if they marry into a den of tigers and wolves, they can only endure it." Zhang He thought he could use this to control her, but who would have thought that Li Xiaxia didn't show any sign of submission? Shang Ruoi stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry. Our Li family has wanted to cancel the engagement with you for a long time. I think it would be worse to live with a person like you who is worse than pigs and dogs than to become a nun. What's more, you think that you can't get married, so we forced you to be our daughter, right? You are an outsider. What qualifications do you have to decide my marriage with her?" Zhang He was a little flustered when he heard her say that. After all, he still needed to use the dowry of the Li family to supplement the expenses of his family. Hearing this, Li Xiaxia said in a deep voice, "When my father arranged this marriage for me, he had no idea that you had taken so many concubines. When I report to my grandfather, I will have other explanations for the marriage between you and me." After saying that, Li Xiaxia turned and left. Li He wanted to chase him, but Ah Chung blocked him. Shang Ruai sneered and said, "Get out of here quickly." Zhang He looked around and saw that everyone looked at him with a little disdain. He turned and left in anger. Shang Ruai came to the room she had booked long ago. Although Li Xiaxia had made it clear that she was related to her in front of everyone, she was now dressed as a man and a woman were alone in the same room, which would always give people a reason to criticize her. Not long after, the charming shopkeeper Xiao came on stage. "Everyone, welcome to our auction house." Her red lips curled slightly, her eyes moved, and the souls of the men in the audience were almost hooked away. Shang Ruai was in the room on the third floor, looking at Xiao Xiao on the stage, and she said twice, "She is really graceful. Which man would not be moved by such a woman?" Ah Chung heard the words, and his eyes quickly swept over Xiaoyao. Seeing that she kept nodding, he hurriedly said, "Miss, I don't like women like Manager Xiao."
Oh.
Shang Ruai smiled. "Then tell me, what kind of women do you like?"
"Your subordinate, I like."
His dark face was a little red, and Shang Ruai joked, "It seems that Ah Chung has a favorite woman." Ah Chung didn't speak, and his head hung even lower. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. Ah Chung, this bad boy, usually rushed to fight first, but when it comes to love, he can't kick a. Peony, you are old enough to get married. I think Yunqi and Yuntian, who are beside He Jingheng, are both good and trustworthy. Do you like them?" Shang Ruai rested her chin on her hand, her eyes full of smiles. "I think Yunqi is good, with great martial arts and steady work. When you get married, I will definitely prepare a generous dowry for you." Peony's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head to look at Ah Chung beside her. Ah Chung looked a little anxious, with his hands clenched tightly in his fists. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Ruoyi firmly. "Miss, I do have a girl I like."
Oh, really? Tell me about it.
A triumphant smile flashed in Zhang Ruoyi's eyes. "If you also have someone you like, I will fulfill your wish." Your subordinate likes Miss Peony." Peony, who was standing beside him, blushed completely when she heard the words.
Oh.
"But what can I do? I was thinking of marrying her to Yunqi." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao hurriedly said, "Miss, I don't want to marry Yunqi." "Then are you willing to marry you to Ah Chung?" Xiaoyao pursed her lips and nodded embarrassedly. "Yes." Zhang Ruoyi sighed, shook her head and said, "It's just a layer of window paper. Since the man has feelings and the concubine has intentions, why not take a step forward? If I, your lady, am an unromantic person and casually arrange your marriage, wouldn't it be a waste of life?" The two of them couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. At this time, the auction on the stage had begun. The maid held a tray in her hand, on which was placed a jade hairpin. This jade hairpin is emerald green, warm to the touch, and in excellent condition. The starting price is 80 taels. She picked up the jade hairpin and said, "If any young lady can receive such a beautiful hairpin, she will be very happy." As soon as she finished speaking, the men in the audience began to raise the price. 100 taels, 150 taels, 200 taels, 300 taels. The price of 300 taels has far exceeded the value of the hairpin itself, but the bidding is still going on. Zhang Ruoyi watched this scene in the room and couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. All crows are black, but this shopkeeper Xiao is really capable. In the end, the hairpin was sold for 500 taels of silver. The middle-aged man who won the bid took the hairpin in his hand with a warm look in his eyes, and he didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage for buying it at a high price. The next items that were brought up were a few ancient paintings from the previous dynasties. Zhang Ruoyi was not interested in them. She just watched coldly as the people below the stage kept raising the prices. Some of the bids were not enthusiastic, but shopkeeper Xiao could mobilize the already calm people again with just a few words. Each item was far more valuable than its own value. Zhang Ruoyi smiled and said, "This shopkeeper Xiao is really a talent." 1,000 taels. A familiar voice sounded. Zhang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes fell on the room upstairs where the voice came from. If she remembered correctly, this voice should be the maid who poured milk tea on Li Xia. Zhang Ruoyi looked at the item being auctioned on the stage at this time. It was a jewelry box made of jade. The quality was not bad. The broken hairpin just now was sold for 500 taels. Now that this box is so much bigger, 1,000 taels is really not expensive. However, using so much silver to buy such an item may be a bad idea. At this moment, Li Xia's voice came out. 1,500 taels. Zhang Ruoyi almost choked on the tea in her mouth. Well, she took it back. At this moment, a gentle female voice came out. 2,000 taels. 2,500 taels. 3,000 taels. Zhang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing. It seemed that the hatred between Li Xia and this woman named Zhang Ruru was not shallow. Li Xia walked out and looked at Zhang Ruru's room with anger in her eyes. "Zhang Ruru, are you going to fight with me?" As soon as she finished speaking, the door opposite opened, and a woman in a white robe walked out. Zhang Ruru said in a weak voice, as if she was bullied, Xia, what are you talking about? You like this box, and so do I. Isn't the so-called auction for the highest bidder to win? I just raised the price. Why are you arguing with me?" Xia, normally I never argue with you about what you like, but this thing, I want to give it to a very important person. I absolutely cannot give it to you. You. Zhang Ruru's appearance aroused the protective desire of everyone at the auction. They cast disapproving glances at Li Xia, and some even whispered about it. I didn't expect that the young lady of the Li family would have such a fierce temper. Look at how young lady of the Zhang family has been bullied. Young lady Zhang's appearance is heartbreaking. Yeah, she is like this in front of so many people. You can imagine how she bullies people in private. At this moment, Xiaoling, the maid beside Zhang Ruru, came out and said, "Miss Li, she is tolerant of you on weekdays. She will give you anything you like, even if she is reluctant. But you can't bully my young lady just because she is easy to talk to." Li Xia instantly became the target of public criticism. Facing everyone's doubts and accusations, she was just a little girl. How could she bear it? Seeing this, Zhang Ruoyi sighed, cleared her throat, and said lightly, "I wonder if Miss Zhang has compensated Xia for the clothes?" Clothes and money? Zhang Ruru was stunned for a moment, and Xia Ling beside her heard the words. Her face suddenly changed. "That's right. Before New Year's Day, your maid poured a whole cup of boiling milk tea on Xia. Xia let her go without pursuing the matter. Didn't your maid tell you about this?" Zhang Ruo said in a cold voice. Miss Zhang's maid must be severely punished. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruru looked at Xiaoling behind her, her voice soft but sharp. "Xiaoling, is what that young master said true?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoling said tremblingly, "Miss, I didn't." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoyi sneered, "You were speaking righteously here just now, and this young master thought you were so upright, but I didn't expect you to be a liar. Do you think the news of Tianshan will not spread here? If you don't admit it, you can find the owner of the milk tea shop to confront you in the future. Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoling knelt on the ground with a thump. "Miss, I was just careless, I didn't mean it." Xiaoling couldn't stop shaking. She knew her mistress's methods very well. Now she made her lose face in front of everyone. When she returned to the mansion, the mistress would definitely punish her severely. The Zhang family's young lady should regulate the words and deeds of her servants. After all, the master will raise the servants. If you don't know, you might think she learned this from Miss Zhang. After Zhang Ruoyi finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at Zhang Ruru with suspicion. Li Xia's complexion finally improved, and she secretly felt lucky that Sister Zhang was here. Otherwise, she would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Bailing today. Zhang Ruru hated secretly in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. After all, in the capital of Bailing, everyone knew that the legitimate young lady of the Zhang family was very kind and delicate. Even though she was full of anger, she had to continue pretending. Besides, there was a distinguished guest in the room at this time. If she made her angry, she would be in trouble. "I didn't expect that my maid would make such a big mistake. It's my fault for not disciplining her well. I apologize to Xia here." Her eyes fell on Zhang Ruoyi's room, and she smiled and said, "Xia is really lucky. She just despised Master Zhang, and now she has a handsome cousin to protect her." What she meant was that there was some inappropriate relationship between Li Xia and Zhang Ruoyi. Li Xia said angrily, "What does this have to do with you? Didn't you always want to marry Zhang He? You blamed me for blocking your marriage before, but now I will break off the engagement with him when I go back. If you don't mind, just marry him." After that, she turned around and went back to the room, never looking at her again. Zhang Ruru was defeated again, and the expression on her face was almost out of control. She clenched her hands tightly around the railing and left in a huff. Shopkeeper Xiao saw this and said with a smile, "Miss Li, Miss Zhang just raised the price to 3,000 taels. Do you want to continue?" Hearing this, Li Xia shouted, "For 1,000 taels." Zhang Ruru in the room turned pale, looked at the woman lying on the couch behind her with a veiled look, and hurriedly said, 6,000 taels. Hiss. 6,000 taels. Just buying such a jade box is really too expensive. It's simply a big sucker. After calling out this price, Zhang Ruru was shocked. That was 6,000 taels, and she bought so many boxes. Just now, she was overwhelmed by Li Xia and actually called out the price of 6,000 taels. She thought to herself, as long as Li Xia raised it once, she would not follow suit again, and let her take out 6,000 taels to be the big sucker. Seeing this, Li Xia said without thinking, "Since Miss Zhang is so determined to get it, then I won't take it away from others." She looked at Zhang Ruru and said, "I'll give it to you this time."
What? No more?
Then wouldn't this hot potato fall into her hands? If her father knew that she spent 6,000 taels to buy such a, he would probably kick her out of the Zhang family. She wanted to say that she just said it nonsense, but now there are so many eyes watching. If she does this, wouldn't it be a loss of face? Her father would punish her. Seeing the maid bringing the box up, she had to bite the bullet and hand over the banknote. Zhang Ruru brought the box to the half-lying woman. "Take a look. Do you like it?" The woman raised her eyelids slightly, glanced at it, and said, "It looks okay. Just leave it there for now." Zhang Ruru heard this and was delighted. As long as the noble likes it, the silver is worth it. Even if her father knew, he would not blame her severely. The next few items did not sell for such high prices. At this moment, Zhang Ruoyi's eyes fell on the tray in the hands of the maid on the stage. This is tianxin grass. This is an extremely precious herb. Even the purple ginseng cannot compare to it. The woman in Zhang Ruru's room was also attracted. She sat up, wearing a red fox cloak, and stared at the tianxin grass. "No matter what, I must bid for this herb." Dear guests, tianxin grass is more than 100 years old. Although it has dried up, its medicinal properties have not been affected. It is extremely precious. The starting price is 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels? Just to buy a dry grass? Most people here don't know the preciousness of tianxin grass. You can start bidding. As soon as shopkeeper Xiao finished speaking, Zhang Ruru's voice came. 3,000 taels. What? 3,000 taels? Such a high price for this broken grass? People who know the price of this herb, such as Zhang Ruoyi, smiled. What's 3,000 taels? This tianxin grass is also called a magical grass. It can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh. If a doctor could have one of these herbs, he would be happier than earning tens of thousands of taels of silver. But what did Zhang Ruru want her for? She whispered, for 1,000 taels. 5,000 taels. 6,000 taels. Zhang Ruru's face was livid and she whispered, "Is that person going to fight with us? He wants to get involved in everything." Her tone was slightly lowered. 8,000 taels. 10,000 taels. Zhang Ruoyi said, without hesitation. Zhang Ruru wanted to raise the price, but the half-lying woman sat up straight, her eyes full of pride, and she said coldly, "This unpresentable thing dares to things from this princess. I think she is tired of living." She looked into the distance, and a familiar figure came into her sight. It was her. She was still alive. She had given such a strong poison but failed to kill her. How could this be possible? This person is none other than the adopted daughter of the king of the western regions, Princess Luoyun. "Princess, the person who robbed you of the herbs is the cousin of Li Xiaxia from the Li family. The Li family is domineering in Bailing because of their wealth and power. I am used to being bullied by Li Xiaxia, but now they don't even take the princess seriously. They really deserve to die." Princess Luoyun glanced at her and sneered, "You don't have to use those tricks of making trouble and sowing discord on me. I have seen a lot of such petty tricks." She raised her arm slightly, and the maid beside her hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. "If it weren't for the friendship between your Zhang family and my father, I would never have gone to your small family mansion when I came to Bailing this time. The western region is stronger than Bailing. In recent years, Bailing has always been humble to the western region. As the most powerful prince in the western region, the adopted daughter of the king of the city will naturally be treated as a guest of honor by the daughter of the Bailing official." Hearing her say this, how could Zhang Ruru dare to refute? She hurriedly flattered, "The princess is right. It is an honor for me to serve you." Luoyun stood up, looked at the room opposite, and said coldly, 20,000 taels. Hiss. 20,000 taels. A herb can be sold at such a high price. Could it be a magical herb? Can it bring the dead back to life? When Zhang Ruoyi heard this voice, her pupils shrank slightly. Isn't this the adopted daughter of the king of the city? Thinking that she poisoned herself halfway and now came to the tianxin grass, she must be very proficient in medicine or poison. But this tianxin grass, I will definitely not give it to you. What I lack the least at the moment is silver. 40,000 taels. 50,000 taels. 70,000 taels. Shang Rui played with the teacup on the table and said nonchalantly, I must get this herb. No matter how much money the lady offers, I will not give it up. When Luo Yun heard this, she slammed her jade hand on the table next to her. Untouchable. How dare you things from this princess? You are really tired of living. At this time, the maid beside her whispered, Princess, if you continue to raise the price, we will not have enough money to bid for the Dongju. She came out this time mainly for the purple Dongju. Soon it would be the birthday of the king of the city, and she wanted to give the Dongju as a gift to her father. This princess knows, and you don't need to remind me. She glared at Shang Rui's room hatefully. She was wearing a half-golden mask on her face, so she couldn't see her true face, but the lazy look under the mask made her unable to hold back her anger. She wanted to continue bidding, but her remaining rationality told her not to. After all, the most important thing at the moment was her father's Dongju. She waved her hand, and the maid beside her came out, raised her chin, and said, Our Lady said, it's just a broken grass. Since you like it, just take it. Xiaoyao heard this and snorted coldly. If you don't have enough silver, just say it directly. Why are you pretending to be noble here? Her voice was not low, and everyone present couldn't help laughing when they heard it. What this little girl said is very true. What do you mean by giving it to them? Isn't it because you don't have silver? If I were her, I wouldn't continue to add silver. It's just a herb, not a fairy grass. How can it be worth 70,000 taels? Can eating it make you immortal? Maybe it really can make you immortal, otherwise are they crazy? Tianqing grass cannot make you immortal, but Tianqing grass can protect the heart meridian and save a life when life is in danger. Moreover, this Tianqing grass is old and has a stronger medicinal effect. The discussion outside made Luo Yun's face pale in the room, and she clenched her fists tightly. Untouchables. A bunch of untouchables. Tianqing grass was taken by Shang Rui. She didn't care much about the subsequent auctions. She supported her head with her hands and felt a little drowsy. Finally, it was the last auction item. The purple oriental pearl that everyone was looking forward to. When this oriental pearl was brought up, everyone's eyes lit up. The atmosphere in the venue instantly boiled. Oh my God! There really is such a beautiful oriental pearl. Today is really a feast for the eyes. In the room, Zhang Ruru looked at the stage obsessively. She didn't have so much money to bid for this oriental pearl, but Princess Luo Yun did. If she could take a closer look, she could also bring it out and talk about it when the noble ladies of the capital gathered in the future. Luo Yun also saw the purple oriental pearl for the first time. There were several oriental pearls in her makeup drawer, but none of them could compare to this one. No matter what, she would take this purple oriental pearl into her pocket today. I guess you all came here for this oriental pearl. Shopkeeper Xiao said with a smile. I won't keep you in suspense. The starting price is 30,000 taels. The highest bidder wins. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd began to raise the price. 35,000 taels. 37,000 taels. 40,000 taels. 50,000 taels. 70,000 taels. Soon the price exceeded the transaction price of Tianqing grass. But the auction did not stop, and the price continued to go up. 90,000 taels. At this time, the guests upstairs also participated in the bidding. Most of the guests upstairs were business families, and their background was not comparable to that of ordinary people. 100,000 taels. Luo Yun said lightly. 100 and... But the auction did not stop, and the price continued to go up. 90,000 taels. At this time, the guests upstairs also participated in the bidding. Most of the guests upstairs were business families, and their background was not comparable to that of ordinary people. 100,000 taels. Luo Yun whispered. I didn't expect him to haunt Bailing. She took the veil from the maid and put it on, then walked out of the room. Her eyes swept through everyone with contempt, and finally fell on the man. She raised her chin slightly and said coldly, Nan Charan. Is it really Princess Luo Yun? You want this Dongju? He smiled. That's right. Her voice was cold, with undisguised contempt in her eyes. Do you want it from this princess? It can't be said to be snatching. This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. How can it be said to be snatching? This is a bit too harsh. He kept smiling, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Then we will each rely on our own abilities. She turned around and walked straight into the room, but her voice came out. You are Justa of the Northern Prince's mansion, and you want it from this princess. You are overestimating yourself. Nan Charon shrugged and turned back to the room. At this time, there was another man sitting in the room. He was the brother of Princess Luoyun, the prince of the city palace, Jun Ziqian. I say, your sister, do you have eyes on the top of her head? When she sees me, she either rolls her eyes or raises her chin. Jun Ziqian frowned slightly. Shut your mouth. Okay, your precious sister, I won't say anything. Nan Charon sneered. Why haven't I seen you defend her on weekdays? Now I can't even say a word. Jun Zigan glanced at him. I don't have a sister. It turned out that he was not forbidden to talk about her, but he was not allowed to say that Jun Luoyun was his sister. Nan Charon smacked his lips. She said outside that you dote on her very much. Jun Zigan said in a cold voice. What does that have to do with me? Okay, it has nothing to do with you, it has nothing to do with you. You don't even have a sister. Nan Charon smiled and said, but the brother who just snatched the herbs from her is quite interesting. Your sister. After receiving Jun Zigan's cold look, he quickly changed his words. Jun Luoyun likes to study medicine on weekdays. That brother must be a doctor. Do you want him to take a look at your leg? The guard standing next to Jun Zigan said with a smile, Second young master, not everyone is qualified to treat my son. Jun Zigan said nothing. His eyes fell on Zhang Ruai's face downstairs. Could the young master, wearing a mask, be the famous Lingjun genius doctor in the world? Feeling an inquiring gaze, Zhang Ruai smiled slightly, raised her eyelids slightly, and her eyes fell on Jun Zigan.
Ha!
Jun Zigan said lightly. He didn't expect that his perception was so sharp. At this time, the bidding on the stage was extremely fierce, and the price had been raised to 150,000 taels, which was far beyond Li Xia's expectations. 17,000 taels. Jun Luoyun's voice lacked confidence. She only had 200,000 taels of silver at her disposal. She originally thought that the pearl would be worth at most 100,000 taels, but she didn't expect it to be far beyond her budget. If she added that up, she was afraid that she would not be able to get the Oriental pearl. Nan Charon heard her embarrassment and said to Jun Zigan with a smile in his eyes, Since you don't care about this adopted daughter, then I will take this Dongzhu as your chance. Jun Zigan continued to drink tea without even a frown on his face. 180,000 taels. Jun Luoyun clenched his fists and slammed the table hard, his eyes full of anger. This lowly, knowing that I want this pearl, he still insisted on interfering. When I go back to report to my father, I will break this legs. Princess, calm down. Zhang Ruru said tremblingly. He is just a... Why bother with him, princess? You can complain to the prince. He loves you so much. He will definitely help you vent your anger. Speaking of Jun Zigan, Jun Luoyun felt even more guilty. She told others how much Jun Zigan doted on her, but in fact, for so many years, he had never even opened his eyes to look at her in the mansion. Of course. She set her eyes on Nan Charon. He was the only one bidding against her now. 200,000 taels. She raised the price by 20,000 taels at once, just to let Nan Charon know her determination to win. Besides, where could he, get so much money? Her father doted on her so much, and she had scraped together the 200,000 taels. Charon couldn't help laughing when he heard this. This adopted daughter of yours is really something. She even knows how to play tricks on others. But this Dongzhu is of great use to me. Even if she offers 300,000 taels, I will buy it. He said to shopkeeper Xiao downstairs, 220,000 taels. Jun Luoyun's eyes were red, and the handkerchief in his hand had been torn to pieces. He was suppressed by a... If this news was sent back to the western regions, who knows how she would be ridiculed by others. She walked out of the room and said to Nan Charon, who was leaning on the railing, Nan Charon, this Oriental pearl is extremely important to me. I wonder if you can give it up?
Why?
Nan Charan didn't wait for her to say more and continued. You are useful. Do you think I will spend so much money to buy it just for it to gather dust? You're a man. Why do you buy it? My mother likes it. Jun Luoyun heard this and couldn't help but get angry. Your mother is just a concubine. So, what about a concubine? A sneer flashed across Nan Charan's face. My mother's maternal family is a prosperous merchant family in the western regions after all. What about you? What about your mother's maternal family? Jun Luoyun's face turned pale in an instant. The fact that she was the adopted daughter of the king of the city was known throughout the country. She hated others mentioning her life experience the most. Now she was ridiculed by it in front of everyone. Where would she put her face? How dare you? Do you believe that I will let my father and brother punish you for your disrespect? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Nan Charan sneer. My lady princess, don't forget, this is... She hated others mentioning her life experience the most. Now she was ridiculed by it in front of everyone. Where would she put her face? How dare you? Do you believe that I will let my father and brother punish you for your disrespect? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Nan Charan was actually with his brother. He must be aware of his position in the palace. If it weren't for my face, I wouldn't know where to beg for food now. She didn't know how she managed to get back to the room. She just felt her legs go weak, and she had no strength left in her body. Seeing her like this, Zhang Ruru rushed forward. Princess, what's wrong with you? Seeing her, Jun Luoyun slapped Zhang Ruru's head and knocked it to the side. Get out. How dare you, a lowly person, laugh at me? Zhang Ruru stepped aside aggrievedly, rubbing half of her face, lowering her head and not daring to speak, but she had already rolled her eyes in her heart. An adopted daughter, not a biological daughter, to put it bluntly, was just a fake princess. What was there to be so arrogant about? If she is disliked by the prince and the crown prince one day, she will be in trouble. Finally, the Oriental Pearl was taken by Nan Charan. When he got the Oriental Pearl, his eyes lit up. I was amazed when I saw it from afar, but I didn't expect it to be even more beautiful up close. He took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to shopkeeper Xiao, who had come to deliver the dongju in person. I haven't seen you for a long time, shopkeeper Xiao. You are still as beautiful as ever. You're too kind, sir. She handed over the dongju, and her eyes fell on Jun Zigan, who was standing behind him with narrowed eyes. This was the first time she had seen this man. He had a strong aura, and it was obvious at first glance that he was no ordinary person. After the auction, Shang Ruoi did not go back to the Li family with Li Xia. She was going to discuss a business deal with manager Xiao of the auction house. Boss, a young man is looking for you. Xiao frowned. There were endless young men coming here to show their courtesy every day, and she was too lazy to pay attention to them.
No.
Upon hearing this, the servant hurriedly said, but the young man said, he has a business to discuss with you. Xiao turned around and glared at him. Can you please stop breathing heavily when you speak? Since there is business coming, why are you still standing here? Why don't you invite the distinguished guest in? Shang Ruoi heard the conversation in the room clearly from a distance, and the corners of her lips raised slightly. When Xiao saw that it was her, she wanted to slap the boy in the face.
Who is she?
That's the Li family. Isn't it all thanks to the Li family's purple Oriental pearls that today's auction can be so grand? In the future, she will have to rely a lot on cooperation with the Li family. If she is really driven away, wouldn't it be like shutting out the god of wealth? Thinking of this, she glared at the boy again. Shang Ruoi walked in and said with a smile, it seems that it is not easy to meet manager Xiao. What are you talking about, sir? She glared at the servant. What are you still standing here for? Why don't you go and make a pot of the new tea I made a few days ago? Her eyes fell on Shang Ruoi and on the jade pendant on her waist. That was first-class warm jade, and the jade auction today was not of the same grade at all. Sir, what business do you want to discuss with me today? Shang Ruoi took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to her. Pills?
Yes.
Shopkeeper Xiao looked a little embarrassed. Sir, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's mainly because these pills are sold everywhere. Our auction house only sells rare things. Even if this pill is auctioned, It won't sell for much. Why would ordinary pills be sent to you? Shang Ruai poured out the pills. If I say this is a pill that can prolong life or even save lives in times of crisis, what do you think, shopkeeper Xiao? Prolong life? Bring the dead back to life? Shopkeeper Zhao's eyes lit up, and the next moment, the light in his eyes dimmed again. There have been some quacks who brought pills and said they could bring the dead back to life, but they were all liars without exception. How could there be a way to bring the dead back to life in this world? Shang Ruai shook her head. Resurrection is a bit exaggerated, but it is true that it can prolong life and save lives at critical moments. Sir, it's not that Xiao Xiao is unwilling to help you. You should take this pill back. If you have other items for auction, I am very willing to help. She knew that the panacea was just a gimmick. Shang Ruai smiled when she heard it. Since shopkeeper Xiao is unwilling to cooperate, I will leave first. At this time, there was a thump outside the door, and a figure fell to the ground.
Miss.
A maid shouted loudly. Come here. My lady fainted. Xiao Xiao hurried out. It turned out to be the lady of the Lin family. In Bailing, the Lin family is an extremely prosperous family. The queens or concubines of all dynasties came from the Lin family. The lady who fainted now is the legitimate daughter of the Lin family and has been designated as the concubine of the 8th prince. The daughter of the Lin family has always been weak. If she had fought back, she would have been betrothed to the crown prince. Although the 8th prince was not favored, he was still a prince. If something happened to the princess at the auction house, it would not take long for the auction house to close down. Hurry up and call a doctor. Just when shopkeeper Xiao was getting anxious, Shang Ruai came forward. I know a little about medicine. Why don't I take a look at this girl? At the moment, there seemed to be no other choice except her. But my girl is already married. How can I let a man treat her? The maid of the Lin family said with some embarrassment. You choose to see a doctor or to risk her life. Shang Ruai said lightly. Your lady looks like she has a heart attack. If she can't be treated in time, she may not survive for more than an hour.
What?
How dare the maid delay after hearing this? If something really happened to the lady, none of them would survive. Then I'll trouble you, sir. Shang Ruai took out a silver needle. In Bailing, acupuncture was not popular, and many people didn't know what the silver needle was used for. Seeing her take out such a long needle, they were all shocked. Oh my God, what is this needle used for? Is it used to treat diseases? Using such a long needle to treat diseases? Is it a cure or a life-threatening one? The maid hurriedly stopped her when she saw this. Sir, what are you doing? Acupuncture. Acupuncture? She looked at the thin and long needle with a trace of fear in her eyes. Our young lady is precious. How can you treat her with such a cruel method? Are you going to save your young lady? Shang Ruai's eyes were already showing impatience. If you stop me again, if something happens to your young lady, don't blame me for not treating her. The maid heard this, although there was doubt in her eyes, but she still let go of her hand. After all, there was no other choice now. Shang Ruai placed a few needles on the acupuncture points, and her face, which had been a little purple, slowly returned to normal. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, "A miracle doctor! He is really a miracle doctor." Yes. After a few injections, her complexion has recovered. You know, this girl from the Lin family is weak, and so many miracle doctors have failed to cure her. Now she has been cured by such a young girl. How can it be as easy as you say? A woman said, the complexion has recovered, but it doesn't mean that the disease is cured. Besides, how old is this doctor? It's a bit exaggerated to say that he is a miracle doctor. That's right. It's still unknown whether he can cure her. Let's wait and see. Shang Ruai took her pulse and found that the girl from the Lin family's heart disease was extremely serious. If it can't be cured completely, even if she is saved this time, she will not live for more than a year. She took out a pill and was about to put it in her mouth when the maid of the Lin family stopped her. Sir, what is this pill? I made it myself, and it can cure your daughter's heart disease. Hearing that it was made by her, the maid hurriedly said, My daughter never eats things of unknown origin. Unknown origin? As soon as Shang Ruai finished speaking, An old man ran in with a medicine box on his back. "Where is Miss Lin?" Hearing the old man's voice, the maid's eyes lit up. "Dr. Liu." The maid stepped forward and hurriedly said, "We've been waiting for you." Dr. Liu stepped forward, looked at the silver needles on her body, frowned. "Who did this? Isn't this nonsense?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the silver needles from her hand and threw them aside. "Quack, quack. This is not treating the disease. This is simply nonsense." Seeing what Dr. Liu did, everyone looked at Shang Ruai with some suspicion. "Look, what did I say? How could she be a doctor at such a young age? She's called a miracle doctor? In my opinion, she's just a charlatan. That silver needle looks scary. TSK. I can't imagine how painful it would be to be pricked by that silver needle." Upon hearing this, the maid walked up to Shang Ruai angrily. "Sir, do you think our Lin family is easy to bully? How dare you hurt my girl? Do you know who my Lin family is in Biling? My girl is the 8th prince's consort appointed by the emperor. If my girl is fine, it's fine. If there is any accident, your life will not be enough to compensate." "You." Ah Chung frowned, put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his side, and was about to step forward. Shang Ruai waved her hand lightly with a sneer on her face. "How do you know there is something wrong with my treatment? Dr. Liu has said so. How can you argue? Do you know who Dr. Liu is? Dr. Liu has treated countless dignitaries in Biling. My young lady's body has been taken care of by Dr. Liu since she was born." Shang Ruai heard this, and the sneer on her face became even more intense. No wonder, she snorted coldly. "I was wondering why your young lady's body is so bad. It turns out that it was caused by a quack doctor." Xiaorao behind her couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Her young lady really has a grudge to take. Just now, that Dr. Liu called her a quack doctor, but now she has returned it intact. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Look!" Miss Lin's face is turned blue again. Dr. Liu was so busy that he was exhausted. She was fine just now. How could she suddenly become like this? He felt the pulse again and couldn't help but exclaimed, "The pulse is weak, a sign of dying."
"What?"
It wasn't so serious just now. How could it become a sign of dying directly after Dr. Liu's treatment? A sign of impending death? The maid stuttered. "Dr. Liu, did you take the pulse wrong? Take another look." Dr. Liu shook his head. "That's right, your young lady." He didn't continue, but everyone could see clearly that this young lady of a Lin family was probably not going to make it. At this moment, Dr. Liu saw Shang Ruai, and a trace of calculation flashed in his eyes. This young lady of the Lin family is the future consort of the 8th prince. If she died like this, if the 8th prince were to investigate, his life would be in danger. But isn't there a ready-made scapegoat now? All the blame can be put on her. He sighed. "If others hadn't treated her recklessly, I would still have a way to treat her. Now, your young lady, I am powerless to save her." When the maid heard this, she directed the servants behind her and said, "Why don't you catch this liar quickly?" The next moment, 4 or 5 servants surrounded Shang Ruai and the other 2. Shopkeeper Xiao was shocked when he saw this. This young man was a member of the Li family. She was counting on the Li family's Dongzhu. She must not let anything happen in her own little piece of land. Shopkeeper Xiao hurried forward. "Miss Lian Xiao, is there a misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" She snorted coldly. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Dr. Liu said?" The maid named Lian Xiao spoke without mercy. "Catch her, bring her to the master and the 8th prince, and bury our young lady with her." Shang Ruai sneered when she heard this. "What qualifications do you have to convict me? Still want to quibble? Dr. Liu said that if it weren't for you, my young lady wouldn't have died." "Who said your young lady is dead?" Shang Ruai walked past her and walked up to Miss Lin. The bruises on her face were even more serious than before, but she was still alive. She took out a few silver needles again. Dr. Liu said hurriedly, "I have been practicing medicine for decades, and I have never seen your method of treatment. You are clearly taking human life lightly. You have never seen it before, which means you are short-sighted. Do you think you are great just by treating a few patients?" She inserted the needles again. After a while, the bruises on Miss Lin's face faded again, and her originally rapid breathing gradually stabilized. In this way, no one dared to comment casually anymore. Dr. Liu thought he was dazzled. This person was clearly dying just now. How did he recover again? Could it be that the silver needles can really cure diseases? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look livid. Thinking back to what he had just said and done, he now looked like a clown. Miss Lin has a heart disease. People say that heart disease is difficult to cure, but in fact, as long as the medicine is used carefully, heart disease can be cured. She gently turned the silver needle, and the place where it was pierced turned black. She pulled out the silver needle suddenly, and saw black blood slowly flowing out from the needle hole. After repeating it for more than 10 times, finally, the blood flowing out was bright red, and she stopped. She took out the pills again. At this time, Lian Xiao did not dare to stop her. After all, if it were not for her, her young lady would have died now. Shang Ruai took the pills with Lingquan water, but after a long time, Miss Lin did not react at all. This genius doctor. Why hasn't my young lady woken up for so long? Shang Ruai glanced at her. I am a doctor, not a god, and my pills are not elixirs. You will be cured after taking them. At this moment, Miss Lin's eyelids fluttered slightly. She exhaled a breath of turbid air and woke up slowly. Miss, you are awake. You finally woke up. Tears flashed in Lian Xiao's eyes. After helping Miss Lin up, she turned around and walked to Shang Ruai and knelt down in front of her with a thump. I just bumped into you. Please forgive me, Master Doctor. Xiaoyao heard this and pouted her lips and said, You were so cold and arrogant just now, and now you are like this again. It's really shameful. Lian Xiao had an embarrassed smile on her face. I am ignorant and have never seen such a novel way of treatment. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with me, a servant. Miss Lin looked at Dr. Liu standing in the distance, and then set her eyes on Shang Ruai and said softly, Did the young master save me? Shang Ruai walked forward and put her hand on her pulse. Just this one action made Miss Lin's face slightly red. Miss Lin, may I talk to you for a moment? Several people came to a compartment, and Shang Ruai looked at her with a low voice. Although you are awake now, your heart disease has not been completely cured. If you continue like this, your body may not be able to hold out for a year. Shang Ruai originally thought that Miss Lin would be shocked and scared, but she was not. The expression on her face was extremely calm, as if she knew the ending from the beginning. Thank you very much, young master. Miss Lin smiled. I know my body well. My father and mother have been worried about my body since I was a child. I don't know how many famous doctors I have invited, but they are all useless. I know that I don't have much time left. Thank you for saving me today. Shang Ruai heard this and smiled. Miss Lin, this is not what I want to say. What do you mean, young master? Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to her. There are 2 pills in it, one a day. After 2 days, if you feel that it is very effective, you can come to the Li family to find me. Li family? Lian Xiao's face became even paler when he heard this. Since the Li family had the purple dongju, its influence among the various families in the capital has risen. I didn't expect that she was actually a member of the Li family. I have offended everyone today. Young master, what you mean is, it can be cured. Shang Ruai said firmly, I can cure the girl's heart disease.
What? Can it be cured?
Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned in place, with a look of disbelief in her phoenix eyes, and she couldn't help muttering, Is what you said true? Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and whispered, My father and mother asked famous doctors to treat me, but they couldn't cure me. I had to take medicine every day to keep myself awake. Today, she asked her father to go out to see the purple pearl. In addition, after the coldest time, her health improved slightly, so Master Lin agreed to let her go out. Your heart disease is something you brought from your mother's. It's not only a disease but also a poison. Get rid of all of it, and your body will naturally get better. So that's how it is, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. At this moment, a middle-aged woman ran in a panic. Xiaoxiao, I heard that you fainted. Mother. The woman's eyes fell on Shang Ruai, then looked at Dr. Liu outside the door. then looked at Shang Ruai again and asked in confusion, Xiao Xiao, who is this? Mother, this is the miracle doctor who saved me this time. If it weren't for her, my daughter would probably be in danger today. Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly bowed. Thank you, miracle doctor, for saving me. Our Lin family is very grateful. Shang Ruai smiled and shook her head. It's just a piece of cake. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her, bit her lower lip lightly, thought for a while and said, May I know your name, benefactor? Ling Jun. Ling Jun? Dr. Lu, who was standing outside the door, took a breath of cold air upon hearing this. She is the miraculous Dr. Ling Jun who has been rumored to be so miraculous recently? How is this possible? At this moment, a servant in the crowd turned around and left. He went to the room upstairs and narrated what had just happened. Nan Charan's eyes lit up. Are you saying this in public? Really? The servant said. I saw it with my own eyes. The girl from the Lin family was almost dying, but she was brought back to life with just a few needles. It is said that her name is Ling Jun. Miraculous Dr. Ling Jun? She said it herself. She is the miraculous Dr. Ling Jun? The servant was startled by Nan Charan's excited attitude. He hurriedly said, It's true. Nan Charan turned to Jun Zigan and said, Agon, didn't you come here for Ling Jun Divine Doctor?
Yes.
Jun Zigan whispered. Find a chance to see her. Leave it to me. Nan Charan smiled and said, I will drag her here, even if I have to. Jun Zigan glanced at him and said nothing. The whereabouts of Ling Jun Divine Doctor were extremely secretive. If he only had medical skills, he would definitely not be able to find even a trace of him. Madame Lin thanked Shang Ruai profusely. After hearing that she could cure Lin Xiaoxiao's heart disease, she almost knelt on the ground. Godly doctor, if you can really cure my daughter's heart disease, no matter how much money, our Lin family will offer it with both hands. Miss Lin's body only needs one more acupuncture, and then take pills to regulate it. Within half a year, she will be cured. Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle. There are 5 pills in it. Mrs. Lin took it with both hands and held the porcelain bottle carefully in her hands. Only these 5 pills can cure it? Of course not. Shang Ruai smiled. Take 1 pill a day for half a year, and you will definitely get better. How much is this pill?
30 tiles per pill.
The people standing at the door heard this and took a breath of cold air. This pill is so expensive. 30 taels is enough for ordinary people to eat for a year, or even 2 years. But Mrs. Lin didn't care at all when she heard this. After all, for the Lin family, taking it for half a year is only more than 5,000 taels. Compared with her daughter's life, what is a mere 5,000 taels? Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. She thought for a moment and said, After I finish taking these 5 pills, where should I go to find you? Shang Ruai glanced at shopkeeper Xiao calmly. Shopkeeper Xiao was naturally a smart man and hurried forward. Mrs. Lin, if you need pills in the future, just come to me. Shang Ruai smiled. That's right. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the interaction between Shang Ruai and shopkeeper Xiao, and her originally bright eyes dimmed slightly. She was not in a good mood until she left. After the Lin family left, the people guarding the door looked at Shang Ruai with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Divine Doctor. This is a living divine doctor. Dr. Lu looked at her with an awkward smile on his face. I didn't know you were the genius, Dr. Ling Jun. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please don't blame me, genius doctor. The smile on Shang Ruai's face gradually faded, and she whispered, No, you're too polite. Am I not the mediocre doctor you mentioned? How can I be worthy of the title of genius doctor? Dr. Lu blushed, and the onlookers laughed. Didn't Dr. Lu just swear that he was the only person in the world who could cure the girl from the Lin family? What a joke. I saw that when Madame Lin left just now, she didn't even look at him. That's right, if I were Madame Lin, I would definitely ask him for an explanation. He has treated the girl wrong for so many years, and almost killed the girl. Didn't you hear? The girl from the Lin family is the 8th prince's consort appointed by the emperor. If this matter gets to the ears of the royal family, Dr. Lu's life will be in danger. Everyone was talking, and Dr. Lu's face turned from red to black, and finally he fled. At this moment, a woman in the crowd said, "Divine Doctor, you just said that Miss Lin's medicine can be bought from shopkeeper Xiao. If we need any pills, can we buy them here?" Before she could answer, shopkeeper Xiao walked forward and said with a smile, "Of course." Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly. "I will tell you which pills are available in a few days. Then you can come here to have a look." After everyone left, shopkeeper Xiao changed his attitude and poured her tea diligently. "Mr. Lingjun, I was blind just now. You won't hold it against a woman like me, will you?" Shopkeeper Xiao wants to cooperate again? Of course. A gleam of light flashed in shopkeeper Xiao's eyes. Who would have a problem with money? With the name of divine Dr. Lingjun, how can the pills not be sold? Not to mention the pills that could cure heart disease just now. Even the ones she picked up casually would be sold out. I wonder how to distribute this money? To be honest, we will take 20% of each item, but your pills are consigned to us, so we will only take 10%. Shang Ruai nodded. This is fair. With this auction house, she doesn't have to worry about the sale of pills. Just provide them regularly. Shang Ruai handed her the porcelain bottle. It contains nourishing pills that can prolong life. Each pill is 20 taels. Ordinary people can take one pill every 5 days. The weak can take one pill every day. After 3 months, one pill every 3 days. After half a year, they will be no different from normal people. For subsequent maintenance, one pill every 5 days is enough. If someone else said that it could prolong life, perhaps no one would believe it. However, after seeing the changes in Miss Lin's body just now, shopkeeper Xiao believed her words without a doubt. After leaving the auction house, Shang Ruai walked around the street for a few times and came to a dim sum shop. The proprietress of this shop has excellent cooking skills. On weekdays, the rooms in the shop are full, and there are endless customers coming and going. Today, a room happened to be vacant, and Shang Ruai ordered a few plates of dim sum and went upstairs. "Sir, aren't these dim sum a bit too much? Even the 3 of them couldn't finish them." "We can finish them." Shang Ruai smiled mysteriously. "If we can't finish them, don't we have others?" "Others?" Xiaoyao was shocked when she heard this. She looked around and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, could it be that there are still ghosts and gods to worship?" Shang Ruai smiled helplessly and nodded her head. "What's in your little head?"
"Sir."
Xiaoyao rubbed her forehead and muttered, "If there are no ghosts, could there be people?" Shang Ruai sat by the window, watching the hustle and bustle of the street, and suddenly felt that the years were peaceful. She picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. She was used to eating cakes made from milk, and occasionally eating other flavors also felt very delicious. "I heard that the boss lady here makes delicious flour cakes. It's really extraordinary after tasting it today." She smiled and said, "I wonder if the young master outside the door is interested in trying it?" After Shang Ruai finished speaking, Ah Cheng reacted. Just as he was about to push the door to take a look, he saw the door was pushed open and a figure walked in swaggeringly. "I didn't expect that you would find me," Nan Charan said with a smile. "Your martial arts are not bad to be able to find the whereabouts of this young master, although it is still a little worse than mine." "You are too flattering. It's just some mediocre kung fu." Shang Ruai's words made Nan Charan choke. He was about to step forward when a scabbard was across him. "You are following me in broad daylight. What is your intention?" Nan Charan smiled and pushed the scabbard with water. "Of course, I am not trying to do anything bad, otherwise it would not be in broad daylight, but on a dark and windy night." Shang Ruai waved her hand. "Ah Cheng, let young master Nan come over." Nan Charan blinked. "Do you know me?" Could it be that he was so suave that young master Lingjun even knew him? "Of course I know him. He offended the adopted daughter of the king of the city thoroughly at the auction. Now, when it comes to Master Nan, who wouldn't praise his courage?" She picked up a cake and handed it to him. "Master Nan, would you like to have a piece of flour cake?" Nan Charan waved his hand. Such sweet and greasy things are the favorite food of women. How could a grown man like to eat such feminine things?
"Oh,
really?" Shang Ruai took a bite. "I thought Master Nan liked to eat it. After all, if he can do such a sneaky thing to follow others, what else can't he do? You are such a poisonous person." However, he actually felt that this person was inexplicably to his taste. Tell me, what do you want to see me about? Master Lingjun, I want to ask you to heal someone. As long as he can be cured, no matter what the request is, even if it means going through fire and water and risking my life, I will do it. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly, and a hint of playfulness appeared in her eyes under the mask. Who dares to embarrass the adopted daughter of the king of the city in public and leaves her helpless must be no ordinary person. Who could be the person that he is willing to sacrifice his life to save? Mr. Nan, are you serious? Although I am a concubine's daughter, I am not and I should keep my word. He took out a jade pendant and handed it to her. The Nan family in the western regions is not a prosperous family, but when it comes to silver, there are only a handful of people who can compare with the Nan family. This jade pendant is my mother's dowry. As long as there is a shop with the Nan family's logo, whether it is cloth or gold and silver jewelry, as long as you like, you can take it away. Shang Ruai took the jade pendant and smiled and said, Since Mr. Nan is so sincere, I am afraid that I would be a little ungrateful if I refuse. In this case, I will go with you. Really? Shang Ruai handed him the flour cake in her hand. If Mr. Nan eats this cake, I will go with you to take a look. Hearing this, Nan Charan took the cake and swallowed it in a few seconds. It was just as unpalatable as imagined. Several people came to a house. Mr. Nan, Mr. Lingjun, my master has been waiting for a long time. The guards led them to the main hall. Jun Ziqian sat in the main seat and watched them come in.
He was slightly surprised.
He didn't expect Nan Charan to bring her here in such a short time. Akian. Nan Charan said with a smile, I invited Mr. Lingjun. Chung was shocked when she saw Jun Ziqian sitting in the main seat. It was the prince of the city king. He lowered his head to cover the look in his eyes and whispered in Shang Ruai's ear, Miss, it's the prince of the city king of the western regions. Prince of the city king? The person Nan Charan wanted to treat with all his wealth was actually the prince of the city king. Since he had such a good relationship with the prince of the city king, why did he make things difficult for the adopted daughter? Could it be that the prince and the adopted daughter didn't have a good relationship? She curled her lips slightly. It seemed that this prince had a good vision. For this reason, this person was worth her treatment. Divine Doctor, my friend's leg is seriously injured. I wonder if you can treat it? Shang Ruai walked forward and looked at Jun Ziqian. For a moment, she felt that the man in front of her was a little familiar. Young master, have we met somewhere before? As soon as Shang Ruai finished speaking, she heard Nan Charan chuckle. Divine Doctor, are you gay? As soon as he finished speaking, two pairs of eyes suddenly shot towards him, and in an instant, Nan Charan felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. I was just kidding. Nan Charan smiled dryly. Really. The two retracted their gazes, and Nan Charan couldn't help but turn around and wipe the sweat from his head. Swallowing, are these two people brothers who have been separated for many years? Even the murderous gaze is exactly the same. After the examination, Shang Ruai frowned slightly. All the meridians in your legs are blocked, and the qi is flowing backwards, which is the result of being possessed by the devil. She said lightly, What kind of extraordinary skills did you practice, young master? You want to learn it even at the risk of crippling your legs? Jun Ziqian looked at her in surprise when he heard it. He didn't expect that she could see the reason why her legs became like this at a glance. It seems that the name of this miracle doctor is not groundless. Maybe she can really heal her legs. Nan Charan stepped forward. Miss Doctor, can you tell me if this leg can be cured? Shang Ruai frowned slightly. She didn't like others interrupting her when she was treating a patient. She turned her head and looked at him coldly. If you say anything more, I will your legs too. Tsk. Nan Charan curled his lips and thought to himself, This miracle doctor is young, but he has a bad temper. Young miracle doctor. Jun Ziqian whispered. Can my leg be saved? Shang Ruai nodded. Although your leg meridians are blocked, it will be cured in a short time. She rolled her eyes and smiled at the corners of her lips. However, the consultation fee is not cheap. Hearing this, Nan Charan hurriedly said, Hey, miracle doctor, haven't I already given you the consultation fee? Shang Ruai glanced at him. Your consultation fee is just for me to see the doctor. Where is the money for the treatment?
What?
Nan Charan's eyes widened and he shouted at the top of his voice, whose medical fee needs to be paid in 2 installments. Shang Roy raised her eyebrows and smiled when she heard this. Since Mr. Nan thinks the price I want is too high, so be it. I don't like to force people. After all, your friend's leg is not very serious. At most it will be amputated, and he will not lose his life, right? She stood up and dusted off the non-existent dust on her body. I'll go back first. After she finished speaking, she threw the jade pendant in her sleeve to Nan Charan. Goodbye. Nan Charan was shocked when he saw this. He knew that she had a bad temper, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. No. Mira que doctor. I was wrong. Just as he was about to grab her sleeve, Ah Cheng's scabbard was against his throat. How dare you? Nan Charan smiled and said, Brother, let's talk it over nicely. Don't brandish swords all the time. What if your hands shake and you get hurt accidentally? Ah Cheng's eyes were sharp, and the scabbard was still against his throat without moving. Shang Ruai smiled and said, Ah Cheng, put away your sword. If a fight really breaks out, you're no match for young Master Nan. Jun Zigan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seemed that this man's ability was far beyond his expectations. Nan Charan stepped forward with a servile look. The doctor's choice of guard is really good. He is loyal to his master and has commendable courage. He handed the jade pendant in his hand again. It was just a joke. Why did you take it seriously? He smiled and said, I said before, no matter how much silver, no matter what the price is, I will accept it. Shang Ruai heard it and took the jade pendant. In this case, Mr. Nan, don't regret it. How can a man go back on his word? Jun Zigan retracted his gaze and shook his head. He knew, with Nan Charan's brain, how could he invite this famous doctor and spend half of the Nan family's wealth? But in the end, he only got a stepping stone. You know, the Nan family is not an ordinary merchant family. The Nan family's influence is spread throughout the western regions, and the relationship between them and the major families is complicated. Although Nan Charan is not a legitimate son, the most core power of the Nan family is in his hands. Shang Ruai shook the jade pendant and said with a smile, Mr. Nan is really generous to his friends. Nan Charan smiled bitterly. How could he not be generous? In the early years, I was so foolish. If it weren't for Aegon, I would have fallen into the snake cave long ago. Now the grass on my grave is more than 1 meter tall. Jun Zigan whispered, Divine Doctor, how long will it take for my leg to recover? 10 days at the fastest, half a year at the slowest. Why is there such a big difference? Nan Charan interrupted, We want it faster, and you can pay more money. Shang Ruai frowned, and the silver needle in her hand suddenly shot out and pierced his mute point. Before Nan Charan could react, the silver needle had already landed on his body. He was about to argue with Shang Ruai when he found that he could not make any sound. He stared at her in shock, gesturing with his hands. Shang Ruai said with a smile, If you keep talking nonsense, I will really make you mute. Nan Charan looked at the smile on her lips, shuddered inexplicably, turned around and sat back in his chair, and really stopped talking. Seeing this, Jun Zigan couldn't help but smile and said, I wonder if the genius doctor could teach me the technique of silver needles? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Nan Charan suddenly looking at him with disbelief in his eyes. Someone is really too noisy. This may be a good idea. Nan Charan almost burst into tears when he heard this. My loyalty was ultimately wasted. Shang Ruai smiled and said upon seeing this, Young master has profound inner strength. I'm sure he will understand it immediately. Nan Charan turned his head away, not wanting to see it. Sir, if you want to treat your leg, you need to expose your calf. The people of Bailing are open-minded and don't care about these details, but Tian Shan doesn't allow that. The western regions are somewhere in between. Hearing her say this, Nan Charan couldn't help but feel a little confused. They were all grown men, so what was there to mind? Jun Zigan's heart moved slightly when he heard this, and there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes as he looked at her. Shang Ruai coughed, then said with a smile, Young master, why are you looking at me? Why don't you roll up your trouser legs? Ah Cheng's face twitched slightly. If the crown prince knew about this, the crown princess would be fine, but he would probably lose his head. Shang Ruai took out a bunch of silver needles and inserted them into the acupuncture points on his legs, and also inserted a few on his hands and head. Nan Charan was terrified when he saw this. With so many needles, I look like a hedgehog, which is really scary. The internal force in Shang Ruai's palm surged, and the silver needles that pierced Jun Zigan's body began to tremble, making a buzzing sound. Jun Zigan's brows were furrowed, his face was pale, and it looked like countless bugs were gnawing at his body. Young master, I have sealed the internal energy in your body with silver needles. It is best not to use the internal energy during the treatment. Please be patient. Jun Zigan slowly closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, a bulge suddenly appeared on his left leg, and it kept wriggling like a worm, shuttling back and forth on his leg. If Nan Charan hadn't pressed the mute point, he might not have made any sound. After all, his mouth was now big enough to fit an apple. Jun Zigan's face became paler and paler, and he felt severe pain in his left leg, making him wish he could just chop his leg off. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes as if he suddenly thought of something and looked at his left leg in disbelief. I had been unconscious for the past few days, as if I no longer existed, but today I could actually feel the pain. My leg. His voice was a little hoarse, and he looked at Shang Ruai in shock. I can feel my left leg. Shang Ruai nodded. Sir, your leg meridians are severely blocked, and you need to use this method to force them through. Otherwise, over the years, your leg will be completely useless. Although this method is fast, it is extremely painful. What's the pain? As long as he could still stand, he would not hesitate, even if it meant standing on the tip of a knife or cutting the skin on his legs. The treatment lasted for a long time, and by the time she took away the silver needle, Jun Zigan's clothes were soaked. He looked at his left leg and seemed to have regained some feeling, which was the most important thing for him.
Thank you, doctor.
His voice was a little weak, his face was pale, he moved his fingers slightly, and the guard beside him handed him a wooden box. This is a gift from my young master. I hope you will accept it. Shang Ruai took the box, opened it, and her eyes lit up. It's actually written by the medical saint. Young master is really thoughtful. Previously, He Lingsheng used this medical book as bait to let himself treat the Queen Mother, but he ended up using a fake medical book to deceive her. I guess he hasn't settled the score with him yet. Now, this medical book finally fell into her hands after many twists and turns. Tomorrow morning, I will come to this courtyard to treat you. Shang Ruai calculated the time and found that she could still stay in Bailing for a few days. If you don't mind, Miracle Doctor, you can stay here. There are still many empty rooms in my house. For some reason, Jun Zigan wanted to keep her. Nan Charan was stunned when he heard him say that. He had never heard that Jun Zigan kept anyone in his house. Even himself had been with him for more than 10 years and had been through life and death with him before they had reached this point today. Before Shang Ruai could say anything, a guard said, Sir, Miss Luo Yun is here.
Luo Yun?
His cheap sister? Shang Ruai didn't say anything and heard Jun Zigan say coldly, No. It seems that Luo Yun really doesn't deserve the love of her brother Jun Zigan. But the young lady has been crying at the door for a long time, and I really have no other way. The guard said with some embarrassment. Passers-by kept looking towards the mansion. Nan Charan curled his lips. This woman would only use this trick. At this moment, he felt a pain on his neck, and he shouted loudly, Who is it? How dare you plot against me? As soon as the voice came out, he was stunned.
Could he speak?
Just then, his eyes fell on a bead on the ground, and his eyes widened. This is Dongzhu. How much wealth does this Master Lingjun have that he actually uses the Dongzhu to help others unblock their acupuncture points? He opened his mouth dryly. That. Let her cry at the door. As long as she doesn't cry to death, ignore her. Jun Zigan said impatiently. What are you still doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the guard at the door shouting, Miss, you can't go in. How dare you block this princess's way? Are you looking for death? Luoyin shouted in a delicate voice. I'll go find my brother. If you dare to block me again, I'll chop off your head when I return to my father. Let her in, Jun Zigan said coldly. Shang Ruoyi bowed and said, Since you have family affairs to take care of, I will take my leave first. After she finished speaking, she was ready to turn around and leave. Just then, the door was pushed open and Luo Yun, wearing a fox fur robe and carrying a hint of coolness, walked in quickly. Her eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. She couldn't help but stop and said in a cold voice, It's you? Shang Ruoyi didn't want to say more and prepared to leave. After all, there was nothing to say to someone who was so arrogant, but whose brain couldn't keep up. Luoyin moved slightly and stood in front of her. He raised his chin and said, Why, you don't even say hello to this princess when you see her? Hearing this, Jun Zigan said in a low voice, Jun Luoyin, where have you learned all the rules? Have you been eaten by a dog? The person Jun Luoyin feared the most was her brother. Since she came to the Prince Cheng's mansion, her father loved her in every way. As long as she wanted, her father would try his best to satisfy her. Everyone knew that her father doted on her. Even the princes and princesses in the palace were humble in front of her. After all, her father's power was so great that even the royal family was very wary of her. However, although they were wary, they did not dare to attack. After all, the western regions still relied on her father for support. But when facing her brother, she was afraid from the bottom of her heart. From the day she entered the palace, no matter how she tried to please her brother, she never smiled at her, let alone asked about her well-being. But this is the first time I have been scolded like this. Her body couldn't stop shaking, and her eyes were red. Junze said coldly, Put away this look. I told you on the day you entered the palace that you can enjoy the wealth and splendor in the palace, but if you covet other things, don't blame me for being rude. Brother. Nancharan felt relieved when he saw this. Aegon, she is your sister after all. A picked-up sister is still a sister. What's more, she was picked up by your father. Not to mention a living person, even a dog is different from the outside, isn't it? Jun Luoyin heard it and said angrily, You. Who do you say is a dog? Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing when she heard it. Jun Luoyin looked at Shang Ruoyi angrily. You lowly person, how dare you laugh at this princess? Jun Luoyin, it seems that when you return to the palace, you must ask the nanny to teach you the rules. Brother. Jun Luoyin said tearfully, I know my brother doesn't like me. Although I was adopted by my father, I am also a member of the city prince's mansion. When I go out, I represent the face of the city prince's mansion. She pointed at Shang Ruoyi and Nan Charan. These two people, one is A and the other is a commoner. How dare they ride on my head? They can ignore me, but how can they ignore the city prince's mansion, my father and brother? What a silver tongue. Shang Ruoyi smiled. So, what if you are a princess? So, what if you are a prince? So, what if you are the city prince's mansion? I am not a commoner from your western regions. No matter how powerful your father is, what does it have to do with me? How dare you? How dare you disrespect my father? Isn't it? Shang Ruoyi smiled. You are not of the blood of the city prince's mansion, but an adopted daughter of the prince. Now you rely on your status as a princess to act arrogantly. To put it nicely, you are maintaining the status and authority of the city prince's mansion. In fact, you are just relying on the power of the palace to bully others at will. Don't make yourself sound so noble. No one is a fool and will let you deceive them. She walked to her side and said in a low voice, You are just relying on this face to replace someone else's identity and live a life that does not belong to you. You can't be sure that one day, when the real owner comes back, everything you have now will turn into a bubble and disappear. As soon as she finished speaking, the blood color on Jun Luoyin's face faded visibly. You. Jun Luoyin couldn't help but tremble all over when she said what he was really afraid of in his heart. Nan Charan had never seen her like this before and couldn't help but be very curious about what she said in Jun Luoyin's ear. Jun Zigan looked at his nominal sister with a cold look in his eyes. Jun Luoyin, go back to the western regions. When I return, I will definitely report to my father and ask him to take good care of your problem. Jun Loyun's face turned pale, and she ran out of the house crying. TSK, TSK, TSK. Aegon, aren't you being too harsh? She is your father's adopted daughter after all. After Nan Charan finished speaking, his eyes fell on Shang Ruai. He smiled and said, Divine Doctor, I forgot to tell you just now that my friend is the prince of the king of Western Region City. Shang Ruai nodded. Her expression did not change, and she did not show the slightest flattery because of his identity. She had guessed Jun Zegan's identity from the beginning. Prince, please have a good rest. I will leave first. Shang Ruai bowed, turned around and left with Ah Chung and Xiaoyao. Nan Charan looked at her receding figure, shook his head and said, The temperament of this miracle doctor is really hard to figure out, sometimes sunny and sometimes gloomy. Aegon, do you think we should send someone to keep an eye on her? Just by looking at her nose and mouth other than the mask, it is not difficult to guess that she must be a very handsome young man. I really don't know what she would look like without the mask. Aegon, do you think her face will be disfigured? Jun Zegan glanced at him and said lightly, It seems that the miracle doctor is coming tomorrow. I'd better talk to her and let her poison you and make you mute directly. Nan Charan immediately covered his mouth, stared at him with wide eyes, and said incoherently, Jun Zegan, I treat you as a brother who can go through life and death with me, and I spent so much effort to invite the miracle doctor to treat you, but you actually want to poison me and make me mute. Jun Zegan waved his hand, and the guards behind him pushed him back, leaving Nan Charan alone there sulking. She narrowed her eyes slightly. The poison powder she had used before had a smell, which she soon detected. Last night, she developed a new poison powder that was colorless and odorless, so it would not be easy to detect the poisoning. After 2 days, the poison would gradually seep into the lungs, and by then, it would be too late to save her even if she wanted to. I originally thought of sending this poison to my master first, and then finding a few lowly people to test it. But now I'll use it on her first to see the effect. The white powder drifted away with the breeze, colorless and odorless, floating towards Shang Ruai and the others. Jun Luoyun thought that no one noticed what she did, but in fact Shang Ruai and Ah Cheng had already noticed her actions. Young master, it's okay. There are just some mild poisons. It's just a trifle. Jun Luoyun thought his plan had worked. Looking at Shang Ruai's receding figure, he said complacently, 2 days. We will come to collect her body in 2 days. The princess is very good at poison. How can those people be her opponents? The maid flattered. I will send someone to follow them. When the poison takes effect, we will know where they are buried. This princess keeps you by her side because of your brain. If you don't disappoint this princess, I will do as you say. After she finished speaking, she took out 20 taels of silver from her sleeve pocket and threw it to her. This is a reward for you. Thank you, princess. Jun Luoyun smiled and said, As long as you can work well for this princess, you can get as much reward as you want. This maid will follow the princess's lead. She lowered her head to hide the disdain in her eyes. She was really stingy. She only gave 20 taels of silver. What was 20 taels of silver? She had heard that servants serving in other mansions would often receive rewards of 50 or 100 taels of silver if their masters were generous. The master she followed had never been short of money, but she was always stingy with her servants. She had only saved a little money for herself after following her for so many years. Shang Ruai felt that someone was following them secretly, so she whipped the horse a few times, and then went around a few intersections and shook off the tail behind her. They walked around and came to the back door of the Li family's house. Li Yin hurried forward. Mississippi Shu, Shang Ruai, and others flashed into the Li family's house. Did you see how I'm dressed? Call me young master when you see me in the future. Li Yin was quick-witted and smiled and said, Yes, young master. Where's your grandfather? The old man said that when you come back, go directly to the study to find him. When Shang Ruai came to the study, they heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside. When the people in the room saw him come in, they had different expressions on their faces. The old man's face was still full of anger. When he saw her come in, He sat back in the armchair and gasped. The Li father and son were very shocked. Who are you? Li Quan rolled his eyes, and in an instant, a flattering smile appeared on his face. Are you the miraculous Dr. Lingjun? Shang Ruai glanced at him. I didn't expect you to be so well informed. I wonder why the genius Dr. Lingjun came here? Li Quan felt that she looked familiar, but he did not recognize her true identity. I am here to treat the old man as heart disease. Her eyes fell on the old man. The old man of the Li family naturally knew the meaning of her eyes. She did not want to reveal her true identity. Li Quan had heard about the genius Dr. Lingjun treating the daughter of the Lin family at the auction house today. The daughter of the Lin family also suffered from heart disease. It was not strange for her to come to treat the old man now. After all, the Li family is no longer the same as before. So, what about Master Lingjun? Doesn't he also rely on money to live? Li Quan stepped forward and said with a smile, Dr. Lingjun, my grandfather has suffered from heart disease for many years. If you can cure my grandfather, our Li family will definitely give him a generous gift. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought that what he said would make Dr. Lingjun look at him with new eyes. If he could become friends with the doctor, it would be beneficial to him. Maybe his grandfather would hand over the Li family to him again for the sake of Master Lingjun. In the past few days, without the identity of the young master of the Li family, he has been stabbed in the back by many people in this capital. Moreover, the debt collectors have been blocking him everywhere. If he doesn't pay it back, his arms and legs will really be chopped off. Shang Ruai didn't say anything, with a little teasing in her eyes. Generous gift? I wonder what kind of generous gift? Li Quan heard this and was delighted, thinking, what kind of doctor? Isn't it because he is blinded by gold and silver treasures? As long as the miracle doctor tells us, our Li family will be prepared. Evil creature. Old Master Li coughed a few times in anger. You and your father have been expelled from the Li family. Now it is not your turn as an outsider to say what happens to the Li family. Grandfather, I am your only grandson. No matter how angry you are, you can't expel me. If you do that, who will take care of you in your old age and see you to the end of your life? He looked like a rogue, which almost made the old master so angry that his heart disease relapsed. However, the fact that the former head and the young master of the Li family were expelled from the Li family has spread throughout the streets and alleys, and it has become known to everyone. Now you two are no longer members of the Li family, but you regard yourselves as the masters of the Li family. Isn't it a bit shameless? Shang Ruai sneered and said, If I were you two, I would have found it in the ground to crawl into it by now. Shang Ruai's words made the father and son of the Li family change their faces. Li Quan said in a deep voice, Dr. Lingjun, I respect you, so I call you a doctor. Just come and see the patients. What are you, an outsider, saying about our Li family's affairs? That's right. I am the only son of the Li family, and Quan is the only young master of the Li family. Li Wenshan turned his eyes to the old man of the Li family. If Dad insists on driving us out, I will find the elders of the clan. We want to see whether the elders of the Li family will listen to you or me. The reason why he said this was because he had specially looked for the elders of the Li family in the past few days. The Li family was huge, but they were the most promising. The other branches were not poor, but they were definitely not as prosperous as them, so he used all his silver to make arrangements. The elders of the clan promised that as long as they were there, the old man would never think of driving the father and son out of the Li family. Hearing him say this, the old man couldn't help but look livid. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruai sneered and said, I didn't expect that this kind of dregs would still be passed down until now. What does the happenings in your mansion have to do with those old guys who are about to die? How dare you be so rude? Li Quan said angrily, That's the ancestor of our Li family. Haha, don't even respect your own grandfather, but go to someone else's house to recognize your ancestors. Shang Ruai walked past the Li father and son, with a sneer on the corners of her lips. Since you like being a grandson so much, just change your name to grandson.
You.
Li Wenshan has been the head of the family for so many years. Where has anyone ever said this to him? His face turned livid and he said, Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Yes. Who exactly do you think you are? Dad, she, an outsider, insulted your son and grandson in front of you, which means she doesn't take you seriously at all. It is obvious that she has a low character. You must not listen to her instigation. The master picked up the walking stick and waved it at Li Wenshan and his son. You evil creature. Who do you say has a low character? Who instigated you? Who else in this world has a worse character than you? Seeing that he was serious, Li Wenshan and his son hurried out.
Kick them out.
After Li Wenshan and his son left, the old man sighed and sat on the armchair. Good boy. Thank you for everything today. Grandfather. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. I guess the elders of the clan have been bribed by them. Do you have any plans? As soon as the voice fell, Li Xia's figure appeared at the door. She walked forward slowly. Sister Shang, I discussed with grandfather and want to hand over the Li family to you.
What?
Shang Ruai frowned. Hand over the Li family to herself? Sister Shang, although I am the legitimate daughter of the Li family, I have never been involved in the Li family's business. If it weren't for Sister Shang, my grandfather and I would be in great danger. If my grandfather had not been rescued, all the power of the Li family would have fallen into the hands of my father, who would certainly have made concubine Jean the legitimate wife, and Li Quan would have really become the young master of the Li family. They would have wanted to marry me into the Zhang family's den of tigers and wolves as soon as possible because they saw that I was so annoying. If it weren't for Sister Shang's advice, I wouldn't know how much trouble I would have suffered from Zhang He. We are willing to let my sister take care of the Li family. Shang Ruai heard this and shook her head slowly. I will not take over the Li family. Although my mother is the lost daughter of the Li family, so many years have passed. My mother has died, and my maternal grandparents have been destroyed. Many things have been nowhere to be verified. The old man wants to recognize me as his granddaughter. I am naturally happy, but I don't want to interfere in the family. Besides, I will set off to Tianshan soon, and my time in Bailing is limited after all. She actually knew very well that the reason why the old man handed the Li family to her, in addition to what she just said, was He Jingheng's identity. Although the Dinghua Palace was exiled, its reputation could still deter other countries. If people knew that the current head of the Li family was the prince's consort of the Dingwang prince, no matter who wanted to target the Li family, they would weigh their own weight. The old man guessed that she would refuse, but he didn't expect her to refuse so straightforwardly. Child, the ancestors of the Li family have taught that no matter if they are male or female, as long as they can raise a purple oriental pearl, they can inherit the position of the head of the family. He took out the purple oriental pearl that he had always treasured. Look. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on the purple dongju, knowing that what he said was true, but she still didn't want to take over the Li family. Grandfather, although I am the blood of the Li family, my surname is Shang, not Li. If you really want to find someone to inherit the position of the head of the family, Xia is more suitable than me. Li Xia held the handkerchief in her hand, and her eyes fell on her grandfather involuntarily. The old man thought about it and said nothing. The light in Li Xia's eyes gradually dimmed, and the strength of holding the handkerchief was also much lighter. Li Wenshan and his son, who were kicked out of the door, looked at the closed door and pulled their robes together. Li Wenshan said with a gloomy look, just wait and see. Within 10 days, the Li family will be back in my hands. Dad, can the elders in the clan really help us regain the Li family? Li Quan was a little lacking in confidence. After all, he was and those old guys in the clan valued the legitimate and illegitimate children very much. Of course, they have accepted my benefits, so they must get things done. You don't have to worry about these things. Your father has his own plans. Li Wenshan said in a deep voice, when I return to the Li family, I will definitely make that old thing look bad. At night, Shang Ruai returned to the room and flashed into the space. She came to the pool and casually picked up a pearl oyster. When she opened the oyster, she couldn't help but be amazed. This pearl was as big as a thumb. The bright purple color made people fascinated. This pearl was many times better than the one at the auction. And there were so many pearl oysters like this in the pool. For 2 consecutive days, Zhang Ruai came to Jun Ziqian's house as promised to help him with acupuncture. Nan Charan finally learned his lesson. This time, he didn't interrupt during the treatment, but just watched quietly. Zhang Ruai looked at him with a little surprise and said with a smile, "I clearly unblocked the mute point of Master Nan before. Could it be that the prince pressed the acupoints again today?" Hearing this, Nan Charan turned his head away and rolled his eyes silently. He was not acupunctured, but he didn't want to be hit by her again. It was too embarrassing. But her speed was so fast that he had no place to hide even if he wanted to. Jun Ziqian smiled. "I think he learned his lesson before." Nan Charan curled his lips. These two people obviously didn't know each other, but their personalities were like brothers. They really had similar tastes and were too similar. The acupuncture today was much stronger than the previous few days, and the pain of dredging the meridians was not as strong as before. Zhang Ruai wrote a prescription and handed it to the guard beside Jun Ziqian. "Starting tomorrow, boil water with this herb and soak your legs in the medicine. It is normal to feel pain and itching. Do this for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening." "Thank you, doctor." The guard took the prescription with a smile on his face. Nan Charan sneered. "I don't know who said that, but my son's illness is not something that anyone can treat." The guard's face flashed an unnatural red, and he stammered to explain. "I didn't know you were a miracle doctor before, so I was offended by your words." "Please don't blame me." "No problem." Zhang Ruai looked at Jun Ziqian. "I also want to thank you, my son. I have read that medical book for a few days and benefited a lot." "No need to thank me, I just got it by chance. I don't know medical theory. No matter how precious the book is, it is no different from an ordinary book to me. If it can help the miracle doctor, it will be a blessing for this book." Nan Charan looked at Jun Ziqian in shock. Is this man still the Agon he knew? He has known him for so many years. Where has he ever seen Jun Ziqian speak so gently to anyone? He has never been like this to his father or the emperor. Could it be? His eyes fell on Zhang Ruai. Could it be that he has some thoughts about this miracle Dr. Lingjun? As soon as Zhang Ruai left the house, she found someone following her. The key point was that the person following her was too clumsy. Even Xiaoyao noticed something was wrong. "Sir, the man behind us has been following us all the time. It doesn't matter, just let him follow us." She didn't ride a horse today and walked on the street in a cloak. At this time in a house. What? Jun Luoyan was stunned when he heard the report from the servant. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" "My princess, it's true." The man and his guards and maids showed no signs of poisoning at all, and the three of them were shopping. At this time, another servant who was sent to follow them ran back. "My princess." Jun Luoyan thought they were poisoned and said excitedly, "What happened? Did the three of them die of poisoning?" "No, my princess. The three went to Wanshishai." "What?" Jun Luoyan frowned. "How is it possible? How could my poison have no effect on them?" "It's impossible." "My princess, when I was following the three people, I heard a piece of news, and I don't know whether I should say it or not." "You idiot. What do you have to hide in front of the princess?" Chanhua urged. "Why don't you say it quickly?" "I heard someone call that man Lingjun the divine doctor, so I went to inquire about it. It is said that his medical skills are extremely superb." As soon as the guard finished speaking, Jun Luoyan's face suddenly darkened. His murderous eyes fell on him. His voice was like poison. "You mean her medical skills are very high, so she cured the poison of this princess?" No, that's not what I meant." He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "I just heard about it. That's definitely not what I meant. The princess's poison skills are unparalleled in the world. How could she cure it? Is Jun Luoyan so easy to fool?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. "But this princess thinks that's what you mean." She waved her hand, and several guards stepped forward. "Take him away to this princess and lock him up." "Yes." She took out a packet of medicine powder and handed it to Chanhua beside her. "Sprinkle this medicine powder on him. It just so happens that this princess needs a few medicine men." The guard's face changed suddenly when he heard this. The fate of being a medicine man for the princess would be worse than being beaten to death. He had personally dealt with several medicine men, and his body was covered with festering. He was really in a state of being unable to live or die. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. "Princess, I know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Princess, please have mercy on me."
Please,
His mouth was blocked, and he was taken away. Seeing this, everyone in the mansion lowered their heads. Being able to be the medicine man for this princess is a blessing you have cultivated in your previous life. She said in a cold voice, "Prepare the car. This princess is going to Wanshishai." She wanted to see what the so-called Lingjun divine doctor was capable of. Zhang Ruai walked around Wanshishai, which was a huge gambling stone shop. In her previous life, she had some research on gambling stones. Although she was not proficient, she had also entered the door. Occasionally, when she came across a raw stone with excellent appearance, she would buy it to play. It is said that 9 out of 10 gamblings will lose, but she was lucky and basically bet on the increase. When she came to Wanshishai today, she felt a little itchy. "Please come in, sir." The waiter saw that she was dressed extraordinary and greeted her enthusiastically. "Sir, are you here to gamble on stones? You, young man, are you here to have a meal instead of gambling on jadeite in Wanshishai? Sir, you don't know that in addition to gambling on jadeite, we can also recycle the jadeite you dig out." The waiter smiled and said, "From your accent, you should not be a local. Let me take you around." Zhang Ruai nodded. "Thank you very much." She took out some silver coins and handed them to him. The waiter took the silver and smiled even more. "Sir, please come in." Seeing this, Xiaoyao whispered, "Miss, this gambling shop is a place that cheats people. Let's go." "Silly Xiaoyao, today your young master will let you see what a gambling expert is." She patted Xiaoyao's little face and walked forward, looking like a cynical young man. Xiaoyao had no choice but to follow her. At this moment, a burst of exclamations came from the innermost part of Wanshishai.
Oh.
"It's up! It's up! It's green! It's green! A huge increase! A huge increase!" Zhang Ruai walked towards the source of the sound. She saw a group of people gathered around a shelf with a huge rough stone on it. A facet had been cut into the rough stone, revealing the lush green jadeite. Although it has increased, it can't be considered a huge increase. I spent 7,000 taels to buy this rough stone. But this rough stone is so big. If it was full of jadeite, it could be sold for at least 30,000 taels. Isn't this considered a huge increase? The one who bought the rough stone was Zhang Ruru's brother. At this moment, he raised his chin, looking at the rough stone with pride, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he bought this rough stone. 7,000 taels became 30,000 taels, making a fortune. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. It's really a huge increase. Mr. Zhang's luck is really unique. We are really envious. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Qian laughed and said, "This young master's luck is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people like you." He squinted his eyes and said to the people around him with disdain, "This young master has very good luck today. You who are unlucky should stay away from me." The crowd who were watching couldn't help but curl their lips when they heard this. Why did the young master of the Zhang family have such an arrogant temper? But for the sake of this jadeite, everyone still stayed there and didn't leave. After all, it has been a long time since Wanshishai opened such a jadeite with such a big increase in value. "Young Master Zhang, are you selling this jadeite? If you sell it, I'm willing to pay 15,000 taels. 15,000 taels? Zhang Qian frowned. Didn't you just say 30,000 taels? Why is it only 15,000 taels now? Hee, young Master Zhang, you don't know, your jadeite raw stone does look big, but it doesn't have any quality. If the stone is full of jadeite, it can be worth 30,000 taels, but now you have only cut such a surface. We don't know what it looks like inside, how much jadeite there is, so naturally we can't give you so much silver." What he said was quite true, and the onlookers nodded frequently. How could Zhang Qian be willing to hear that? He said loudly, "My raw stone is full of jadeite. If you don't believe me, I'll open it and show you." He said to the stone-cutting master next to him, "Cut." The master turned the stone-cutting roller, and the huge knife fell down. Zhang Ruai looked at the stone-cutting machine and nodded. The design of this stone-cutting machine was very exquisite. Although it was not as fast as the modern electric stone-cutting machine, the speed was not much different. At this time, everyone in Wanshihai was attracted by the sound of stone cutting, and they all wanted to see how amazing the jadeite in this raw stone was. Zhang Ruai looked at the place where he cut, raised her eyebrows, and whispered, "With this knife, his stone will be worthless." The sound of the stone-cutting machine was very loud, and others did not hear her words clearly, but Xiaoyao beside her heard it clearly and asked, "How do you know it will be worthless?" "Just watch. You will understand in a while." After a while, the speed of the stone-cutting machine slowed down, and the harsh sound slowly disappeared. "Today, I will let you see how good my luck is." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the onlookers looking at the white stone and took a breath of cold air. "How can this be jade? This is simply a stone. And it is an extremely ugly stone." Zhang Qianshi could not help but stand there in a daze. How could this be possible? Where is his jade? Where did the jade go? How could it be a stone? He stepped forward quickly, grabbed the master who was responsible for stone cutting, and said angrily, "Where is my jade? Where is the jade? Did you replace my raw stone?" Upon hearing this, the stone-cutting master hurriedly said, "My lord, even if I have supernatural powers, I can't replace your jade." No one would doubt his words. After all, with so many eyes watching, how could he switch things? Zhang Qian's chest rose and fell violently. He turned around abruptly and looked at the man who had offered 15,000 taels earlier. 15,000 taels. I'll sell it to you." The man couldn't help laughing when he heard that. "Mr. Zhang, you only have so much jade. Let alone 15,000 taels. Even if it's 150 taels, I'll have to think about it." Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard him say that. It serves him right. He deserves it. Who made him so arrogant? If Zhang Qian hadn't been so arrogant just now, maybe some people would sympathize with him if he cut it this time. Now people just feel very relieved. Xiaoyao looked at her young lady and her eyes widened. "Mister, it's amazing. How did you know that?" Zhang Ruai pointed to her eyes. "I saw it." "Peony." Actually, Zhang Ruai was not talking nonsense. She did see it, but her eyes were different from others. She had seen clearly what was inside the jade. This jadeite rough stone was indeed very interesting. There were actually 3 pieces of jade in this rough stone. The smallest and worst one among them was the one that Zhang Qian opened. The place where Zhang Qian asked someone to cut it was just to cut off that piece of jade, and the other 2 pieces were on the other side. If the stone cutter had moved a few points to the side, he could have cut the second piece. But fate played tricks on people. Maybe it was just as the man said just now, he was too rampant. Even God didn't give him the chance to make a fortune. Zhang Qian looked at the cut rough stone with red eyes, gritted his teeth unwillingly, and said, "Cut it again. This young master doesn't believe that you can't cut anything out of such a big stone." At this time, the young master who came with him whispered to persuade, "Young Master Zhang, I think you should just forget it. If you can't cut anything, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? That's right, it's only 7,000 taels. If you lose the bet, you lose it. You can win it back in the future. Why do you act like you can't afford to lose?" Zhang Qian gritted his teeth when he heard this. They said it easily. It was 7,000 taels. If his father knew about it, he would definitely break his legs. He turned to the man who wanted to buy his rough stone and said, 7,000 taels. I'll sell the cut one, and the one at the back." The man sneered when he heard this. "Mr. Zhang, I won't buy this broken stone of yours for 700 taels, let alone 7,000 taels." The crowd watching also sneered. At this moment, a voice came out, 700 taels, I want it." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a masked young man holding a folding fan in his hand, wearing a black fox cloak, followed by 2 followers. He was obviously a young man from a wealthy family. Zhang Ruai walked forward, pointed at the stone on the ground that was split in 2, smiled and said, 700 taels. Are you selling it? Her attitude was extremely casual, as if she was just asking casually. Seeing this, the onlookers hurriedly said, "Oh, young master, you look so young. This is your first time to gamble on stones." Zhang Ruai nodded. That's right. It seems so. Since this is your first time to gamble on stones, go to the outside to have a look for less money. This stone is not worth buying. That's right. Although a piece of the stone has been opened, it is only this small, and the water quality is poor. I'm afraid it can't even be sold for 100 taels of silver. You are obviously an amateur, so don't be fooled. How can this broken stone be worth 700 taels of silver? Everyone said something, trying to persuade her not to buy it. Hearing this, Zhang Ruai looked at Zhang Qian inscrutable and nodded. It turns out that it's not even worth 100 taels of silver. Fortunately, you told me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. Zhang Qian was still hesitant and didn't want to sell it for 700 taels of silver. But when he heard everyone say so, his face became darker and darker. What nonsense are you talking about? He waved everyone away and came to Zhang Ruai. You just said you were willing to buy my stone for 700 taels, right? Zhang Ruai said with some embarrassment. I just said it casually. Do you understand the rules? Zhang Qian said with his hands on his waist. How can I regret it after I said I would buy it? But your jade is not worth even 100 taels of silver, and you still want to sell it to me for 700 taels. I have a lot of silver, but I am not a fool. Zhang Ruai said disdainfully. I'll give you 100 taels. You can sell it if you want. No. 700 taels, not a penny less. Zhang Qian said angrily. The amount of silver is what you said. The gambling stone business has always been like this. How can you not buy it if you say you don't want to buy it? At this time, the waiter who followed Zhang Ruai said, Sir, you don't know that when buying a raw stone, if the seller offers a price and the buyer is willing to sell it, then he must pay the silver. Alas, this young master is really unlucky today. I'm afraid that the 700 taels of silver will be wasted. Yes. But who asked her to bid rashly? What a coincidence that Mr. Zhang is willing to do this losing business.
Ha ha ha.
Teske. This young master is afraid that he doesn't have the luck to gamble on stones. Gambling on stones is extremely dependent on luck. If you don't have luck, you will lose everything even if you are rich. If you are a person with great luck, even the waste of paving can be opened into top-grade jade. Zhang Ruai sighed. Forget it, I admit defeat. I will pay 700 taels of silver. She pointed to the large piece of raw stone thrown aside. But you have to give me this cut waste too. Zhang Qian looked at the large white stone and waved his hand and said, Here. Zhang Ruai's eyes flashed with success. Cheng handed the 700 taels of silver note to Zhang Qian. In this way, the raw stone was completely hers. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the crowd. Oh, the famous Master Lingjun actually spent 700 taels to buy such a thing. Jun Luoyun walked forward surrounded by a group of maids, his eyes full of sarcasm. Aren't you very eloquent? Why is your mouth not working now? Zhang Ruai heard this and smiled. What does it matter? It's just 700 taels of silver. Since the rules are like this, I will abide by them. Jun Luoyun rolled her eyes at her. You are stupid, just admit it. At this moment, Cheng walked forward and moved the stone over. Everyone watched him pick up such a heavy stone without blushing or panting. At first glance, he was a martial artist. People who were still laughing at her for spending money to buy a piece of junk could not help but shut up. They were afraid that if they really angered her, they would be beaten by her guards. Cheng put the stone in his hand down, and the stone fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A gust of wind came from nowhere, and the dust blew straight towards Jun Luoyun.
Pooh.
Ahem. Lowly people, are you crazy? How dare you throw stones here? Jun Luoyun said angrily. Come here. Drag him down to this princess. This princess will definitely punish him for disrespect. Zhang Ruai looked at her dusty appearance and couldn't help laughing. Jun Luoyun's face became even uglier, pointing at Zhang Ruai and them. Arrest them all. Zhang Ruai said coldly. I say, Princess Luoyun, you are just the adopted daughter of the king's mansion in Shiyu City. This is Bailing, not your Shiyu. If you want to act like a monarch, go back to your Shiyu. Jun Luoyun was so angry that she jumped up and down, wishing she could mute her mouth with poison. The thought that her poison had no effect on her made her even more crazy. At this time, the waiter beside Zhang Ruai said with a smile, "Sir, the raw stone you bought is still a big piece. Do you need us to cut it?" Zhang Ruai heard it and said indifferently, "Cut it. Just cut it in the middle." "Okay." He waved his hand, and several young and strong men came forward and put the raw stone that Ah Chung had just moved on the stone-cutting rack. Seeing this, people couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It took so many people to move the stone, and they looked very tired. The guard just now relied on himself, which shows how strong his arm strength is. "Sir, then we will cut it." Zhang Ruai nodded. Seeing this, people all shook their heads. "Oh, is there any need to cut the stone?" "That's right, it's just a piece of waste. I don't even care about it if I take it back to pave the road. This young master has been badly cheated. It costs 1 or 2 taels of silver to cut it, and this stone is not even worth 1 or 2 taels of silver." Everyone looked at Zhang Ruai with a little sympathy, and there were also some who gloated over her misfortune. Zhang Qian and his colleagues originally wanted to leave, but since Jun Luoyan came to Wancheshai, his mind fell on her. She is the princess of the royal palace in Xiu City. If he can marry her, his life will be very successful. Thinking of this, he raised his feet and walked towards Jun Luoyan. Jun Luoyan looked at Zhang Ruai suffering a loss and couldn't help feeling very happy. This princess would like to take a good look at what amazing things can be cut out of this broken stone of yours. Zhang Ruai turned a deaf ear to her words and just focused on looking at the stone on the shelf. If she was not mistaken, these 2 pieces of jade should be very good. Seeing her like this, Jun Luoyan felt like he had punched cotton, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Qian walked to Jun Luoyan and bowed. "I am Zhang Qian, and I meet Princess Luoyan." Jun Luoyan glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Zhang Qian? This princess has never heard of you. I heard my sister mention the princess." "Your sister?" "My sister is Zhang Ruru." "Zhang Ruru? That idiot?" Jun Luoyan rolled his eyes at him and snorted coldly. "You two are indeed brother and sister." Zhang Qian didn't understand what Jun Luoyan meant for a moment and thought she was praising him. He couldn't help but raise a smile that he thought was very handsome on his face. He didn't know that this smile made him even more stupid. "Thank you for the compliment, princess." "Praise? When did he praise him?"
Jun Luoyan snorted disdainfully.
"It seems that he is even more stupid than that stupid woman Zhang Ruru." At this moment, the huge stone suddenly split into 2 halves, and a puff of smoke dissipated. Everyone's eyes fell on the stone. The stone cutter scooped a bucket of water and poured it on the stone. He was stunned for a moment. This is actually... He looked at the cut jade in front of him and murmured, "Imperial green." "Imperial green? What?" Everyone's eyes fell on the stone, and they all took a breath. A emerald green cut surface appeared in front of them. Under the thin skin was all green jade. For a long time, there was silence in Wancheshai, and everyone's eyes were on the jade. At this time, someone exclaimed, "Big increase! Big increase! Oh my God! Am I dreaming? I can see such a huge increase in my lifetime. Imperial green! How long has it been since Wancheshai produced imperial green?" Zhang Qian was completely stunned at this time. His eyes fell on the jade, and he couldn't move away for a moment. Jun Luoyan also looked at it in shock. Imperial green? She naturally knew what imperial green jade meant. A few years ago, the emperor of the western regions presented a set of imperial green jadeite headpieces to the queen on her birthday. She had seen it with her own eyes. It was extremely exquisite, and she loved it very much. She sent people to look for it for a long time but failed, and finally had to give up. Now that the lowly people actually opened the imperial green jadeite, how could she accept it? At this time, Zhang Ruai stepped forward and said to the stone cutter, "Here, cut it again."
"Hey."
"Okay, I'll open it now." As soon as he finished speaking, he cut it again. Now, everyone dared not whisper anymore, and they all looked at the stone intently, fearing that they would miss a bit of excitement. After a while, the big stone broke into 2 halves. When their eyes fell on the cut surface, they couldn't help but be stunned again. They saw that behind the original imperial green jadeite, there was a bowl-sized cut surface. The cut surface was no longer green, but an extremely charming purple. This is the finest imperial purple.
Oh my God.
There is another color of jade in this stone. It's such a beautiful purple. I'm rich. I'm really rich. I have achieved perfection in my lifetime. Even if I die today, I have no regrets. At this time, an old man came over and bowed to Shangruai. Young master, are you going to sell this jade? Without waiting for Shangruai to answer, the old man said, I am willing to offer 100,000 taels for these 2 pieces of jade. 100,000 taels. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. As soon as he finished speaking, another person said, Old white-haired man, you are being a little unfair. This young master's jadeite can obviously be sold for more silver. In my opinion, it should be at least 120,000 taels. I'll offer 130,000 taels. 150,000 taels. 160,000 taels. The biddings were endless. Shangruai was a little surprised. She didn't expect that these 2 stones could be sold at such a high price. She didn't know that jadeite was very popular among the royal family and nobles in Tianshan and Bailing. A piece of good jade was not much cheaper than Dongzhu, and the price would be even higher after being made into a headpiece. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed towards the jade, shouting as he ran, This is mine. It belongs to this young master. Zhang Qian was like crazy, and his eyes were red with anger. Give it back to me. This is mine. When he was only 1 step away from the original stone, Ah Cheng appeared in front of the original stone, stretched out his foot, and kicked Zhang Qian in the abdomen. Zhang Qian was a second-generation ancestor, who had no knowledge and no martial arts at all. How could he withstand such a kick? His figure flew backwards like a bead with a broken string, leaving a long mark on the ground. You dare to covet my young master's things. You are courting death. Ah Cheng said angrily. You are so brave. How dare you kick me? Zhang Qian barely stood up with the help of the servants, with a trace of blood on his lips. Shangruai glanced at him. What are you doing in public? Are you trying to rob me? It's obviously mine. He blushed and stiffened his neck and shouted, I bought it with 7,000 taels of silver. Yes, you spent 7,000 taels of silver to buy it, but sold it to me for 700 taels, didn't you? Shangruai sneered. Everyone is a witness. Why? Are you unwilling to accept the increase in the value of the stone? How could he be willing? That was more than 100,000 taels of silver. He just gave away such a large sum of money. What's the difference between this and begging with a golden bowl in hand? I will return the 700 taels to you. Give me back my stone. Zhang Qian looked at her and said in a cold voice, Did you do this on purpose? You must have known that there was jade in the stone, so you bought these 2 pieces of waste material back. Did Mr. Zhang lose his memory? I said that this was my first time gambling on stones, and I said during the period that I didn't plan to buy it. But didn't Mr. Zhang say that the rules of gambling on stones cannot be disrupted? I have been doing things according to the rules you said, so how can I say it was intentional? Xiaorao also said, That's right. My son kept shirking his responsibilities, and it was Mr. Zhang who forced him to buy and sell, so my son had to take out 700 taels of silver. Everyone witnessed it, and you still want to deny it? That's right, I never expected that Mr. Zhang, who looks very generous on weekdays, is actually such a person who can't afford to lose. The material that you have opened up has increased greatly in the hands of others. Anyone would feel very uncomfortable, but I have never seen anyone ask for it back like Mr.
Zhang.
You have to be more careful in the future. You must not sell raw stones to Mr. Zhang, let alone buy his stones. Otherwise, if the price drops, you will have to return it. If the price goes up, you will have to return it again. After the voice fell, everyone laughed again. Zhang Qian stood there, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, his fists clenched, staring at Shangruai fiercely. Jun Luoyun's face was also very ugly. Who could have thought that a piece of waste material could produce such a stunning jade? Are you selling these 2 jades? Zhang Rui raised her eyebrows when she heard Jun Luyun's voice. Didn't the princess say that nothing can be found in my stone? Why do you want to buy it now? Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me how much money you want. Jun Luoyun said coldly. There is nothing that our city prince's mansion cannot afford. Really? Zhang Rui curled her lips slightly. But I don't want to sell it to you.
You.
This is my jadeite. I can sell it to anyone I want. You can sell it for as much money as you want. Zhang Rui no longer looked at her increasingly dark face. If the princess wants to buy it, wouldn't it be better for her to open it herself? Zhang Qian stood behind Jun Luoyun and whispered, Princess, in my opinion, she doesn't take you seriously at all. You must not let her off easily with such contempt. Do you need to talk nonsense here? Jun Luoyun's face became even uglier, and she frowned as she looked at Zhang Qian. He was a person who was more likely to cause trouble than to help. If he had not sold the broken stone, would there be so many things now? As the stone-breaking machine turned, 2 large pieces of jade appeared completely in front of everyone. Such gorgeous colors made people intoxicated. 180,000 taels. 200,000 taels. 300,000 taels. At this moment, an old man stepped forward with a warm smile on his lips. Young master, our Zhou family is willing to offer 300,000 taels to buy these 2 pieces of jade from you. 300,000 taels is not a small number. Jun Luoyun's face became even uglier when she heard this. 300,000 taels. She simply couldn't afford it now. Zhang Rui looked at her and smiled. Princess, do you want to continue to raise the price?
Jun Luyun clenched her fists.
She was clearly doing it on purpose. She knew she couldn't come up with so much silver, but she still asked her on purpose. It's just 2 pieces of jadeite. This princess doesn't care about it. What rare treasures don't we have in the city prince's mansion? Zhang Rui nodded seriously. What the princess said is right, but the city prince's mansion should not have the purple oriental pearl. I saw you were determined to get it at the auction a few days ago, and I thought that the oriental pearl would definitely fall into your hands. The old things were brought up again, and Jun Luoyun heard only sarcasm. The old man of the Zhou family bowed slightly to Zhang Rui. Young master, I am the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Qin. This kind of top-grade jadeite has been searched for several years by our Zhou family master, but has never seen it. Today, no matter how much silver, I will definitely bring it back. Although these words were said to Zhang Rui, they were actually said to Jun Luoyun. Although Jun Luoyun was a princess, she was also a princess of the western regions. This was Bailing, and the Zhou family was the largest family in Bailing. They didn't take a mere adopted daughter of the city prince seriously at all. Jun Luoyun naturally heard the hidden meaning and was so angry that she trembled all over. This Bailing is full of people, and they dared not take her seriously. Zhang Rui secretly looked at Zhou Qin for a few times, and she had a general understanding of the strength of the Zhou family. After all, if it was an ordinary family, how could a head wear silk? 300,000 taels was the highest price that could be offered. Zhang Qian's eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. 300,000 taels. 300,000 taels. He just sold this overwhelming wealth for 700 taels of silver?
No.
He must find a way to get this jade back. Since Manager Zhou has offered the highest bid, these 2 jades are yours. Manager Zhou smiled and said, Young master is a young talent. You are truly exceptional in luck. Manager Zhou, you are too kind. I was just playing around. It doesn't count. You can't say that. Manager Zhou waved his hands quickly and said, If you don't have great luck, you will never be able to mine such precious jades. Even if you buy the raw stones, you will lose them for various reasons. As soon as old Zhou finished speaking, he heard people chuckling behind him. Isn't the Master Zhou talking about the young master of the Zhang family? Yes, it was obviously young Master Zhang who bought the raw stone first. After cutting it, he was afraid that he would lose so much money that even his own father would not recognize him, so he sold it at a low price. Now, the real treasure is in the scrap he gave as a gift. It's God's will. It's absolutely God's will. Young Master Zhang is really unlucky. He sold this huge wealth to someone else for 700 taels. It is estimated that he will hardly have any good luck in the second half of his life. You should stay away from him in the future, so as not to bring his bad luck to us." The next moment, there was no one within 1 meter around Zhang Qian. "You," he panted and said. "Wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Manager Zhou took out the banknotes and handed them to Shang Ruai. "Young master, please forgive me for being so rude, but may I ask your name?" "My name is Ling Jun." "Master Ling Jun, if you are free, please come to our house and have a visit." "Thank you for your hospitality, Manager Zhou." She did not count the banknotes, but handed them to Xiaoyao for safekeeping. Manager Zhou saw her behavior and was more certain that she must be from a noble family. She didn't even look at the 300,000 taels. At this moment, an old man stepped forward. "I am the shopkeeper of Wanshishai. Congratulations to Dr. Ling Jun for opening such a priceless jadeite. Does the shopkeeper know me?" "Yes, of course I know you. You saved the eldest lady of our house. Now in the capital of Bailing, all the properties of our Lin family will naturally know you, the doctor." It turned out that Wanshishai belonged to the Lin family. "Are you the miracle doctor who cured Miss Lin?" The voice of the headmaster Zhou was much higher than before, and his tone was full of surprise. "Yes." "Miss Doctor, I wonder if you can go back to the Zhou family with me?" Seeing his anxious tone, Shang Ruai couldn't help asking, "But what's the urgent matter?" The headmaster Zhou looked around and whispered, "There are many people here. Miracle Doctor, can you please talk to me?" Shang Ruai nodded. Xiaorao handed the banknotes to Ah Cheng. She was a little scared to have so many banknotes on her. Arriving at the private room of Wanshishai, Manager Zhou knelt directly in front of her. "Please, Dr. Ling Jun, save my young master." In response to such a great gift, Shang Ruai hurriedly helped him up. "Manager Zhou, please stand up and talk. What are you doing?" "You can cure Miss Lin's disease, which is so difficult to cure. Now my young master's life depends on you. Tell me, what kind of disease does your young master have?" Manager Zhou shook his head. "To be honest, even if our Zhou family invites famous doctors from all over the world, they can't figure out what disease my young master has." Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "There is such a strange disease? Well, I happen to have nothing to do today, so I will go and see your young master." When she left Wanshishai, she felt a resentful gaze falling behind her. No need to guess, it must be Jun Luoyun. "Princess, shall we go back?" Jun Luoyun's eyes fell on the raw stones around him, and he said lightly, "If not, this princess will not believe it. A lowly person can open such a top-grade jade, but this princess can't? What kind of person is lucky? This princess will let them see today who is the real person with great luck." After saying that, he walked straight to the stall selling raw stones. Shang Ruai originally thought that the Zhou family would build the house in the most prosperous area. After getting off the carriage, Shang Ruai couldn't help but be stunned. This was actually outside the capital. The Zhou family was very wealthy, so why would they build the house in such a remote place? Manager Zhou saw her confusion and said with a smile, "Divine Doctor, our wife doesn't like to be disturbed, so she ordered people to build a house here, close to the mountains and rivers, and also invited talented people to take a look. The feng shui here is very good and very nourishing." Shang Ruai nodded. "The mountains and rivers here are indeed pleasant. If you want to cultivate yourself, it is really great. Please come in, doctor." Several people came to the main hall, and Manager Zhou went to invite Mr. Zhou. Shang Ruai looked at the furnishings in the hall calmly. The Zhou family is worthy of being the largest family in Bailing, and the furnishings in the hall are very exquisite. "Young master." Ah Chung walked up to her and whispered, "This Zhou family is different from other families. The Zhou family's assets are extremely large, and even the prince cannot see its full picture. It is rumored that the head of the Zhou family has an iron fist, is cold and cold-hearted, and is extremely difficult to approach. The Zhou family was in the western regions in the early years, and I don't know why they moved to Bailing." Shang Ruai nodded, smiled, and said, "He is becoming more and more like a qualified guard." Ah Chung blushed when he heard this, and scratched his head foolishly. Xiaoyao saw his movements and curved the corners of her lips. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. Looking sideways, I saw a middle-aged man walking very quickly, and the head Zhou was trotting behind him. Where is the miracle doctor? Where is he? His eyes fell on Shang Ruai, and he hurriedly walked in, stood in front of her, and bowed deeply. Meet the miracle doctor. Is this the head of the Zhou family? Shang Ruai stood up and glanced at Ah Cheng. Cold-hearted? This person doesn't seem to be like that. Ah Cheng was also a little confused. He had seen the head of the Zhou family from a distance a few years ago, and he was indeed very cold. That's right. He looked at Shang Ruai eagerly. I wonder if the miracle doctor can go and take a look at my son? Of course. She stood up. But before I go to see the patient, please tell me briefly what the condition of your son is. He sighed, his face full of worry. To be honest, my son was a healthy child when he was born, but he fell seriously ill when he was 3 years old. Since then, he has been weak and often sick. My wife and I have invited many famous doctors for him, but we don't even know what disease he has. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the backyard. As soon as they entered the backyard, a strong smell of medicine filled their noses. Shang Ruai walked into the room, only to see that all the windows in the house were closed. Not a single ray of sunlight could get in, and the air was extremely dirty. Why don't you open the window for ventilation? Shang Ruai said coldly. In a room like this, not to mention patients, even healthy people will get sick. The maid who was serving hurriedly said, It's the young master. The young master is complaining about the cold, so the servants dare not open the window or the door. It doesn't matter. Open the window. Shang Ruai walked to the bed and saw a handsome but extremely thin man lying there. He seemed to be trapped in a terrifying dream, with a frown and cold sweat on his forehead. Shang Ruai's hand was on his pulse, and after a while, her eyebrows jumped violently. What kind of disease is this? This is clearly a goo. Seeing a doctor will naturally not yield any results. If according to what Mr. Zhou said, the young master of the Zhou family had a serious illness at the age of 3, and his body became weaker and weaker, which means that he was poisoned by the goo at the age of 3. How did he support himself until today, after more than 10 years? Divine Doctor, how is it? Mr. Zhou asked cautiously. Not very optimistic. Shang Ruai looked around. The poisonous insect had been in Master Zhou's body for so many years. There must be someone who put the poison in him lurking around him. There is something I want to tell you alone. The servants filed out, leaving only Shang Ruai and Master Zhou in the room. Divine Doctor, if you have anything to say, just say it. Your son's illness. Before she could finish, she keenly noticed that someone had come into the yard. At this moment, the voice of Manager Zhou came over. Madam, you are here.
Yes.
Madame Zhou said lightly. I heard from the servants in the mansion that a doctor came to see the young master. That's right. The Divine Doctor is already in the room. Divine Doctor? Madame Zhou's eyes flashed with disdain. What Divine Doctor? Aren't there many people who claim to be Divine Doctors in recent years? Has anyone cured him? Madame Zhou has been so arrogant since she entered the mansion, and Manager Zhou has long been accustomed to it. Just as Madame Zhou was about to go in, she was stopped by Manager Zhou. Madam, the genius doctor said he wants to talk to the master alone.
Yes.
Madame Zhou nodded, but did not stop, and pushed the door open and walked in. Shang Ruai was interrupted, and Master Zhou was anxiously waiting for her next words. Madame Zhou walked in. Her eyes fell on Shang Ruai, which was even more biting than the cold wind whistling outside. A miracle doctor? Shang Ruai bowed. Madam.
Haha.
She walked behind Mr. Zhou and said with a fake smile, Such a young miracle doctor is rare. How good the medical skills are, it seems that there is no direct relationship with age. I don't think so. How many patients have you treated at such a young age? How can I give you the legitimate son of the Zhou family to practice casually? Shang Ruai couldn't help but sneered when she heard it. I don't know how noble the legitimate son of the Zhou family is. In my eyes, people are divided into 3 types: normal people, patients, and dead people. Now this young Master Zhou is a patient in my eyes, but if this body drags on, he must be dead. Her words shocked Mr. Zhou, and he hurriedly said, Miss Doctor, you must save my son. Madame Zhou raised her hand and stroked the hairpin on her head with a little coldness in her eyes. At this moment, a unique fragrance came into Shang Ruoyi's nose. This is. She looked at Madame Zhou with a veiled gaze. This smell was the unique aroma of the blood-attracting goo. The blood-attracting goo feeds on blood. After entering the human body, it will slowly absorb the blood and flesh of the person. Over the years, the blood in the human body will be clean and finally become a dried corpse. This blood-attracting goo is extremely difficult to detect. It hides in the blood. If you are not extremely proficient in goo insects, I am afraid that the person who is infected with the goo will become a dried corpse and no one will find its location. Since the master trusts you, I will not interfere too much. Madame Zhou turned to Master Zhou and said, Do not say that I, as a stepmother, have treated him harshly. Master Zhou said nothing, but there was a hint of anger between his eyebrows at her words. However, due to the presence of Shang Ruoyi, he did not lose his temper. He looked at Shang Ruoyi, Divine Doctor. What is the cause of my son's illness? Shang Ruoyi smiled. It doesn't matter. It's just that the previous illness has damaged his foundation. I will prescribe a prescription for him later. He will slowly recuperate, and he'll be fine soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Zhou showed a disdainful smile on her face. She let down her guard. He was indeed a useless person, and he still called himself a divine doctor. What was the difference between him and those useless people? She looked at Zhou Jingyao on the bed again, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her lips. It won't be long. In a few days he will die. Shang Ruoyi secretly looked at Madame Zhou's expression and understood in her heart that it seemed that the mastermind behind the transformation of the young master of the Zhou family into the half-human, half-ghost appearance he had today was Madame Zhou. When Mr. Zhou heard her say this, the smile on his face faded a little. All the miracle doctors he invited said the same thing, but no one had ever cured his son. Master, I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back and rest first. Mr. Zhou nodded. Go ahead. Madame Zhou bowed. Her eyes passed over Shang Ruoyi, and she turned and left. After Madame Zhou left, Shang Ruoyi lowered her voice and said to Master Zhou, I have something to ask Master Zhou. Please tell me the truth. God Doctor, please ask. Madame Zhou said, she was the second wife. I wonder when she entered the mansion? Master Zhou was stunned for a moment, thought for a while, and said, My wife entered the mansion when my son was 2 years old. He looked at Shang Ruoyi. Sir, what is the meaning of your question? Do Madame Zhou and Master have children? When Master Zhou mentioned this, his face was a little ugly, and he whispered, There is a son. She got pregnant just after entering the mansion, but the child was not strong enough in the. He died not long after he was born. After that, he had no children. It was true. Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, Just now, Madame was here, and there are some things I can't say more. Your young master is not weak, but he is poisoned by a goo.
What? Poisoned?
How is this possible? Master Zhou almost cried out in surprise. You mean there are worms in my son's body that can hurt people?
Yes.
Shang Ruoyi's face was as dark as water. If we continue to let the poisonous worm stay in Master Zhou's body, I'm afraid he will die within 5 days. Master Zhou was terrified when he heard this. Divine Doctor, what should we do? I can cure this poison, but I'm afraid Master Zhou will have to catch the person who put the poison on him personally. The person who put the poison on him? Master Zhou murmured a few times, then suddenly looked up at her. You mean, whether it is true or not, you will know in a few days. Master Zhou's face suddenly became ugly. Shang Ruoyi took out a black porcelain bottle, which was full of green liquid, and a strange fragrance emanated from the liquid. She soaked the silver needle in it, and after a few breaths, she took out the silver needle and stabbed it in the center of Zhou Jingyao's eyebrows. Master Zhou was shocked when he saw this. What is this for? I'm looking for the hiding place of the poisonous insect. She moved the silver needle slightly, and the fragrance suddenly spread. Even Master Zhou couldn't help but smell it a few more times. At this moment, a bulge appeared on Zhou Jingyao's arm. Master Zhou saw this, and pointed at the place where the poisonous insect appeared with a trembling hand, swallowed his saliva. Is that a poisonous insect? Shang Rui nodded, and her face couldn't help but become serious. This poisonous insect has been in his body for more than 10 years and has fully matured, but this poisonous insect has grown quite big, much longer than a finger. The poisonous insect seemed to be attracted by the fragrance and became excited. Zhou Jingyao, who had already fallen into a coma, looked even paler, but his lips became more and more red, and there were more and more beads of sweat on his head. Shang Rui took out the silver needle dipped in medicine again and pierced his arm. The smell was very close to the poisonous insect, and it was wriggling faster and faster. Shang Rui took out the spiritual spring water and put it into Zhou Jingyao's mouth. This spiritual spring water can protect his heart and make his body more comfortable. She took out an extremely sharp scalpel and cut a 2-inch long wound on Zhou Jingyao's skin. She applied the medicine around the wound and used a silver needle to guide the goo worm to crawl to the wound. Master Zhou stared at the goo worm getting closer and closer to the wound, and suddenly stopped when it was about to swim to the end. Shang Rui narrowed her eyes slightly. Sure enough, this was a mature goo worm, not as easy to deceive as the juvenile goo worm. She took out another porcelain bottle, which was filled with spiritual spring water. She poured the spiritual spring water on the wound. Not long after, the goo worm tasted the fragrance of the spiritual spring water and could no longer resist the temptation and crawled straight to the wound. At this time, Shang Rui focused on the goo worm that was about to show its head, and she didn't know when she put on a pair of gloves on her hands. The teeth of the blood-inducing goo are extremely sharp. If you are not careful and get bitten by it, it will be more than you gain. The skin at the wound moved a few times, and the next moment, a bright red worm showed its small head, biting the flying flesh and blood. Shang Rui seized the opportunity, grabbed the head of the poisonous insect, and threw it out with force. At the same time, the silver needle in her hand shot out, and the bright red poisonous insect was nailed to the wall, making a squeak.
Ugh.
Master Zhou couldn't help retching when he saw the insect. Thinking that the poisonous insect had been in his son's body for more than 10 years, he couldn't stop trembling all over. He came to the wall, looking at the constantly twisting poisonous insect, wishing to tear it into pieces. Master Zhou, don't move. Shang Rui hurriedly stopped him and said, Mr. Zhou still needs it to recover. Although this poisonous insect is disgusting now, it is the best tonic. She walked forward, and the poisonous insect was already motionless. Master Zhou whispered, I will help the genius doctor take it down. Without waiting for Shang Rui to stop him, Master Zhou stretched out his hand. Just as his hand was about to touch the insect's body suddenly grew longer and bit Master Zhou's hand. Be careful. In a flash, ding. A silver needle shot out and nailed the insect's mouth to the wall. Master Zhou felt his hair stand on end, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. This insect is the best at pretending to be dead. It can hide in the human body for more than 10 years without being discovered. Shang Rui walked up and pinched its head, taking it down from the wall. Blood-induced insects use blood as a guide. Your son was dry by such a little thing. She shook the insect. As long as it is dried and supplemented with other medicinal materials, the blood and flesh of the whole body can be restored within 10 days. The rest needs to be slowly adjusted. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. He wiped the tears from his eyes and said, After more than 10 years, my son is finally saved. Master Zhou, you don't have to be so polite. Seeing his excitement, Shang Rui reminded him, Master Zhou, the person who poisoned your son has not been caught yet. You must not reveal the news that the poison has been cured. Now that the poison has grown, the person who poisoned your son will take it back in the next 2 days. You just need to wait for the opportunity. When the person who poisoned your son was mentioned, Master Zhou's excitement suddenly subsided. Yes, that person has not been caught yet. His eyes fell on his son on the bed. When he thought of his son being tortured by that person for so many years, his heart was like being pinched and crushed by a big hand. Shang Ruai turned around to clean up the medicine bottles on the table. At this moment, a red mark behind her ear caught Master Zhou's attention. This is it. He stepped forward quickly and grabbed her arm. His emotions were even more excited than before. Child, did you have the mark behind your ear when you were born? Mark? What mark? She had never noticed it before. Seeing her reaction, Master Zhou knew that his guess was correct. Who is Rugia to you? Rugia, her mother's maiden name. Shang Ruai looked at him, and a ridiculous idea filled her mind. Could it be that her mother has some relationship with the head of the Zhou family? Child, is Rugia your mother? Seeing his anxious look, Shang Ruai whispered, "What is the relationship between Master Zhou and her?" By saying this, she acknowledged what Master Zhou had just said. Your mother, is she okay? Master Zhou asked anxiously. My mother has passed away for many years. What? He said in surprise. What is going on? Shang Ruai looked at his expression, and his concerned look did not seem fake, which made her more certain of her guess. My mother was not in good health and passed away. Shang Ruai said in a solemn tone. Master Zhou, I don't want to reveal my identity, so don't mention my mother's affairs to others. I understand. She showed people with a mask because she didn't want others to know her identity. Master Zhou hasn't said how he met my mother? Speaking of this, he couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. Your mother is a famous beauty. She came to Bailing with your grandfather to do business. We met by chance. After just one meeting, her appearance was engraved in my mind. I tried my best to please her, but it was difficult to make her smile. Later I learned that she already had a lover. So that's it. Shang Ruai's heart was slightly relieved. She thought that Master Zhou was a debt of love for her mother. But what was her mother's look? No matter how you look at it, the head of the Zhou family is more than 100 times better than her cheap father. Master Zhou. She was interrupted by him before she finished her words. Why, Master Zhou? Just call me uncle. Your mother and I are not destined to be husband and wife, but I persuaded her to recognize me as her elder brother, so I am your uncle. Shang Ruai almost laughed out loud. This Master Zhou was really interesting. Yes, uncle. Shang Ruai dried the poisonous insect, combined it with the herbs in the space, boiled it with spiritual spring water, and fed a bowl of bright red medicine to Zhou Jingyao to drink. As soon as the medicine entered his mouth, Zhou Jingyao's face instantly became rosy, and his originally dry skin also regained some elasticity. Shang Ruai nodded and said to the head of the Zhou family, Uncle Zhou, now that the poison has been cured, you can take this pill every morning and evening. She took out 2 porcelain bottles. 1 pill each time. Okay. The head of the Zhou family was overjoyed. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my Zhou family would be extinct. At this moment, the voice of the head Zhou came again. The genius doctor is treating the young master in the room. The master has ordered no one to get close. Miss Xiaodao, if you have anything to say, just talk outside. Madam ordered me to bring some food to the genius doctor and the master. These are all made by Madam herself, so I have to deliver them in person. Upon hearing this, the head of the Zhou family frowned and shouted to the outside of the door, I'm not hungry, go away. When Xiaodao heard this, her eyes were a little unfriendly, but since the head of the family said so, how could she, a maid, not listen? She had to turn around and leave. Uncle Zhou, it seems that she can't wait any longer. Xiao Tao brought the snacks back to Madame Zhou's yard. Madame Zhou was mixing flower juice to dye her nails. When she heard Xiao Tao's footsteps, she asked without turning her head, What's wrong? Madam, I failed to get in. What? She frowned, threw down the work in her hands, and saw the snacks in her hands intact, and said in a deep voice, I didn't even get in the door? I didn't do my job well. Please punish me, madam. Madame Zhou narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that the genius doctor saw something? Her heart sank slightly. It seemed that she had to remove the blood-inducing goo from the child born by that as soon as possible. At night, everything was silent. A figure shuttled through the Zhou mansion like a ghost and soon stopped in Zhou Jingyao's yard. Gently pushing open the door, the servant inside had already been lying on the ground unconscious. She put away the smoke in her hand, walked past the servant, and came straight to Zhou Jingyao's bed. Looking at the man with closed eyes and thin face on the bed, she whispered, "You can't blame me in the underworld. If you want to blame someone, blame you for being the son of that. That owes me and my child, and only you can repay it." After she finished speaking, she took out a porcelain bottle. The fragrance coming from it was exactly the same as what Shang Ruai smelled on her body during the day. This is the favorite smell of the blood-attracting goo. It will be extremely excited every time it smells this smell. She put the porcelain bottle in front of Zhou Jingyao's nose, trying to let the goo worm crawl out through his nasal cavity. After a long while, the goo worm showed no signs of crawling out. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. What's going on? When I came to see her yesterday, the goo worm was still crawling around in her body. After so long today, why is there no movement at all? Where did it go? Where did my poison worm go? At this moment, a light laugh came from the beam. "Madame Zhou, your poison worm is no longer in Master Zhou's body." As soon as the voice fell, the lights in the room suddenly lit up. Madame Zhou turned around and saw the head of the Zhou family standing not far behind her. The next moment, a figure appeared beside the bed. "Madame Zhou, are you looking for this?" She spread her palm, and a poison worm head appeared in her palm. Seeing this, Madame Zhou's face suddenly changed. "Can you remove the poison?" "It's just a goo technique," Shang Ruai said with a smile. Why is Madame Zhou so surprised? Madame Zhou looked at the head of the goo worm. Her eyes were as red as bloodshot, and she said in a trembling voice, "You killed my blood-attracting goo, which I have carefully nurtured for more than 10 years. I am only one step away, just one step away." She suddenly stretched out her hands and slapped Shang Ruai. The internal force in her palm surged, and if she was hit, she would probably break bones and tendons. The palm wind came, and Shang Ruai's body did not dodge, stretched out her right hand, and collided with her palm. With just one move, Madame Zhou's body flew backwards. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and she lay on the ground struggling for a long time, unable to get up. "Why?" The head of the Zhou family looked solemn and said in a low voice, "How has our Zhou family done anything wrong to you? Why do you want to do this?" Madame Zhou sneered, her eyes full of anger. "Why? You actually have the nerve to ask me why?" She shouted hysterically. "I am obviously the legitimate daughter of the main wife. Why did you marry that?" "Why?" "She is just a concubine's daughter. Her mother is just my mother's maid. My father got drunk and mistook her for my mother. That's how she was born, with such a humble origin. You actually protected her like a treasure. It was obviously an engagement between you and me, but you broke the engagement and ordered her to be the main wife. Where did you put me?" My Chao family is also a well-known family in southern Xinjiang, but it has become a laughingstock among people. Do you know how painful it is for me? The head of the Zhou family lowered his eyebrows, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes when he mentioned his deceased wife. The marriage contract between the Zhou family and the Chao family did not specify the legitimate daughter or the illegitimate daughter. The Zhou family has the final say on who to marry. I want to marry Huier, and it's my freedom. If you hate someone, you should hate me. Why are you taking it out on the child? Who made him the son of that? If it weren't for her, would I have suffered such humiliation? I am the legitimate daughter of the first wife. I lost to a lowly illegitimate daughter. Do you know how I lived all those years? She burst into tears with strong hatred in her eyes. So, what if she's the first wife? What does it matter if she's born of a legitimate wife or a concubine's wife? Shang Ruai sneered. If her character is noble, she will be respected even if she's born of a concubine. If her character is bad, she won't be respected even if she's born of a legitimate wife. What do you know? Madame Zhou looked at her and said angrily, "Do you know how terrible rumors are? If I didn't marry into the Zhou family, no one would mention my marriage anymore. Even when I was past the age of marriage, no matchmaker came to propose marriage. If it weren't for the death of that, I'm afraid I would have died of old age in the boudoir. But you finally became the mistress of the Zhou family. Why did you harm her child? He was only 3 years old at the time. The head of the Zhou family said in a deep voice, "Why couldn't you even let a 3-year-old child go? If he hadn't taken my son's luck, how could Binner be so weak?" Madame Zhou recovered a little and barely supported herself to stand up. "My Binner, he was so young, and he stopped breathing. Do you know how sad I am? So, you used witchcraft to exchange one life for another?" Shang Ruai's eyes were cold, and she said sternly, "Do you know what price you have to pay to change your destiny?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Zhou's eyes widened. "How do you know?" "Blood attracting goo uses blood as a guide, and meat as food. The blood and essence of the person who is poisoned will be absorbed by it. It can be used as medicine to feed any dying person, and it has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. I guess you want to use this goo to save your biological son." Shang Ruai looked at the remains of the goo in her palm. "When I took out the goo, I found that there was a black line on the body of the goo. Normally, the blood-attracting goo will not have a black line. The only possibility of a black line is that the goo is under a spell." Mrs. Zhou clenched her fists and her teeth began to tremble. "Who are you? Didn't I tell you who I am a long time ago?" Shang Ruai clenched her hand violently, and the poisonous insect in her palm turned into powder. Madame Zhou was furious. I will kill you." Madame Zhou didn't know where she got the strength from, and rushed towards her quickly. Several poisonous spikes in her palm flew towards her with the sound of breaking through the air. The silver needle in Shang Ruai's hand flew out and knocked the poisonous spikes to the ground. At this time, Madame Zhou's palm wind was already in sight. Shang Ruai sneered. "With this little ability, you still want to change other people's fate. You are really overestimating yourself." She was extremely fast, and a silver needle suddenly shot out and went straight through Madame Zhou's palm. With a scream, Madame Zhou held her shot hand. Looking at the gradually blackened skin, she said in a deep voice, "Poison. You poisoned me." "What?" Shang Ruai smiled coldly. "Compared with your witchcraft, what's so despicable about my poison?" The head of the Zhou family waved his hand. "Catch, madam." Madame Zhou looked at him, her eyes full of hatred. "Do you want to fight to the death with me? You chose the road yourself," he said in a heavy tone. "People always have to pay the price for what they do. Haha, Mr. Zhou, you want to tear your face with me for the sake of that child. Sooner or later, you will regret it." As soon as she finished speaking, a black round bead appeared at her fingertips. She threw it towards the direction of the head of the Zhou family, and suddenly, flames rose up, and it was another thunder and fire bomb. When the smoke dissipated, Madame Zhou's figure had disappeared. The head of the Zhou family looked solemn. "Come here, search the whole city, and make sure to find the lady." "Yes." Shang Ruai looked at the shaking window, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Madame Zhou held her palm, and Xiaotao supported her beside her. "Madam, please be careful," Xiaotao said softly. "Don't worry, the poison on your hand will be removed. I don't care about this little poison, but the full moon is coming soon and Binner still needs my blood to survive. Cough, cough, cough." She couldn't stop coughing. The two came to a remote house. Madame Zhou walked into the courtyard and ran towards a room anxiously. There was a baby cradle on the bed in the room, and a baby in the cradle was lying in the inner room with a pale face.
"Binner."
She rushed over, looking at the baby in the cradle, her eyes full of love. This expression did not last long, and was replaced by anger and hatred. "Ling Jun, I will tear you into pieces. Just one step away, my Binner will see the light of day again. If it weren't for her, my child would have woken up by now." At this moment, a voice that made her teeth itch with hatred appeared around her. "Madame Zhou, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. The evil you did is repaid on your child. Why do you hold this grudge against me?" Shang Ruai sneered. "If you hadn't used witchcraft to harm others and suffered backlash, hurting the fetus, Why would your child become like this today? Shang Rui walked in from outside. Her eyes fell on the child in her arms and said coldly, "You used witchcraft to confine his body to the size when he was born. Do you think that he can come back to life by using blood to induce the witchcraft?" "No, it's not like that." Madame Zhou shouted angrily. You followed me, no you. You just let me go on purpose." Shang Rui smiled. "If not, how could I find your hiding place? What do you mean when you said that the blood-attracting goo can't save my son's life?" Shang Rui smiled. "Of course it means literally." She looked outside. "Madame Zhou, don't you think that a blood-attracting goo can bring a person back to life?" The figure outside the door paused, and Shang Rui continued, "As long as the curse on your son is not resolved, let alone the blood-attracting goo, even if the immortals in the sky come, they can't save him, but will make wedding dresses for others." As soon as she finished speaking, a red figure rushed in and slapped her on the back. Shang Rui curled her lips and did not move. Ah Cheng appeared in front of her, drew out the long sword in his hand, and the sharp blade cut through her skin. Blood immediately flowed down her arm. Ah Cheng kicked her in the lower abdomen.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Xiao Tao's body retreated backwards along the ground. A look of resentment flashed in her eyes. Who are you? Who are you? Who I am is not important. What really matters is who you are." Shang Rui sneered. "That spell, was it your work?" I am just a servant beside the lady. I don't know what spell you are talking about." She barely supported her body, and just as she moved, Ah Cheng's sword was across her neck. "Don't move. Xiao Tao's been by my side since she was a child. How could she know spells?" Madame Zhou said coldly, "You want to alienate us, the master and the servant. What is your intention?" "I just want you to recognize a reality." She looked at Xiao Tao, smiled, and said, "You said you don't know spells. Then who set the spell in this room?" Xiao Tao's eyes flickered, and she whispered, "What spell is there in the room?" "Soul-devouring curse."
What?
Madame Zhou's expression suddenly changed. "Soul-devouring curse? How could there be a soul-devouring curse here?" The soul-devouring curse is a secret method in southern Xinjiang. The birth date of the person under the curse is pasted on a puppet. The puppet has been soaked in blood for 9,981 days. After the birth date is pasted, a little blood is smeared on the puppet's head. A drop of blood is taken every 5 days, and then the hair of others is wrapped around the puppet. The life force of the person under the curse will be transferred to that person little by little. However, the soul-devouring curse is a curse that only exists in legends. Even in southern Xinjiang, few people know about it. Madame Zhou has only heard of it.
What are you talking about?
Madame Zhou looked at Shang Rui and asked coldly, "You killed young Master Zhou's biological mother with your witchcraft, didn't you?" Madame Zhou nodded. "So what? She took everything from me. She deserves to die. But you suffered the backlash of the poison." Shang Rui whispered, "I guess that lady realized she was poisoned and was discovered by you when she was trying to find a way to get rid of it." "Yes, I took the opportunity when she returned to the Chao family to poison her. Her witchcraft is comparable to mine. If it weren't for Xiao Dao, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to let her die so easily. It's just that found out, and I was afraid she would get rid of the poison herself, so she directly killed the mother poison in my body. Even if it means losing 800 lives, I must take her life." The expression on Madame Zhou's face was extremely ferocious. Shang Rui saw it and couldn't help but feel that she was very pathetic. She hoped that she would still be like this when the truth was revealed. "Later, you married into the Zhou family. Due to the backlash of the witchcraft, the child was born with a deep fetal poison and was weak." Shang Rui walked forward slowly, looking at the baby in the cradle who seemed to be in death. But he shouldn't be so weak. So why did he become like this?
Why?
Mrs. Zhou thought of a possibility, and her heart skipped a beat. He has been cursed by the soul-devouring curse since he was born. Shang Rui stepped forward, pointed to a red spot on his neck, and said, "It is best to smear the blood from the neck on the forehead. Madame Zhou must know that." Madame Zhou staggered, looked at the glaring red spot, and kept repeating, "Impossible. You are lying to me." "Why should I lie to you?" Shang Ruai sneered. I just want to tell you that all these years, you have been living in the calculations of others. No way. What the facts are, I am sure you will know once you ask. As Shang Ruai finished speaking, Madame Zhou's eyes fell on Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao's body trembled. Madam, it's unfair. Madam. Here only you and I know. Madame Zhou walked forward slowly. Her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through her. Soul-devouring curse. What's going on? Madam. It must be her. Xiao Tao pointed at Shang Ruai. She must have set it up in advance, just to alienate the two of us. Shang Ruai sneered. This is my first time coming to the Zhou family today, and my first time meeting you guys. Miss Xiao Tao wants to frame you, but it may be a bit far-fetched. Where is the evidence? Xiao Tao whispered. You said I cast the curse. Where is the puppet? You think you kept it secret. She sneered, pointing to the north wall, and said, Such private matters cannot be seen in the light, so you hid the puppet in the north wall. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Tao's face suddenly turned pale. Mrs. Zhou saw this and said tremblingly, Why? I treated you well. Why did you do this? Xiao Tao looked at her gloomily. Why? Why did you say that? Have you forgotten? How did you save your life? Mrs. Zhou was shocked when she heard this. You are that child. That's my brother. Back then, the master of the Chao family used the soul-devouring curse to exchange my brother's life for yours. He was also still in his infancy. Have you ever felt sorry for him? Have you ever had pity for him? Now, I just want you to pay for your blood debt with blood. What's wrong with that? Mrs. Zhou stepped back and forth and almost fell to the ground. There is no solution to the soul-devouring curse. She has never heard of anyone who can survive after being hit by this curse, unless that person is killed. Who did you tie my son's life to? Xiao Tao sneered. A beggar on the street. I saw he was dying of illness, so I gave him a new life out of kindness.
Ha ha ha.
You will never, ever be able to remove his curse. I can remove it. Shang Ruai said calmly. I can remove the soul-devouring curse. Mrs. Zhou, who was already on the verge of collapse, could not help but shudder.
Can you solve it?
She murmured. Can you really solve it?
Impossible.
Xiao Tao shouted. How can you solve it? There is no solution to the soul-devouring curse. Shang Ruai said nonchalantly. It's just some spells. I just happen to be very curious about spells and have studied them. The so-called spells are just a combination of witchcraft and goo. She came to the north wall, and Xiao Tao looked at her vigilantly. Shang Ruai walked to the only cabinet on the north wall. Xiao Tao's face was completely defeated. She really knew. The puppet was hidden in the wall behind the cabinet. How could this be possible? The north wall was so big. How did she determine that the puppet was hidden here? Shang Ruai squatted down and found that there were gaps around the bottom brick. She pulled out a dagger and pried the brick down along the gap.
Pa.
A puppet fell out from inside. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips. She found it. Mrs. Zhou. She handed the puppet over. Is this your son's birth date? Mrs. Zhou took it and looked at it. Her heart sank. It was indeed her son's birth date, and the name he had chosen early in the morning. Zhou Wenbin. Her hands trembled, and her eyes fell on Xiao Tao not far away. Her eyes were about to burst. It's you, it's really you. Before she finished her words, Madame Zhou rushed over, raised her hand, and slapped her face hard. I trusted you so much, but you did such a thing. My child, he was still so young. What about my brother?
He was also so young when he died.
Xiao Tao stared at her, no longer having to pretend to be respectful, and said fiercely, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Every day I look forward to seeing you like this today. You should experience the pain of having your fate manipulated by others, but unable to change it. Madame Zhou grabbed her with both hands, and her long nails pierced into her skin fiercely. Don't blame me for being cruel if you treat me like this. A cry of pain came out of Xiao Tao's mouth, and a few white worms crawled out from the place where Madame Zhou grabbed her. Shang Ruai ignored the master and servant and looked around again. The reason why she sang this was actually because of Zhou Jingyao. After removing the poison, She also found traces of spells on him. Although it was not a strong and overbearing spell like the soul-devouring curse, it was also harmful to his body. She came here on the principle of sending the Buddha to the west. Shang Ruai looked around and scanned the walls. Since the space was upgraded, her eyes could see everything inside the bricks and stones. Because of this, she could easily find the puppet hidden in the bricks and stones. She looked around and found that there were no puppets or anything like that around the walls. Just when she was about to retract her gaze, she accidentally swept across the baby. It turned out to be here. There was a puppet in the baby's swaddling clothes. She quickly stepped forward and took out the puppet. Mrs. Zhou noticed her action, but it was too late to stop her.
"Put it down,"
she said sternly. "That is something that will extend my son's life. You can't take it away." Witchcraft. Shang Ruai sneered, exerted force on her hands, and the puppet broke.
"Stop it."
Madame Zhou rushed forward like crazy, picked up the broken puppet from the ground, and cried heartbreakingly, "Child, my child. Your child is not dead yet. Why are you crying?" Shang Ruai whispered. Madame Zhou rolled and crawled to the bed, looked at the child, and it was just like usual, and she finally let go of her hanging heart. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Shang Ruai's words. "Mrs. Zhou knelt on the ground and begged, "Divine Doctor, you just said that you can break the curse on my son. Is that true?" Shang Ruai nodded. "I can indeed break it, but why should I help you? As long as you are willing to help me, as long as you can save him, even if it costs my life, it's fine." She cried and said, "Please, please." Over the years, in order to save her son, she has thought of countless ways and also harmed countless lives. Parents love their children dearly, which is understandable, but you should never let your love for your son blind you and lose your mind. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, "I can save him, but you, go to the government and turn yourself in." Mrs. Zhou heard this and nodded quickly. "I will go. As long as you can save him, I will immediately turn myself in." Shang Ruai looked at Ah Chung. "Take them back to the Zhou family."
"Yes."
When they returned to the Zhou family, it was already bright, and the head of the Zhou family was shocked to see his child from more than 10 years ago. This, is it a monster?" Shang Ruai shook her head and explained the whole story clearly. Even so, the head of the Zhou family still couldn't accept it for a while. In this regard, Shang Ruai expressed her understanding. After all, no one would be so easy to accept seeing their child who had been dead for more than 10 years. At this time, cinnabar had been placed in the room according to her request. Shang Ruai put cinnabar on the child's forehead, and the cinnabar was instantly absorbed by the skin and disappeared. Manager Zhou was standing by and was shocked to see the scene. Shang Ruai pierced the baby's fingertips, squeezed out a few drops of blood, mixed it with cinnabar, turned to Madame Zhou and said, "Madame Zhou, I guess you must have a lot of poisonous insects." Madame Zhou looked at the head of the Zhou family next to her and took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve pocket, which contained 3 poisonous insects. The head of the Zhou family saw the poisonous insects rolling in the plate, and he felt nauseous for no reason. He held the door frame and kept retching. When he thought about sleeping with such a woman for more than 10 years, he felt even more disgusted and disgusted. He immediately ordered people to take Madame Zhou and her servant away and lock them up, waiting for the government to come and take them away. Shang Ruai put the 3 poisonous insects into the cinnabar plate, and soon, the 3 poisonous insects ate all the cinnabar and blood. Shang Ruai ordered someone to bring fire, roast the 3 poisonous insects dry, grind them into powder, and then dilute the powder with spiritual spring water and feed it to the baby. She left a little powder and smeared it on Zhou Jingyao's head. In an instant, his originally pale face became rosy. The baby's breathing was also much smoother than before. Seeing this, Manager Zhou asked softly, "Dr. Lingjun, are the 2 young masters' illnesses cured?" Shang Ruai looked at him and secretly admired him in her heart. Manager Zhou was really a smart person. He described the spells and poisons as illnesses, which made people feel much more comfortable. Just continue to adjust in the future. Shang Ruai took out some pills. The young master needs to dissolve it in warm water and take it twice a day, half a pill each time.
Thank you, doctor.
Manager Zhou smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Dr. Lingjun must have a destiny with our Zhou family." Shang Ruai smiled and thought to herself, "It is indeed fate. If my mother had not been blind, the head of the Zhou family would be my biological father now, and the head Zhou should call me Miss." At this time, the head of the Zhou family, who was pale from vomiting, walked in. Hearing that the two children's illnesses had recovered, his expression finally eased a lot. He walked forward, smiled, and said, "Child, head Zhou, and you are destined to be together." "I think so too. Why don't you just recognize me as your godfather?" Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "Godfather?" Manager Zhou quickly agreed. "If that is true, it would be great." "Child, what do you think?" The head of the Zhou family said with a smile. "In this way, our Zhou family will have 3 young masters." Shang Ruai saw that what he said was from the heart and smiled softly. "It is an honor for the younger generation to be favored by Master Zhou, but I am afraid that I cannot become the 3rd young master of the Zhou family." Master Zhou thought she was refusing. Seeing that only Master Zhou and Manager Zhou were here, Shang Ruai took off the mask on her face. Her features were very similar to her mother's, which made Master Zhou and the other 2 stunned. After a long while, the head of Zhou family stammered. You are a woman?" Shang Ruai nodded and said, "There are inconveniences in being a woman. Please forgive me for concealing the truth before." The head of Zhou family was stunned, and it took him a long time to find his voice. Forgive me. Forgive me." "Oh, since the miracle doctor is a woman, then our Zhou family has 1 more young lady." Manager Zhou smiled and said, "The master said many years ago that it would be great if there was a precious jewel in the palm of the hand in the family. Now his wish has come true." It has to be said that Manager Zhou is a very discerning person. No wonder he can become the confidant of the head of Zhou family. "When Jingyao recovers, I will hold a big banquet to let everyone know that I have an amazing adopted daughter." Shang Ruai smiled and shook her head. "I am afraid that because of my identity, it is not convenient to tell the public now." "Yes, yes, yes." The head of the Zhou family patted his forehead. "Look at the brain of the adoptive father. In this case, just say that the genius Dr. Lingjun is my adopted son. When you want to restore your daughter, just tell your adoptive father. My Zhou family is also a well-known family in Bailing. If there is anyone who dares to bully you, just tell your adoptive father. I will never forgive him." Shang Ruai smiled, picked up the tea on the table, and offered it with both hands. "Junior Shang Ruai, meet the adoptive father." "Boy, what a good name."
Ha ha ha.
The head of the Zhou family took the tea and drank it all. Shang Ruai took the pulse of the 2 young masters of the Zhou family again and prepared to say goodbye and leave after confirming that there was nothing wrong. Before leaving, the head of the Zhou family stuffed a token into her hand. "Ruai, take this token. With this token, as long as it is my Zhou family's property, you can mobilize people at will. The Zhou family is very powerful in Bailing. With this token, it is not an exaggeration to say that they can walk sideways in Bailing." "Thank you, godfather." Shang Ruai didn't expect that she just saved someone, but she ended up recognizing a godfather. The 2 returned to their residence and found that the door was open.
Huh?
"Why is this door open?" Ah Chung asked in confusion. "It's so cold. Won't you freeze to death if the door is open?" Shang Ruai frowned. Xiaoyao is not such a carefree person. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried in. Where is Xiaorao in this room? Not only that, the room was extremely messy, and it was obvious that she was looking for something. "You are really brave." There seemed to be ice in Shang Ruai's voice. She wanted to make Madame Zhou think that she had left the Zhou residence, so she pretended to leave. On the way, she and Ah Chung turned back again, but Xiaoyao did come back in a carriage. After all, she didn't know martial arts, so it was inconvenient for her to go in and out of the Zhou family, so as not to be noticed by Madame Zhou. She didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a crime in broad daylight and set their sights on her people. They really didn't know how to live or die.
Miss Xiaoyao.
Ah Chung was anxious. Will something happen? Zhang Ruoyi's face was cold, and she said in a deep voice, "This token from my godfather was given at the right time." She came to an iron shop, and there was a bright zhou hanging on the sign. Zhang Ruoyi walked in and put the token on the table. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurried forward. Young master. They had just received news that the adopted son of the owner of the family had a token of the master of the Zhou family in his hand. That adopted son must be the one in front of them. The master's adopted son is half his master, so he naturally has to do his best. Young master, what instructions do you have? Ah Chung handed over the portrait in his hand. Shopkeeper, have you seen this girl? The shopkeeper took it and looked at it for a long time. No. He put the portrait down and whispered, Young master, are you looking for this person? She is my maid, and now her whereabouts are unknown. Please help, shopkeeper, and let the brothers look for her. We must find her. When the shopkeeper heard it, he guessed the reason and hurriedly said, Young master, don't worry, I will arrange for my men to find her. In that case, thank you very much. I have to say that the Zhou family is indeed very powerful. The shopkeeper soon sent a message. Young master, someone saw the Zhang family taking a woman back. Zhang family? Zhang Qian? That's right. The shopkeeper whispered, Young master. Are you going to the Zhang family? Zhang Ruoyi sneered. It seems that it's time to teach that good-for-nothing Zhang Qian a lesson. Arriving at the Zhang family, Zhang Ruoyi winked at Ah Chung, and he came to the gate. The gatekeeper stepped forward. Hey, what are you doing? Ah Chung was too lazy to talk nonsense, and kicked the servant down. Seeing this, the other servants picked up their weapons and surrounded him.
Who are you?
Do you know where this is? Zhang Ruoyi snorted coldly. Tell Zhang Qian that his ancestors are here.
How dare you?
How dare you be so presumptuous at the door of my Zhang family? A servant waved his hand. Come on, tie them up, and wait for the young master to deal with them. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen servants picked up their weapons and rushed towards Zhang Ruoyi. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and without waiting for Ah Chung and the Zhou family behind her to take action, she waved her hand, and dozens of silver needles suddenly shot out, hitting the arms of the Zhang family, without missing a single one. The needles were coated with medicine, and all the servants lay on the ground unconscious. Those who heard the noise and rushed over were shocked by the scene and ran to the backyard. At this time, Zhang Qian was sitting there with his legs crossed, eating snacks and drinking tea. How is it? Did you confess? Did you say where the 300,000 taels of silver notes are hidden? At this moment, the servant ran in a panic and said, Master, it's bad. Master? Someone is knocking on the door. What? Zhang Qian stood up suddenly. Who is so bold? How dare he come to my Zhang family to cause trouble? It's the man from Wanshihai that day. Zhang Qian stood up. Is it really that man? Absolutely true. The servant said worriedly. Master, what should we do? What should we do? Zhang Qian spat and said viciously. It's just right that you are here. That stinky girl refused to say it. Maybe she really doesn't know where the 300,000 taels are, but she is the master. She must know. When she comes here, even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms, she has to kowtow and call me grandpa. My Zhang family is not a place where she can come and go as she pleases. He sneered. Let's go. This young master will go to meet her in person. Zhang Qian didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and walked out first. At this time, Zhang Ruoyi had already arrived at the main hall. The head of the Zhang family had not returned, and the female family members were in chaos. Zhang Ruoyi saw that it was her, so she stepped forward and said, Sir, are you Li Xiaxia's cousin? Zhang Ruoyi kicked a servant to the ground, and her eyes fell on Zhang Ruoyi. So what? Sir, we have a deep friendship with the Li family. Are you going to disregard the friendship between the two families by doing this? Friendship? Zhang Ruoyi sneered. How ridiculous. It was obviously your Zhang family who did evil first. If there is any reason to disregard the friendship between the two families, it is also your Zhang family. What do you think? I'm afraid you have to ask the young master of your Zhang family. Ah Cheng was holding a long sword, with a few drops of blood flowing from the tip of the arrow. Seeing this, Zhang Ruru took a few steps back, fell down on the chair, and said in a trembling voice, "What are you going to do? Are you trying to commit a crime here?" Just then, Zhang Qian's figure appeared from the corner. He raised his chin, followed by several burly men. "Someone, close the door for me." He looked at Zhang Ruai, his eyes full of excitement, as if he had already seen the 300,000 taels of silver. "Brother." Zhang Ruru stepped forward. "Brother, do you know them?" "Humph." Zhang Qian sneered and said, "Know them. More than just know them." He walked past Zhang Ruru and came to Zhang Ruai. "We are quite familiar with each other." Zhang Ruai curled the corners of her lips, her eyes full of sarcasm. "Familiar? Indeed familiar. I haven't thanked Mr. Zhang for giving me such a good raw stone for such a low price." When Zhang Qian mentioned the raw stone, he gnashed his teeth with hatred. Thinking of what happened yesterday, he wanted to chop her with a knife, but when he thought of the 300,000 taels of silver, he held back. "I wonder why Master Ling Jun came to our Li family today to beat and kill people?" Zhang Qian waved her hand, and several burly men surrounded her. Those burly men looked ferocious, and even Zhang Ruru was a little scared. But when she thought of being ridiculed by her in public at the auction that day, she was like Zhang Qian, wishing that she would be beaten black and blue by those men. At this time, she didn't know about the 300,000 taels of silver. "Mr. Zhang, are you asking this even though you already know the answer?" Zhang Ruai narrowed her eyes and sneered. "You broke into a private house and kidnapped my maid. I came here today to take her away and, by the way, to ask Mr. Zhang for some interest." "Humph, don't slander me. When did I kidnap your maid? What evidence do you have?" Zhang Qian sneered. "It was you who brought these people to my Zhang family and beat up our Zhang servants. I will report it to the prefect and ask him to make the decision for me and seek justice for my Zhang family." At this moment, a voice was heard. "You're doing mischief." The door of the Zhang family opened, and Jun Luoyan walked in with lotus steps. She looked at Zhang Ruai and sneered. "Even if you are a miracle doctor, you are not qualified to break into other people's houses and injure servants. If you do this in our western regions, you will definitely be imprisoned." Zhang Ruai sneered. "The princess also said that that is your western region. This is biling. Besides, I didn't beat your guards or servants. Why are you pointing fingers here? Could it be that the princess wants to marry into the Zhang family in the future? So she protects the Zhang family in every possible way?" Jun Luoyan was so angry that his face turned blue. You dare to slander this princess." "Slander?" Zhang Ruai sneered. "If you don't want others to gossip, don't do things that will cause misunderstandings. The princess acts like the head of the family. People who don't know would think you are the head of the Zhang family. You're talking nonsense. This princess has nothing to do with the Zhang family." "Then shut up." Zhang Ruai rolled her eyes. "Don't meddle in other people's business here." Jun Luoyan's chest heaved violently. His eyes were like knives. If his eyes could turn into swords, Zhang Ruai's body would have been riddled with holes. Seeing Jun Luoyan coming, Zhang Ruru hurried forward. "Princess." Jun Luoyan glanced at her and said unhappily, "You are a person who is incapable of doing anything but always causes trouble. How come your Zhang family never has a moment of peace?" Zhang Ruru had a bitter face and had to smile. Zhang Ruai fixed her eyes on Zhang Qian. "Where is my maid? Hand her over, or I will destroy your Zhang family today." "What maid? I don't know what you are talking about." Zhang Qian looked like a rogue. "You are framing me. I can sue you. Don't cry until you see the coffin." Zhang Ruai sneered. "Why? Do you think I will let it go if you don't admit it? Even if I turn your Zhang family upside down today, I will take your person away." "You dare. See if I dare or not." She turned to Ah Cheng and said, "Take the people to the backyard, and show no mercy to anyone who dares to stop us." Zhang Qian didn't expect that she would do this for a maid, and ordered his servants, "Stop them, life or death." Upon hearing this, the thugs surrounded them. Ah Cheng swung a sword flower with the long sword in his hand, and the arms of the two big men were cut with a very deep wound, and they lost their combat effectiveness directly. Zhang Ruai pulled out a dagger at an extremely fast speed, and her figure shuttled among those thugs. In the blink of an eye, there was wailing on the ground. Zhang Qian's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He never expected that this man in front of him, who looked much younger than himself, had such advanced martial arts. Zhang Ruru bit her lip, looked at Jun Luoyun, hardened her heart, and knelt directly in front of her. "Princess, please save us. Thieves have broken into the mansion. Please save our lives." Princess Luoyun was famous for being favored in the city king's mansion. When she came to Bailing, she must have been accompanied by masters for protection. At present, the only one who could save them was Jun Luoyun. Jun Luoyun glanced at her. Why would this princess save someone who has nothing to do with her? As the saying goes, lips and teeth are cold. I am afraid that the man will be bloodthirsty. It is not a pity for our Zhang family to die, but what if the princess is injured? What's more, my father has some friendship with your father, so please help us for these reasons. Jun Luoyun rolled her eyes and whispered, "A bunch of trash. They can't even deal with a lowly person, and this little thing still needs the help of my people." She waved her hand, and two inconspicuous men came out from behind her. "Don't waste my time. Just solve it quickly." "Yes, I obey your order." The two men drew the long swords from their waists and rushed towards Zhang Ruai with great momentum. Feeling the two sharp swords, Zhang Ruai frowned slightly, turned around, stretched out the dagger in her hand, and collided with the two long swords, bursting out sparks. Zhang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. The martial arts of the two guards in front of her were not inferior to Ah Cheng. She swept her eyes behind Jun Luoyun, and her pupils shrank slightly. Among those guards, there were two who were the most inconspicuous, but the momentum around them was more attractive than the other guards. Presumably, those two were the real secret guards protecting Jun Luoyun. At this time, the two guards attacked again. Zhang Ruai was not in a hurry. Since she had internal strength in her body, she had never had such a good fight with anyone. She turned the dagger in her hand, and each attack was extremely tricky. The two guards were beaten back step by step. Jun Luoyun saw it and frowned. Two waists. She turned her head and looked at the guards behind her. "You too?" "Yes." The four guards surrounded Zhang Ruai. Zhang Ruru saw this and hurriedly said, "The princess is surrounded by talented people. With these guards, we can definitely capture her." As soon as she finished speaking, a guard fell beside them. Zhang Ruru was so scared that she screamed. Jun Luoyun's face was livid, and he said to the guards behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go over and help? A bunch of so many people can't even catch a brat. What use do I have for you?" Except for the two secret guards, the other guards drew their swords and rushed towards Zhang Ruai. Zhang Ruai felt extremely happy. The dagger in her hand flew, splashing a flower of blood, and was besieged by 8 guards, but she was not at all inferior. Everyone present had wonderful expressions on their faces. Jun Luoyun looked at the 2 secret guards behind him, and they nodded slightly. The next moment, their bodies rushed out like an arrow from a bow. The hidden weapon in his hand was thrown out, and several sleeve arrows flew toward Zhang Ruai at lightning speed. Zhang Ruai dodged it, and the silver needle in her hand popped out, knocking those sleeve arrows to the ground. Each silver needle pierced the sleeve arrow, which shows how powerful it is. "Young master is very skilled," said a secret guard.
"Thank you."
The 2 secret guards stood opposite her. Seeing this, the other guards picked up the daggers on the ground and returned to Jun Luoyun in shame. "I am not doing my job well. Please punish me, princess." "Useless person." As Jun Luoyun finished speaking, the guards' faces suddenly turned pale. Every time the princess said these words, the man's end was extremely miserable and basically became the princess's medicine man. The 2 secret guards looked at each other, wielding their long swords and stabbing at Zhang Ruai. After more than a dozen rounds, Zhang Ruai's dagger slashed the shoulders of the 2 secret guards, but her left shoulder was kicked by one of the secret guards, and she took a few steps back before she could stand. Jun Luoyun's complexion finally improved a little, and she sneered. "Aren't you a good fighter? Let's see what you can do this time," she said to the two secret guards. "No matter life or death, it's best to kill her directly." The injured secret guard turned around and bowed to Jun Luoyun, saying, "Princess, before we came out this time, the prince instructed us not to cause trouble. I am only responsible for protecting your safety, and I must never kill anyone." Jun Luoyun's face suddenly darkened, and she said in a deep voice, "When is it your turn to point fingers at my actions? These two people are tired of losing face in front of so many people. How dare you disobey my words? When I return to the palace and report to my father, I will take your lives. Princess, we are the prince's secret guards, and even the prince cannot convict us." He bowed and stood behind her, without a hint of flattery at all. "Rebellion! Rebellion!" Shang Rui raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard that. Jun Ziqian's secret guards have such personalities? They are very similar to their master. She took out 2 porcelain bottles and threw them into their hands. Medicine for wounds. The 2 secret guards were stunned for a moment, then bowed and said, "Thank you, young master." Jun Luoyun frowned. "You two are traitors. How dare you ignore the words of this princess?" At this moment, Ah Cheng's voice came. "Young master, young master." Found it. He came running over with Xiaoyao, who was covered in wounds. "Young master," they tortured Xiaoyao. Shang Rui's eyes fell on Xiaoyao, and she saw that many of her scars were left by whipping. Her dress was stained with blood, and there were traces of being strangled by a rope on her neck.
"Sir,"
Xiaoyao said weakly, "They suddenly broke into the house yesterday, kidnapped me, and asked me the whereabouts of the 300,000 taels of silver. I didn't tell them, so they used private punishment." "I know." She took off her cloak and covered her, and took out a pill to feed her. "Ah Cheng, take her to the side to rest."
"But
"If you touch my people, you have to pay a price." Shang Rui's aura suddenly changed, like a shura, which made people tremble. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Qian swallowed his saliva. "This is the Zhang family, not a place where you can do whatever you want. Didn't you say you didn't bring her back?" Shang Rui took out a pistol, pointed the dark hole at his knees, and pulled the trigger neatly before everyone could react. Such a loud noise made everyone shrink their necks.
"Ah, leg."
"My leg." Zhang Qian cried out while holding his left leg. "My leg." Shang Rui sneered, walked slowly to his side, raised her foot, and stepped heavily on his injured knee. "Master Zhang, you haven't answered my question yet." She smiled at the corners of her lips, but her eyes were as cold as ice for thousands of years. "You should never, never, never touch my people." Zhang Qian couldn't even speak because of the pain and could only scream. Shang Rui shook her head and crushed his knee with her foot a few times. "Master Zhang, it seems that you didn't hear what I said just now clearly." Zhang Qian shook his head. "I heard it clearly. Since you heard it, why didn't you answer?" She didn't stop, and Zhang Qian cried out in pain. "I was wrong, I was wrong." Shang Rui heard him say this and sneered. "Now you know you are wrong? It's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped harder, and with his leg bone broke. The intense pain made Zhang Qian's eyes roll back, and he fainted. Everyone present was stunned by the scene before their eyes. What kind of monster was in her hand? It could actually spit out flames. Zhang Ruru was so scared that she fell to the ground, looking at her brother's miserable condition, fearing that Shang Rui would use the same method on herself. Jun Luoyun's face was also extremely ugly. She never expected that there would be such a powerful hidden weapon. She had never seen such a powerful firearm. At this moment, the door was opened, and a middle-aged man hurried in. Seeing Zhang Qian lying on the ground, he couldn't help but said angrily, "Hey, what's going on?" The followers behind him hurried forward and helped him up. A sharp pain came from his knee. Zhang Qianbian woke up with a cry of pain. Seeing the man in front of him, he hurriedly shouted, "Dad! Help, Dad!"
"She."
He pointed at Shang Rui with trembling hands. "She wants to kill me." Zhang Nian turned to look at Shang Rui and said angrily, "Do you know who you have offended?" "Humph, It's just the Zhang family. Since you know my Zhang family. Before he could finish, she sneered. What is there to be afraid of? What? Zhang Nian's face was stern, and he said angrily, Young man, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise you won't know how you died. Shang Ruoyi played with a pistol in one hand, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her lips. I will return this sentence to Master Zhang intact. Don't take advantage of the fact that you are a child of aristocratic family and ignore other people's lives. If you offend people you shouldn't offend, you won't know how you died. You. Zhang Nian's eyes fell on Xiaorao behind her, and his brows were slightly frowned. After dealing with Zhang Qian and bringing Xiaorao back, the anger in her heart subsided slightly, and Shang Ruoyi turned around and wanted to leave. Keep your eyes open next time. Seeing that she was about to leave, Zhang Nian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Who do you think you are, and what do you think of my Zhang family? Can you come and go as you please? He waved his hand, and saw a group of densely packed archers surrounding the courtyard wall, with cold arrows pointing at Shang Ruoyi and others. If you hurt my young master of the Zhang family, you must be prepared to leave your life here. Really? Shang Ruoyi sneered. In that case, I won't be polite. Shoot. Zhang Nian's voice had just fallen, and the archers hadn't had time to shoot arrows. I saw several black objects being thrown around. What is this? Jun Luoyan just asked, and then he heard boom boom boom. Violent shocks came from all directions, the surrounding walls collapsed, and countless wailing came into his ears. What's wrong? Is it an earthquake? It collapsed. It collapsed. The wall collapsed. The house collapsed too. Help, help. Jun Luoyan was protected by 2 secret guards behind him, so he was not affected, but Zhang Ruru didn't have such good luck. She was covered in dust, and her originally black hair became like a chicken coop, messy and emitting black smoke. The courtyard wall, which was thought to be indestructible, collapsed into ruins, and everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. What happened? Could it be an earthquake? But how could an earthquake produce flames? They looked around and saw that other houses around them did not collapse. Only the courtyard wall of their Zhang family collapsed. Could it be those black things just now? Zhang Nian looked at Shang Ruoyi in horror. Who is she? At this moment, a team of guards surrounded the Zhang family. Zhang Nian seemed to have seen a savior and hurried to meet him. Sir, help, help. A thief broke into the mansion and wants to massacre our Zhang family. Sir. Before he could finish, Sir Qian walked past him and quickly came to Shang Ruoyi. Zhang Nian thought that Lord Qian was here to support him, and his originally bent back straightened instantly. With Lord Qian here, their Zhang family will definitely be saved. This arrogant and conceited brat, he must make her pay the price, and she must be 100 times and 1,000 times more miserable than his own son. Before the smug smile on his face could expand, he saw Lord Qian raised his hands and bowed to the culprit from a distance. The hands are here before the person arrives. This is a move that only people who respect themselves very much will make. Are you the divine Dr. Lingjun? Lord Qian said respectfully. I am Qianjin, the prefect of the capital. Qianjin? This name is really rich. It's me. I wonder if Lord Qian has any advice? She had never dealt with officials from Bailing and didn't know why he knew her, but seeing that he didn't have any ill intentions, her attitude was naturally better. Qianjin raised a flattering smile on his face. No. Why are you here? Shang Ruoyi glanced at the pale-faced head of the Zhang family. The young master of the Zhang family broke into my house without any reason, kidnapped my maid, and lynched her. I wonder if such behavior is illegal? As soon as she finished speaking, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Nian, walked over quickly. Just as he stood still, he was tripped by a fallen pillar and fell to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! I fell to death. He stood up, limped to the front of Lord Qian, and said with a bow, Lord, it's unjust. He pointed at Shang Ruoyi and said, Look at my son. She beat him to such a state. She broke into our Zhang family and severely injured my son. Look at the surroundings of our Zhang family, what she has done to them. This is our century-old house. Qianjin looked around, his beard trembling a few times, and was secretly shocked. This Lingjun master is really not an ordinary person. He has tossed the Zhang family into such a state with his own strength. The leg of the young master of the Zhang family has been deformed, and it is estimated that he can't save it. Fortunately, he did not offend her. As early as when the Zhang family came to report the case, he received warnings from many parties. No matter what, this Lingjun doctor is an existence that he cannot afford to provoke. He would rather abandon the Zhang family than offend her. Your son is a naughty boy. It doesn't matter if he is disabled. Besides, it was your son who was at fault in the first place. He had nothing better to do than to rob a maid from someone else's house. He even resorted to private acts. A man actually laid hands on a woman. If anyone knows about it, I will be ashamed for you. Zhang Nian never expected that Lord Qian would say this.
Sir.
It's unjust. What do you mean it's unjust? The person is lying here. Do you think I am blind? At this moment, Zhang Ruru ran to Lord Qian with a head like a chicken coop. Sir, please make a decision. I don't know what kind of sorcery that thief used to make our Zhang family look like this.